Chapter 301. Dahlia felt a wave of fear wash over her. If Luis intended to hurt her, she would rather die than suffer such humiliation. How dare you act innocent, you worthless thing! Take off your clothes right now! Luis yelled furiously. No! Dahlia gritted her teeth, refusing to give in. Ignoring her exhaustion, she staggered toward the door. Do you really think you can escape? Luis sneered as he chased after her. Just as Dahlia reached the elevator, he lunged at her, dragging her to the floor and trying to tear her clothes off. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened with a ding. Both of them looked up, frozen in shock, as Dustin stepped out. His face darkened with rage. What the hell are you two doing? Dustin growled, instantly sensing something was terribly wrong. He had heard Dahlia's earlier words and had immediately called someone to track her car, only to walk into this scene. Luis slowly stood up and adjusted his pants, a smug grin on his face. Oh, it's you. What? Here to watch me and my girlfriend have some fun? Your girlfriend? Dustin frowned and turned to Dahlia. What's going on? It's not what you think. Dahlia shook her head frantically, struggling to explain. Why hide it from him, Dahlia? Luis smirked. Weren't we drinking together so we could do this? Since he's already caught us, we might as well be honest. Dahlia Nicholson. Dustin's face twisted with rage. Is this what you meant when you said you were meeting a client? He had thought she was in danger, but now it looked like she had been on a date. Dahlia was completely at a loss for words. She had lied, but only because. So you've been lying to me this whole time? Dustin scoffed bitterly. And no. I didn't mean to, Dahlia said, her eyes red with tears. Then what is it? Dustin's voice trembled with pain. You promised to have dinner with me, yet you came to a hotel room with another man. Are you really going to say you weren't lying? I'm sorry, Dustin. I didn't do it on purpose. I never expected things to turn out like this. Of course you didn't expect me to show up and ruin your fun, Dustin said coldly. You just wanted to keep treating me like a fool. I was stupid enough to believe you had changed, to give you another chance. It took me too long to realize you've been playing with my feelings. His voice cracked. What did I ever do to deserve this? Why are you doing this to me? Even after our divorce, you still won't let me go. Is humiliating me really that fun? Please listen, Dustin. I really like you. I never wanted to hurt you. Please believe me. Dahlia cried. You like me? Dustin pointed at Luis. Then what about him? I saw everything. Do you think I'm blind? And no, it was a misunderstanding, Dahlia stammered, biting her lip. A misunderstanding? Dustin's eyes darkened. Are you saying he was about to hurt you? If you say yes, I'll make sure he pays for it. Dahlia fell silent. She wanted to tell him the truth, but she couldn't. Luis was not someone she could offend, and neither was Dustin. If Dustin confronted Luis, things could spiral out of control. The Stonia Langfords were not people they could afford to provoke. Chapter 302. Why aren't you saying anything? Dustin asked hoarsely. Do you agree with what I said? The last trace of hope in his eyes faded when Dahlia remained silent. He had given her a chance to explain, but she couldn't say what he wanted to hear. I'm sorry. I have my reasons, Dahlia replied, clutching her chest as pain overwhelmed her. Reasons? Dustin scoffed. What kind of reason makes you sell your body? What's stopping you from telling me the truth? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dahlia sobbed uncontrollably. Don't apologize to me, Dustin said coldly. We're already divorced. I don't have the right to control what you do. You didn't betray me. Then he paused, his voice turning bitter. But don't ever contact me again. I'm still human. I can't keep letting you hurt me like this. Just let me go. Dahlia didn't know what to say. Maybe this was for the best. For her brother, her family, and even Dustin, she had no choice but to submit to Luis. Still, she had already decided something. The day she married Luis would feel like the day she died. That's enough. You've said what you wanted, Luis said with a mocking grin. Dahlia, go back to the room. We'll have some fun later. Dahlia stood frozen. Dustin's breathing grew heavy. What are you waiting for? Luis sneered at him. Watching a show. I have to admit, you've got good taste. Her skin is smooth. I'll enjoy myself later. You can stay and watch if you want. You're fucking dead. Dustin roared. He kicked Luis hard in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. Luis slid down and passed out on the spot. Are you insane, Dustin? Do you even know what you've done? Someone shouted. Dahlia's face turned deathly pale when she heard Luis's name. He was a Estonian aristocrat. Offending someone like him could mean disaster. What? Dustin laughed coldly. Are you worried about him? I can't believe you'd fall for a disgusting creep like that. Are your eyes broken? That's none of your business. Get out. I never want to see you again. Dahlia shouted, biting her lip. Hurting Luis was no small matter. If his bodyguards arrived, Dustin would be in serious danger. So this is the real you? Dustin chuckled bitterly. Done pretending? So what if it is? Dahlia snapped. I'm not just dating him, we're engaged. The wedding is in 3 days. What? Dustin stiffened. Engaged? What the hell is wrong with you? How can you marry someone like him? Who I marry is none of your concern. Dahlia screamed. You're right, I played with your feelings. So what? You were stupid enough to believe me. She laughed hysterically. Look at yourself. Do you really think a broke loser like you deserves me? Luis has power, money, and status. With him, I'll live like a queen. Compared to him, you're nothing. That's the truth you wanted, are you happy now? Shameless bitch. In a burst of rage, Dustin slapped her across the face. The sound echoed. He froze. In 3 years of marriage, he had never laid a hand on her. Shock flashed across his face, then fury swallowed it. She deserved it. I was a fool to ever trust you, Dustin spat. Don't ever show your face to me again. He turned and stormed out. Dahlia took a deep breath, forcing herself to stand. She knew this was the end between her and Dustin. She wanted to believe it was for the best, but the pain in her heart was unbearable. Dahlia! What happened? Florence rushed in. Her eyes widened when she saw Luis unconscious on the floor. Did you do this? Mom, Dahlia broke down. Dustin came. He knows everything. We'll never be together again. She collapsed into Florence's arms. I'm here, Florence whispered, stroking her back. Things have changed. Dustin isn't right for you anymore. But I love him. Dahlia cried. I want to be with him. Why is this happening to me? I don't want to accept this. Life has highs and lows, Florence said softly. Try to look ahead. I believe you'll find happiness again. Mom, it hurts so much when I said those things to him, Dahlia sobbed. It felt like someone was twisting a knife in my heart. I wanted to tell him I loved him, but I couldn't. I'm scared he'll get arrested again. It hurts so much. She pounded her chest as if trying to ease the pain. Then her vision blurred. Everything went black. And she collapsed. Chapter 303. Even after returning to the medical center, Dustin couldn't shake the sense of unease Dahlia had left him with. He was furious that she would toy with his feelings just to hurt him. They could have ended things peacefully, but instead, she had chosen to turn them into enemies. Dustin couldn't understand why. No matter how hard he thought about it, he was convinced he had never wronged her. Dustin, are you all right? Maximus asked as he walked in from the living room. Tell me if there's anything I can do. The treatment over the past few days had repaired Dustin's core. Although he was far from his former peak, the improvement alone was something to be thankful for. Want to drink with me? Dustin rummaged through the cabinets until he pulled out 2 bottles of wine. With Gregory around, alcohol was never in short supply. Sure, Maximus replied, sitting down without hesitation. As they drank, an awkward silence settled between them. After several glasses, Dustin finally spoke. How's your injury? It's healing well. I'll be fine in another 2 days, Maximus answered, gratitude clear in his voice. I owe everything to you. Without your help, I'd be in serious trouble. Drop the formal talk. It sounds weird. Just speak normally, Dustin said as he refilled their glasses. I can't do that. I'll keep talking this way, Maximus said with a shy grin. Suit yourself, Dustin replied, tilting his head back and draining his glass. Are you having relationship problems? Maximus asked after finishing his drink as well. How did you know? Dustin raised an eyebrow. It's easy to tell when you've gone through something similar, Maximus said with a bitter smile. Nothing hurt more than betrayal. Dustin felt overwhelmed. He still couldn't accept that the woman he loved had ended up entangled with someone else. His voice lowered as he finally spoke. Am I really the one at fault for things ending like this? Maximus paused before answering. I see it differently. Have you ever considered that Ms. Nicholson might not have had a choice? Then why didn't she tell me the truth? Dustin said, shaking his head in frustration. She probably would have if she could, Maximus sighed. You were married for 3 years. You know her better than anyone. Do you really believe she's the type to cheat? Dustin fell silent before replying, people change. Just because she wasn't like that before doesn't mean she won't be now. You never really know what's going on inside someone's head. Don't rush to conclusions, Maximus said calmly. Time will reveal everything. Enough of this, Dustin said abruptly. Let's drink. He grabbed 2 more bottles, determined to drown his thoughts for the night. Just then, a black car stopped outside the building. Moments later, a man in a suit walked in and scanned the room. Who is Dustin Rhys? He demanded. Chapter 304. The man swept his gaze across the room with a smug expression. I'm Dustin. What do you want? Dustin replied, taking another sip of wine, clearly unimpressed. I'm a messenger from Boulderthorn's royal valor, the man announced coldly. We formally challenge you to a duel. You killed Joshua Hummer, our 7th disciple. My senior will arrive in Swinton to fight you to the death. As he spoke, he tossed a folded letter toward Dustin. As a prestigious guild, Boulderthorn believed disputes, especially revenge, should be settled publicly. They also intended to use this duel to showcase their power. No interest, Dustin said flatly, not even glancing at the paper. Scared, the messenger sneered. You were bold enough to kill Joshua. Why are you backing down now that my senior is coming? I don't even know who your senior is, Dustin replied calmly. Then listen carefully, the man said proudly. His name is Tatum Thunders. He ranks among the heavenly immortals and is one of Boulderthorn's 8 geniuses. He's known as the Fanatic Blade. Fanatic Blade. Tatum Thunders. Maximus gasped, his face turning pale. As a former Boulderthorn disciple, he knew exactly who that was. Boulderthorn consisted of 8 subsidiary guilds, Royal Valor, Quickshields, Forsaken Striders, Shadowfall, Thundersong, Frostlanders, Bone Guard, and Killingbane. Each had a principal disciple, fighters only a step below the guildmaster. These individuals often surpassed even Boulderthorn's deputy leaders. Tatum Thunders was the principal disciple of Royal Valor. Barely in his early 30s, he had already secured a place among the heavenly immortals. Fanatic Blade? Dustin scoffed. Never heard of him. If he values his life, he'd better stay away, Dustin thought, though he couldn't care less either way. You arrogant bastard, the messenger snapped. No one has ever dared refuse Boulderthorn's challenge. If you don't accept, everyone around you will suffer. Not just you. Think carefully. Are you threatening me? Dustin's eyes narrowed. Exactly, the man said coldly. We'll be waiting at Mount Halg in 2 days. If you don't show up, prepare for the consequences. Don't even think about running, we're watching you. Instead of hiding like a coward, why not die with some dignity, so innocent people don't get dragged into this? With that, he turned and left. The messenger had no doubts Dustin would comply. No one had ever escaped Boulderthorn. This is bad, Dustin, Maximus said grimly. Tatum isn't some ordinary fighter. He reached divinity 5 years ago. He's far stronger than Joshua Hummer ever was. Sounds impressive, Dustin replied indifferently. You should take everyone you care about and run, Maximus urged. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. Run? Dustin chuckled softly. He doesn't scare me. Then what's your plan? Maximus asked. There's always a way, Dustin said, a cold smile forming on his lips. Since they challenged me, I'll answer them properly. His mood was already foul, and Tatum's arrogance only fueled his anger further. Perfect, Dustin thought. I'll use this duel to vent everything. Chapter 305. Time flew by, and 2 days later, news of Tatum challenging Dustin to a duel spread rapidly. Martial artists from all over rushed to witness the battle. Tatum Thunders was the principal disciple of royal valor and was known as the fanatic blade of the heavenly immortals. Dustin Rhys, on the other hand, was a rising star, often referred to as a dark horse in the martial arts world. Many eager spectators woke up before dawn and traveled to Mount Halg. By the time they arrived, the foot of the mountain was already packed with people. I didn't expect there to be this many spectators, Dustin said, scanning the crowd. He had assumed it would be nothing more than a private duel. That's Boulderthorn for you, Maximus replied. Whenever a renowned disciple issues a challenge, the guild makes sure everyone knows about it. It's their way of flaunting their strength. It's an unspoken rule among the guilds. Really? Dustin smiled faintly. Then wouldn't it be humiliating if they lose? Lose? Maximus chuckled, the corner of his mouth twitching. This is Tatum Thunders. Even among top-tier disciples, he rarely meets anyone who can challenge him. The guild is confident he'll win, that's why they invited so many witnesses, including disciples from other factions. Dustin, it's still not too late to back out, Maximus said carefully. Are you sure you want to go through with this? We're already here. Why turn back now? Dustin replied calmly. Let's go. I want to see him. He stretched and began walking up the mountain steps. Suddenly, the sound of violent combat echoed from the forest beside the path. Dustin turned his head and saw a group of burly men surrounding an elderly man, launching relentless attacks at him. Despite his white hair and frail appearance, the old man stood his ground, countering their strikes with shocking precision. His movements were swift and agile, completely contradicting his age. The attackers struggled to keep up and were steadily pushed back. A young girl stood behind the old man, watching the fight closely. How dare they gang up on an old man? I'm going to help him. Maximus shouted, charging forward. Dustin shook his head but followed anyway. Hey! What do you think you're doing? The young girl shouted, stopping them. I'm helping him, Maximus said, pointing at the old man. It's fine, the girl said confidently. Those idiots can't hurt my grandpa. Your grandfather? Maximus asked in surprise. You're not worried he might get injured? The girl puffed out her chest proudly. My grandpa is Ralph Dunn, the leader of the Steel Legion. Those trash are no match for him. Just watch. Hearing that, Maximus stopped and observed the fight instead. After a few more exchanges, Ralph suddenly increased his power. His palms struck like thunder, slamming into his enemies one after another. Unable to withstand the force, the men were sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. Shit! He's a monster! Retreat, their leader yelled. The group immediately fled, scrambling to escape. Humph. Ralph snorted. Pathetic trash. How dare they think they could bully me with those lousy skills? Chapter 306. Ralph calmly brushed the dust off his clothes, his expression relaxed. That was amazing, Grandpa, the young girl cheered excitedly. She then turned to Dustin and Maximus. See? Isn't my grandpa incredible? Abby, did you see those palm techniques? Ralph said proudly. Those are signature moves of our Steel Legion. Once you master them, you'll shock everyone. I'll train hard and make you proud, Grandpa. Abby replied eagerly. Ralph then shifted his gaze to Dustin and Maximus. And who are these two? They're just curious passers-by, Abby said dismissively. I stopped them before they could interfere. With their skills, they'd only get in the way. I see. Ralph nodded slightly. This mountain is dangerous. There are bandits and ferocious beasts everywhere. You two should watch yourselves. Thanks for the warning, Dustin said politely. Since everything's settled, we'll be leaving. Wait. Abby suddenly called out. You came to watch the duel between Tatum and Dustin, right? Yes, Dustin replied. Are you here for it too? Of course. Abby said proudly. Boulderthorn invited a lot of witnesses today. My grandpa is one of them. Witnesses? Dustin chuckled. Is that really necessary? Obviously. Abby rolled her eyes. You clearly don't know anything. A duel between famous martial artists must have witnesses to ensure fairness. I see, Dustin said, nodding. He truly wasn't familiar with the formal rules of a life-and-death duel. You two look decent, Ralph suddenly said. I'll give you a chance to become disciples of the Steel Legion. Disciples? Dustin raised an eyebrow. You should feel honored. Being Grandpa's disciple is something countless people dream about. Abby interrupted arrogantly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank him. Sorry, but I'll pass, Dustin replied calmly. What? Abby snapped. You ungrateful idiot. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? Young man, Ralph said proudly, hands clasped behind his back, this opportunity won't come again. Becoming my disciple is an honor. I'll teach you powerful techniques and make you famous. Dustin nearly laughed. Did they seriously think someone who hadn't even reached a higher martial realm was qualified to teach him? Had the standards for masters really sunk this low? Thanks for the offer, Dustin said again, shaking his head, but I'm not interested. You arrogant bastard. Abby cursed before glaring at Maximus. What about you? I'm not interested either, Maximus said with a shrug. You'll regret this one day. Abby snapped angrily. Her grandfather was a renowned expert and the leader of the Steel Legion. He had shown generosity by offering to accept them as disciples, yet these fools had the nerve to refuse. Chapter 307. Forget it. I was only trying to repay your kindness earlier. Since you don't want it, never mind, Ralph said, shaking his head with an expression that suggested they would regret their decision someday. Dustin and Maximus exchanged amused glances but remained silent. Let's go. Since we've run into each other, I might as well escort you two up the mountain, just in case trouble shows up again, Ralph added, walking ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. You two should feel honored to walk with my grandpa. Abby huffed, glaring at them before hurrying to catch up with Ralph. Dustin smiled and followed without objection. After all, there was only one path leading upward. They moved swiftly and soon reached the mountaintop. At the center stood a wide platform, the site of Dustin's duel with Tatum. A large crowd had already gathered, most of them martial artists, filling the area with excitement and noise. Mr. Dunn, it's an honor to meet you. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Dunn. As soon as Ralph arrived, many people rushed forward to greet him. It was obvious that the Steel Legion held significant prestige. Do you know how strong my grandpa is now? Abby said smugly. I bet you regret refusing earlier, but it's too late. Dustin pretended not to hear her, while Maximus simply turned his head away. Mr. Dunn, I heard you're serving as the witness for today's duel. Who do you think will win? Someone asked. Isn't it obvious? Abby cut in immediately. The fanatic blade, of course. Tatum is the principal disciple of royal valor and a member of the heavenly immortals. He's never lost a single fight. That may be true, another person said, but Dustin Rhys isn't someone to underestimate either. Even Joshua Hummer, who recently reached divinity, lost to him, someone added. Why are you comparing Tatum to Joshua? Abby scoffed. One hasn't even fully stabilized his divinity, while the other reached that level 5 years ago. With Tatum's strength now, how hard could it be to crush a country bumpkin? She's right, Ralph said calmly. No matter how you look at it, Tatum's chances of winning are far higher. Since Ralph was a respected senior martial artist and today's witness, everyone quickly agreed with his assessment. Dustin looked around at the crowd and shook his head with a faint smile. What's so funny? Abby snapped. Did Grandpa say something wrong? Aren't you all judging a bit too early? Dustin replied calmly. The fight hasn't even started yet. Oh? Abby sneered. You think Dustin actually has a chance? We'll know once the battle begins, Dustin answered simply. Chapter 308. Abby snorted. Stop acting like you know what you're talking about. She rolled her eyes. We'll see who's superior soon enough. A man nearby spoke up. Even if Dustin loses to Tatum, he's still a rare genius and deserves respect. That's right. Getting Tatum to personally challenge him is already impressive. Boulder Thorn wouldn't make such a big deal otherwise, another added. I heard Dustin's only around 20, someone said. Reaching this level at that age is insane. He's a real monster. Even if he loses, it'll still be an honorable defeat, another agreed. The crowd continued discussing the duel. While most believed Dustin would lose, they still acknowledged his talent. I heard Dustin doesn't belong to any guild and trained himself. He'd shine if he joined Ironshade, someone said. Another laughed. Ironshade barely has 100 disciples. A talent like him would be wasted there. Highfield would be better, someone else said confidently. With their resources, he'd grow fast. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse my invitation. Hey! Are you all blind? Abby shouted angrily. What about the Steel Legion? My guild is the best. If Dustin joins any guild, it'll obviously be ours. Dustin was baffled. Abby was so confident despite not even knowing who he really was. What puzzled him more was Ralph's expression, he clearly shared her belief. Just then, a group of Boulder Thorn disciples approached, led by Brody and Oliver Williams. Well. Look who it is, Max, Brody sneered when he spotted them. Maximus glared at him. What the hell are you doing here, you useless piece of shit? That's none of your business, Brody replied coldly. We're equals, Max, Brody continued mockingly. Even though you've lost all your power, I won't chase you away. For Caitlin's sake, I can help you return to my father's guild, if you kneel and beg. As he spoke, Brody wrapped his arm around the slender woman beside him. Maximus's face darkened instantly. Caitlin Lawler. His fiancée. The woman who had once sworn herself to him was now leaning comfortably in Brody's arms. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, Brody added smugly. Caitlin agreed to marry me. She's mine now. Hope that doesn't piss you off. What? Maximus's eyes widened, fists clenching. Is that true, Caitlin? Don't blame me, Max, Caitlin said calmly. I'm just a weak woman who needs protection. Now that you've lost your power, I have no choice but to rely on Brody. Why? Maximus roared. Why? You promised to wait for me. We were supposed to be together forever. Why would you marry him? Are you really that stupid? Caitlin scoffed. Did you seriously think I loved you? I love power, the kind that lets me control people. I only agreed to marry you back then because you were the most talented disciple. She laughed coldly. Look at you now. Kicked out. Powerless. Worthless. Without strength, what makes you think you're worthy of me? Should I ruin my life for you? Don't be fucking ridiculous. Chapter 309. Brody. The crowd gasped in shock and anger as Maximus sent Brody flying with a punch. No one had expected Maximus to be so strong after losing his core. How dare you hit me? Brody spat, clutching his chest as intense pain throbbed through him. How could someone like Maximus, someone who had been cast out, dare to touch him? Who gives a damn? Maximus replied coldly. You should be grateful I didn't kill you. He walked over to Caitlin, the woman dressed in white, and gently took her hand. Caitlin, don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you. I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life. Max, what are you doing? Caitlin's expression darkened as she slowly stepped back. Caitlin, I know you've suffered a lot. Let's escape together. We can leave Balerno and go somewhere no one knows us. What do you think? He looked at her with hope. Even though he knew he couldn't defeat Luther, he still dreamed of taking Caitlin far away from danger. Max, are you out of your mind? Caitlin frowned and shook her head. I'm with Luther now. I know you didn't choose this. You don't really like him, do you? Maximus said urgently. Just give me a sign, and I'll take you away. No. I won't, she said firmly, shaking her head. Caitlin, are you being threatened? Maximus asked earnestly. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help you. Let go of me. Caitlin yanked her hand away and snapped, Max, can't you see? I've never loved you. Stop dreaming. Maximus froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Max, I'll be honest with you, she said after taking a deep breath, her voice calm and cruel. I agreed to the engagement because of your status. I needed protection as a powerless woman in the martial arts world, and you were the best option at the time. That's impossible. Maximus roared. You said you loved me. You promised you'd marry me. Were you lying to me the whole time? His eyes burned red with resentment and fury. Max, you're really naive, Caitlin sneered. Didn't you realize I was only interested in your influence and future? You were Maximus Kane, the most talented disciple of our generation. That's why I liked you. She looked him up and down with contempt. But look at you now. You've been expelled and stripped of your power by Luther. You're nothing but a useless beggar. Why do you think you're still worthy of me? Did you honestly believe I'd live a miserable life with a cripple like you? Keep dreaming. Her words hit Maximus like a hammer. Shock, pain, and disbelief washed over him. He had always believed Caitlin was being forced by Luther. Now he finally understood, she had chosen this path herself. What a fool. He had devoted his entire life to swordsmanship, suppressing all desires. The one time he fell in love, it ended like this. A complete joke. Maximus collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. In that moment, all hope and faith drained from him. The belief that had once driven him forward, the belief that he could save Caitlin, was gone. Without it, he felt utterly lost. How dare you hit me? I'll slash you to death. Brody laughed viciously as he raised his sword and swung it at the lifeless Maximus. Chapter 310. Clang! Just as the blade was about to slice through Maximus' neck, a hand shot out and caught it. Brody looked up, his face draining of color. It's you. He had been so focused on Maximus that he hadn't noticed the legendary figure standing behind him. Is a woman like that really worth grieving over? Dustin asked coldly, completely ignoring Brody as he stared at Maximus. If you want to die, I can help you. I'll pretend I never saved such a useless piece of trash. But if you still have even a shred of pride as a man, then stand the hell up. You don't look like a swordsman right now, especially not one who once said he wanted to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Wake up. With that, Dustin slapped Maximus hard across the face. The impact made him stagger, but it also shattered the fog in his mind. His eyes slowly regained their light. Maximus noticed Brody's furious glare and the disgust written all over Caitlin's face. After a long moment, he gave a bitter smile. "You're right, Dustin," he said quietly. "I shouldn't waste tears on a woman who never loved me. Thank you." He slowly stood up, resolve returning to his posture. The obsession was gone, and the crushing weight in his heart began to lift. His internal energy stirred violently, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Dustin raised an eyebrow in surprise. His instincts screamed that Maximus was about to rise to a whole new level. At that moment, several men arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face. He wore a gentle smile, but his eyes were filled with cold cruelty. It was Luther Williams, the second in command of Boulder Thorn. "Dad! You're finally here!" Brody shouted excitedly. He rushed over and complained, "I ran into Maximus, and he attacked me out of jealousy. I'm seriously injured. His punch disrupted my blood circulation and internal energy." "Oh?" Luther narrowed his eyes and looked at Maximus. "So it's you, the traitor. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Do you want me to end your miserable life today?" "And you must be Mr. Williams," Dustin said calmly as he sized him up. "You're dressed like a gentleman, but inside you're nothing but a filthy beast." "What did you just say?" Luther snarled, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "No, that's not accurate," Dustin continued coldly. "Calling you an animal would be an insult to animals. A man who steals his disciple's fiancée is lower than garbage. You arrogant bastard! Who the hell do you think you are?" Luther roared. He was usually cautious, always investigating his enemies' backgrounds before acting. "Dad, this is Dustin Rhys," Oliver shouted from behind him. "He's ruined our plans over and over again." Both Oliver and Brody had suffered humiliating defeats at Dustin's hands. "Oh? So you're Dustin Rhys," Luther sneered. "I'll admit, you've got guts. Too bad you're about to die." "It's a little early to say that," Dustin replied with a calm smile. He then turned to Maximus. "Maximus, this is your chance. Get your revenge. Step into the ring, fight this piece of trash, and shatter the demons holding you back." Chapter 3:11. Beat me? Luther burst into loud laughter, clearly amused by the idea. His laughter spread quickly, and soon the other Boulder Thorn disciples joined in, mocking Dustin and Maximus as if they were complete idiots. Although Maximus had once been a powerful mentor to many, he was no match for Luther. "Oh, you little bastard," Luther sneered, his face darkening. "Do you even know what the hell you're talking about? I taught that traitor everything he knows. Even at his peak, he couldn't defeat me. And now you want him to fight me, when he's weak and has lost all his power? Does he even have the balls to step into the ring? That's right. A useless loser like him doesn't deserve to fight my dad." Oliver shouted, with Brody and the other disciples echoing his words. But Dustin remained calm. "We'll find out after the fight. The real question is, are you man enough to accept the challenge?" "I'm not afraid of anything," Luther sneered coldly. "If that trash wants to walk straight into death, I'll personally kick him out of Boulder Thorn today." With that, he strode toward the stone platform, deliberately dragging things out to humiliate Maximus before the real fight even began. "Dustin, he taught me everything I know." "I can't defeat him," Maximus said grimly. Dustin smiled lightly. "Relax. If I say you can beat him, then you can. Didn't he hide the 3 most important moves from you? I'll teach you those, and a few extra tricks on top of that. You know the illusory sword technique too?" Maximus asked, shocked. "A little," Dustin replied casually. "So, are you ready to learn?" He had studied countless martial arts techniques since childhood and was especially proficient in swordsmanship. The illusory sword technique was merely a variation of a core sword art. With just one glance, Dustin could already see its flaws. Yes. Maximus nodded firmly. The only way to completely shatter his inner demons was to defeat Luther Williams, just as Dustin had said. Good. I'll teach you right now. Dustin snapped a branch from a nearby tree and began demonstrating. Maximus watched intently, not daring to miss a single movement. Ha ha ha. Dustin Rhys, are you serious? Brody mocked loudly. Teaching him now? That's some pathetic last-minute bullshit. Do you really think it'll save him? Oliver laughed as well. Yeah. You honestly believe a few sloppy moves will stop him from getting crushed? Keep dreaming. Dustin ignored them completely and taught Maximus 6 moves in total. The first 3 were the techniques Luther had deliberately hidden from him. The last 3 were specifically designed to counter those techniques. At first glance, the moves looked simple, but they were extremely deceptive. Without a solid foundation and precise execution, they were useless in real combat. Fortunately, Maximus was exceptionally talented. After practicing just 3 times, he grasped the core principles. Got it? Dustin asked. Yes. I think I've got it, Maximus replied confidently. That's enough, Dustin said with a faint smile. Use these properly, and you'll beat him. In truth, Maximus had always been close to Luther's level. His previous defeat was only because Luther had deliberately taught him incomplete techniques. Now that Maximus possessed the full set, and the counters, he was finally ready. Hey! What the hell are you waiting for? Luther shouted impatiently. Get up here already. Go, Dustin said, patting Maximus on the shoulder. Let everything out. Don't hold back. Thank you, Dustin, Maximus said sincerely, bowing slightly. Then he stepped into the ring, standing tall with his sword strapped to his back. Chapter 312. Listen up. Luther's voice boomed across the arena. After I kicked this traitor out, he suddenly grew some courage and came back to challenge me. Since the official duel hasn't even started yet, I'll warm up first and entertain everyone. He wanted to make an example of Maximus, both to crush future traitors and to restore his own reputation. Ralph, Abby, and several others walked over to Dustin, their expressions full of confusion. Why is your friend in the ring? Ralph asked. Dustin shrugged. He's settling a personal grudge. A personal grudge? Abby frowned. Do you even know who that man is? He's Luther Williams of Boulder Thorn. He may not be as terrifying as Tatum, but he's still extremely powerful, on the same level as my grandfather. So what? Dustin replied indifferently. How can your friend fight someone like that with his average strength? Abby shook her head. He'll get slaughtered. Ralph nodded. She's right. Even I would struggle against Mr. Williams, and I'm much older. You should convince him to quit. There's no stopping this, Dustin said calmly. They were destined to fight today. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Young people never listen, Ralph sighed, clasping his hands behind his back. You'll regret this. Dustin only smiled. Inside the ring, Luther stared at Maximus with a vicious grin. You really chose the road to hell. Since you're begging for death, I'll grant your wish. Enough bullshit. Come. Maximus shouted fearlessly. You think you're still worth anything? Luther roared as he drew his sword. He leapt forward, charging at Maximus. As he moved, his sword began to tremble violently, filling the air with countless afterimages. He's using the illusory sword technique, someone cried out in shock. That's the technique that made him famous. He's trying to end this instantly. That poor bastard is done for, another person said. Mr. Williams' illusory sword technique is almost impossible to defend against. Even I couldn't block it. The crowd erupted. With a sharp exhale, Maximus unsheathed his sword and mirrored Luther's movements, launching his own attack. In an instant, the two clashed. Steel collided with steel as sword light and illusions exploded across the ring. Ha ha ha. Luther laughed wildly. I taught you every move you know, and now you dare use them against me? Pathetic. Let me show you the third move you never mastered. He swung his sword backward, aiming straight for Maximus' abdomen, the same technique that had defeated him before. Luther was certain Maximus wouldn't survive it this time. Slash! The sound of flesh being cut echoed through the air. Luther suddenly froze. Just inches from Maximus, he stared in disbelief. Maximus' sword had pierced straight through his arm, completely stopping the attack. How is this possible? Luther gasped, his confidence shattered. He never imagined Maximus could block the move, let alone counter it so perfectly. How could he have figured it out in such a short time? Chapter 313. Luther Williams, you've grown slower with the sword, Maximus said casually. No. That's impossible. You just got lucky. Luther snapped, feeling deeply insulted. Ignoring his injuries, he turned and attacked again. This time, he went all out, launching a storm of fierce, relentless strikes that were difficult to evade. On the ninth exchange, Luther aimed his sword straight at Maximus' throat, determined to end the fight. But instead of dodging, Maximus countered head-on, slashing Luther across the abdomen with astonishing speed and precision. Luther staggered backward in shock. If Maximus had aimed just a little higher, the wound would have been fatal. Clutching his bleeding stomach, disbelief filled his eyes. What the hell is going on? How did he learn to fight like this? He couldn't understand how Maximus had improved so drastically in such a short time, especially after suffering such a devastating injury. Now it's my turn, Luther Williams, Maximus said coldly, giving his former mentor even a second to breathe. He swung his sword and pressed the attack. Luther forced himself to regain composure and raised his sword defensively. His confidence was completely gone. Injured and panicked, he could only retreat, while Maximus grew more aggressive, his swordsmanship becoming sharper and more refined with every move. This is my only chance. At the 26th exchange, Luther gathered all his remaining strength and launched a desperate final strike, panting heavily as he tried to reverse the situation. Then he froze. A blade rested against his neck. One wrong move, and he would die. Ha! Dazed, Luther let his sword fall to the ground. He couldn't comprehend it. The three flawed techniques he had deliberately taught Maximus had somehow become the reason for his own defeat. Why did this happen? The crowd erupted in shock. No one had expected Boulder Thorn's second-in-command to lose so decisively to his own disciple. From start to finish, Luther had been completely suppressed. Impossible, he muttered. How did Maximus Cain beat Dad? Didn't Dad teach him everything? Brody, Oliver, and the other disciples were drenched in cold sweat. They had been absolutely certain of Luther's victory, yet Maximus had forced him into total defense and ended the fight cleanly. It's the last-minute training, Dustin said with a grin. Brody and the others felt a chill crawl up their spines. Did Maximus really defeat Luther using just the few moves Dustin had taught him? Who taught you those techniques? Luther asked weakly, pressing his hand against his bleeding abdomen. That doesn't matter, Maximus replied, lifting his sword again. What matters is that I'll return everything you did to me in the past. Wait! Luther shouted in terror. Max, I was wrong. What happened before was a mistake. Please, give me another chance. A chance? Maximus' eyes were ice cold. Did you give me a chance when you destroyed my core? Max, I know I was wrong. Luther collapsed to his knees. Please show mercy. We trained together for years. I have too many enemies, if you cripple me, I won't survive a single day. I'm begging you. Maximus fell silent, his grip on the sword tightening. Despite his burning hatred, hesitation crept into his heart. He remembered his years of training. Everything he knew about swordsmanship had come from Luther, even if the man's intentions had been filthy. No matter how cruel Luther had been, Maximus couldn't deny that his skills were forged under him. In the end, Maximus chose not to sink to Luther's level. Chapter 3:14. Never show your face in front of me again. Maximus roared as he kicked Luther away and turned to leave. Understood, Luther replied, forcing a strained smile. But the moment Maximus turned his back, Luther's eyes flashed with vicious malice. He grabbed a sword from the ground and stabbed straight toward Maximus' back. "Watch out!" Dustin shouted. Maximus twisted aside at the last second. Though he avoided a fatal strike, the blade tore across his waist, leaving a deep, bleeding gash. Luther stared in disbelief. His sneak attack had failed. He immediately dropped the sword and fell to his knees. "Max! I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please don't hold it against me. You stubborn old donkey!" Maximus roared in fury. Drawing his sword, he charged forward, murderous intent surging through him. "Stop!" A thunderous voice echoed across the platform. A powerful figure descended between them, blocking Maximus' path. The man looked to be in his 30s, radiating overwhelming strength. His sharp eyes burned with aggression, and his presence alone felt as heavy as a mountain. This was Tatum Thunders, the fanatic blade. "I said stop!" Tatum barked. He raised his hand, and a massive palm-shaped force slammed into Maximus' chest. Maximus spat out blood and was sent flying more than 10 feet, completely overwhelmed. "Holy shit, it's Tatum Thunders," someone shouted. "He's Royal Valor's ace." "One strike and his opponent is already seriously injured," another exclaimed. "That kid did well beating Mr. Williams, but he's nowhere near Tatum's level," someone else said. "Tatum truly deserves the name Fanatic Blade," the crowd murmured in awe. The spectators gasped. From his very first move, Tatum displayed the terrifying strength of a heavenly immortal, a realm the 100 immortals could only dream of reaching. "That's Tatum. He's incredible." Abby cheered excitedly, clapping her hands. Becoming a heavenly immortal was her greatest dream, and she hoped her future partner would stand at that level too. "Humph!" Tatum snorted coldly. "How dare you harm your mentor in public? Disgusting!" His voice thundered with rage. "Trash like you doesn't deserve to exist in the martial world. Today, I will act in accordance with God's will." He threw a brutal punch toward Maximus, clearly intending to cripple, or kill, him. "He's done for," people whispered, shaking their heads. Maximus was talented, but against Tatum, he stood no chance. Just as the punch was about to land, a figure leapt onto the platform and blocked it. The force dissipated into smoke. Dustin stood there, eyes cold as ice. Boulderthorn disciples really are all the same, shameless to the core. "Who the hell are you?" Tatum growled. "How dare you interfere?" "I'm Dustin Rhys," Dustin replied calmly. "The one you're looking for." "What?" The crowd fell into stunned silence. Abby and Ralph stared at Dustin in disbelief. The martial arts genius they had been discussing all this time had been standing right beside them. Chapter 3:15. "Wow, who is that kid? He's actually daring to challenge Tatum in public. Is he asking for trouble?" "He's bold, but clearly not very bright," someone replied. Dustin instantly became the center of attention. No one had expected a martial artist to step up and confront Tatum at the very last moment. "Hey! What the hell are you doing up there? Are you insane? Get down right now!" Abby shouted at Dustin. To her, he was nothing more than a clueless kid who didn't know his place. What is that idiot thinking? Doesn't he know he's facing Tatum Thunders, one of the heavenly immortals? He's basically walking to his death. Ralph shook his head, already convinced Dustin was doomed. Ralph himself didn't dare challenge Tatum, and he certainly didn't believe some nobody could succeed. "Humph! That reckless brat! How dare he insult Tatum? He's dead for sure." Brody sneered. He and his friends laughed coldly, eagerly waiting for Tatum to wipe out both Dustin and Maximus, whom they had already labeled as traitors. "Who do you think you are, standing in my way?" Tatum glared at Dustin, his eyes narrowing dangerously. No one had ever dared to interfere when he decided to strike. "Tatum. That's Dustin Rhys. Kill him!" Brody shouted from the platform. "What? Dustin Rhys?" The crowd gasped in shock. They had thought Dustin was just some arrogant show-off, but now they realized he was the martial arts genius who had shaken the region recently. "Is that really him?" Abby was stunned. Only now did she realize that the so-called dark horse she had been talking about had been standing right next to her all along. "Damn. I almost missed a hidden monster," Ralph muttered in disbelief. Anyone who could defeat Joshua Hummer and still dare to challenge Tatum Thunders was no ordinary martial artist. Ralph felt a wave of embarrassment for ever thinking of taking Dustin as a disciple. Dustin was leagues above him. "If I had known he was Dustin Rhys, I would have tried to befriend him," Ralph said regretfully. "You're right. We completely missed our chance," the other martial artists echoed bitterly. Everyone knew what it meant for a guild to gain a true genius, especially a smaller one. With someone like Dustin, they could easily enter a golden era. "Oh? So you're Dustin Rhys?" Tatum chuckled coldly. "Then you're sealing your own fate. You killed Joshua, there's no way you're leaving here alive today." Joshua said something similar, Dustin replied calmly. "He's dead now." "Ha! Arrogant little shit." Tatum laughed darkly. "Don't even think about comparing Joshua to me. You have no idea how terrifying a heavenly immortal truly is." "Terrifying?" Dustin scoffed. "That's funny. You're not terrifying, you're just a frog trapped in a well." "What did you just say?" Tatum's expression hardened. Ever since rising to fame, no one had dared to insult him like this. "I was being generous by calling you a frog in a well," Dustin continued coldly. "In reality, you're nothing more than a worm rotting inside a spoiled apple." The crowd sucked in a sharp breath. Dustin's words were vicious and merciless. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. Provoking Tatum Thunders like this was basically inviting death. "You ignorant bastard!" Tatum roared. "You don't even realize how close you are to dying. When you face death, you'll piss yourself in fear." Rage exploded from him as he swung his fist through the air. A massive shadow formed around his punch. Chapter 316. The force of Tatum's punch surged toward Dustin like a collapsing mountain. A martial artist who had reached the divine realm could kill someone 10 feet away using nothing but inner energy. He really is a heavenly immortal. That punch could crush a car, someone shouted. That idiot shouldn't have challenged Tatum Thunders. He's finished now, another martial artist muttered. Many shivered as they watched the shadow of the punch descend, convinced there was no escape. But Dustin only smiled. With a light tap of his foot, he vanished, effortlessly dodging the attack. Fast, huh? Tatum sneered. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. He threw 3 punches in rapid succession, each one faster and more violent than the last. Dustin weaved through them calmly, his movements smooth and precise. Damn it! He's like a slippery eel. Brody cursed. He wanted to see Dustin smashed into the ground, but his speed made Tatum's attacks useless. Ralph clicked his tongue in disbelief. I didn't expect someone that young to be this skilled. So what? Abby snorted. He's just running away. If he were truly strong, he'd face Tatum head-on. In the end, he still can't win. Even after learning Dustin's identity, she still looked down on him. In her eyes, a real fighter didn't dodge, they crushed their opponent directly. Is this really all the fanatic blade can do? What a disappointment, Dustin thought, shaking his head. He couldn't help wondering if the standards of the heavenly immortals had fallen. 10 years ago, only absolute monsters earned that title. Watch your mouth, you little shit. Tatum snapped, his face darkening. Don't get cocky. Think a few cheap tricks can impress me? Tatum sneered. Now I'll show you the real gap between us. He stomped forward, drawing close before pulling back his fists. In the next instant, a violent wind erupted, and countless fist-shaped shadows rushed toward Dustin. "Is that his famous move, the one that made him famous?" someone gasped. "The crushing waves from the Poseidon punches?" "That's right. One punch turns into many, there's no way to dodge it," another replied. "He's pissed. That kid is dead for sure now," someone said coldly. The martial artists watched in horror. Even from afar, the pressure from the attack felt suffocating, like it could tear them apart. "Dustin Rhys. You're finished." Brody laughed viciously. "What a shame," Ralph sighed. "There's no escaping that. We warned him to keep a low profile." Abby shook her head. "He didn't listen, and now he's paying the price. No one can save him." "But then..." Dustin smirked. With a casual swing of his arm, he slapped the incoming punches aside in midair. The backlash exploded outward and smashed straight into Tatum's face. Bang! Tatum was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing violently onto the ground. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Chapter 317. An eerie silence filled the air as the crowd stared wide-eyed at Tatum's body lying on the ground. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Everyone had expected Dustin to lose the moment Tatum unleashed his signature attack. Instead, to their complete shock, Dustin had sent Tatum flying with a single slap. It was so unbelievable that no one could have imagined it without seeing it firsthand. Was it just a fluke, or was Dustin truly that powerful? Did I really see that? Was Tatum defeated? Someone gasped. "This is unheard of," another voice cried out. After a few moments of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into chaotic chatter. Shock, confusion, and disbelief filled the air as everyone struggled to accept that the fanatic Blade, one of the heavenly immortals, had been defeated by Dustin. "That's impossible. How did that kid beat Tatum? He must have used some sneaky tricks." Brody exclaimed, shaking his head furiously. Luther frowned, his expression grave. "He's definitely something else." On the other side, Abby and her friends were too stunned to speak. "This can't be right. Did Tatum really lose?" one of them whispered. "Is that Dustin's true strength? He's incredible." Maximus said in awe. No one else could have sent the fanatic Blade flying like that. Suddenly, Tatum let out a furious roar and shot up from the ground. His earlier confidence was gone. Now, he looked like a wounded beast driven mad with rage. "Oh!" He got back up. "He really is one of the heavenly immortals," Dustin remarked, surprised by Tatum's recovery. Even top-tier martial artists would have been unconscious for a while after a blow like that. The echo of Dustin's slap still lingered in the air. "You bastard! You're dead! I'll tear you apart today!" Tatum roared, his eyes burning with fury. As the ace of royal valor and a heavenly immortal, he had never suffered such humiliation. Being slapped into the dirt in front of so many people was something he could not tolerate. "Bring me my brass ring saber," he shouted, turning sharply. Almost instantly, two men stepped forward, carrying a massive weapon nearly 5 feet long. It was thick, heavy, and so unwieldy that most martial artists wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone wield it in combat. "Yes! Tatum is finally getting serious," Brody said with a grin, a wave of relief washing over him. There was a reason Tatum was called the Fanatic Blade. He had two signature techniques, the Poseidon punches, unpredictable and effective for both offense and defense, and his true killing move, the Blade of Gale. Rumor had it that when Tatum unleashed the Blade of Gale, it could leave an entire area desolate. Compared to his punches, this technique was far more violent, like a raging wind that swept away everything in its path. "He should have used the blade from the beginning," Luther said, sighing in relief. "Even a predator goes all out, even when hunting small prey." "I almost forgot Tatum is a master bladesman," Ralph said, narrowing his eyes. "Dustin is in real danger now." "Humph. Tatum only lost earlier because he was careless," Abby sneered. "Now that he's serious, he could kill 10 Dustin Rhyses." She laughed loudly, confidence flooding back into her posture. Damn it! He said they'd fight barehanded, and now he pulls out a blade. How shameless! Chapter 318. You rarely see a decent person from Boulderthorn. They're all bullies. Yeah, it's disgusting. I wonder if Dustin can survive this, some martial artists murmured quietly. They were secretly rooting for him. With Boulderthorn's arrogance, it would be satisfying to see someone teach them a lesson. Still, facing Tatum's blade of Gale was no small matter. You little brat, I'll admit you've got some skill, Tatum said coldly, gripping his brass ring saber. You forced me to draw my blade. Dying beneath it today should be an honor for you. The massive saber weighed hundreds of pounds, yet Tatum wielded it effortlessly, showing off his terrifying strength. Stop talking and come at me already, Dustin replied, casually wiggling his fingers in a mocking gesture. You asked for it. Tatum's expression hardened as he charged forward, dragging the saber along the ground. Sparks flew as the blade scraped across the floor. The three tornadoes. Tatum roared. As he closed the distance, he swung the saber violently. Countless blade shadows filled the air, forming a deadly whirlwind aimed straight at Dustin's head. The crushing pressure from the attack made it hard for the crowd to breathe. The Three Tornadoes is famous for a reason. Even demons would run from that. That kid is finished, the martial artists exclaimed. But Dustin didn't move. He stood calmly, waiting as the saber descended. Just before it struck, he reached out and grabbed it with his bare hand. Boom! A violent explosion echoed as Dustin released his energy, instantly shattering the illusion of countless blades. When the dust settled, Tatum's saber was firmly locked in Dustin's grip. That's impossible. Tatum's eyes widened in terror. He had never imagined someone could catch his saber while he was attacking with full power. What kind of monster is he? Tatum thought in panic. Is that it? Dustin said coldly, shaking his head. What a disappointment. Since you've got nothing else, I'll end this. He kicked Tatum brutally in the stomach. Arg! Tatum screamed as he was sent flying more than 30 feet. He collapsed to his knees, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. The crowd was completely stunned. Everyone had expected Tatum to dominate once he drew his blade. Instead, he was utterly crushed. How could you destroy my core? Tatum asked, his face twisted with rage and disbelief. You tried to kill me, Dustin replied calmly. Why wouldn't I destroy your core? Tell your mentor not to provoke me again, or I'll wipe out all of Royal Valor. The audience gasped. Challenging Royal Valor so openly was pure madness. Fine. Just wait and see. Tatum snarled. With his men supporting him, he turned and left, utterly defeated and humiliated. How could this happen? Abby muttered, staring blankly as Tatum disappeared. Her idol had been crushed by someone she had always looked down on. God, is this some kind of sick joke? Chapter 319. The crowd reacted differently to Dustin's victory. Some cheered loudly, while others looked disappointed and uneasy. Who the hell is that guy? How could Tatum lose to him? Brody grumbled, his face filled with both anger and fear. Whoever he is, we need to leave now, before he notices us, Luther said anxiously. After what they had just witnessed, he had no desire to stay any longer. Stop right there. Dustin suddenly called out. Luther froze. Dustin turned toward the uneasy group and said calmly, Luther Williams, did I say you could leave? I'm Luther Williams, second in command of Boulderthorn, Luther replied stiffly, trying to use his status as protection. You'd better stay away from me. The second in command? Dustin laughed coldly. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you when I don't even care about your guildmaster? What do you want? Luther asked, his face darkening. Give up your cultivation, and I'll let you live, Dustin said flatly. He had no intention of letting Luther off easily after all the hypocrisy and schemes. That's going too far, Dustin Rhys. Luther's expression twisted with panic. Losing his cultivation meant losing everything he had worked for. Too far. Dustin sneered. Did you ever think about consequences when you were acting like a fake teacher and a real piece of shit? You shouldn't burn bridges, Luther warned, forcing himself to stay calm. If you push me this far, you'll make countless enemies in the martial world. Courtesy is wasted on trash like you, Dustin replied coldly. If you won't do it yourself, I'll do it for you. Before Luther could react, Maximus stepped forward and drove a silver needle straight into Luther's abdomen. Aff! Luther screamed as his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in agony. Maximus, I've already destroyed his core, Dustin said calmly. What happens next is up to you. Dustin understood that this was Maximus' grievance, and only he had the right to decide Luther's fate. Maximus raised his sword, then paused. After a long moment, he lowered it. It's fine, Maximus said coldly. He's basically crippled now. I'll spare his miserable life. This wasn't mercy. With his cultivation gone, Luther would be hunted by enemies he had wronged in the past. Living like that was a fate worse than death. Consider yourselves lucky, Dustin said to the remaining Boulder Thorn members. Now get the hell out of here. Luther and the others fled immediately, not daring to look back. Soon, only the woman in white remained. Caitlin Lawler walked toward Maximus, her face pale and pitiful. I'm sorry for everything I said earlier, she said softly. I was under too much pressure. Please forgive me. Maximus had regained his strength and future, and she naturally wanted to cling to him again. Forgive you? Maximus scoffed. How do you even have the nerve to say that? Max, I really had no choice, she said tearfully. It's hard for a weak woman like me to survive in the martial world. Luther had leverage over me. I couldn't resist him. I'm a victim too. Her crying could have melted anyone's heart. Anyone, but Maximus. Stop acting, he said coldly. It makes me sick. I really do love you, she insisted, tears streaming down her face. I'd even run away with you and live as wanderers. Love? Maximus sneered. Would you still say that if I weren't strong again? Would you be apologizing if I hadn't beaten Luther Williams? You don't love me, you love power, talent, and status. That's enough. Maximus cut her off. From now on, we go our separate ways. There's nothing left between us. Max. I know I don't deserve you, she said softly. But I'll still pray for you. I hope that one day, when you're alone at night, you'll remember me, and the good times we had. Tears filled her eyes as she turned and walked away. Maximus opened his mouth but said nothing. Love and bitterness tangled inside him. Deep down, he knew it was truly over. Once bitten, twice shy. Let's go. Time to celebrate, Dustin said. After everything was settled, Dustin and Maximus left together. The duel had begun suddenly and ended just as quickly. From that day on, Dustin's name spread like wildfire. He was hailed as a terrifying martial arts prodigy, someone destined to shake the entire martial world of Balerno. Mr. Dunn, a middle-aged martial artist asked excitedly, Dustin Rhys came with you today, didn't he? Does that mean he's your disciple now? Ralph felt dozens of eyes land on him. He forced a smile. Well, since you've already guessed it, I won't hide it, he said proudly. To be honest, Dustin Rhys is now the principal disciple of the Steel Legion. The crowd erupted. What? Dustin Rhys joined the Steel Legion? My God! Mr. Dunn, you struck gold. No wonder you were so confident. How did you even find someone like him? We're insanely jealous. Congratulations, Mr. Dunn. Please remember us if you ever have openings. Young martial artists swarmed forward excitedly. Mr. Dunn, are you still accepting disciples? I want to join too. If Dustin Rhys is there, the Steel Legion must be incredible. The Steel Legion welcomes righteous people, Ralph said happily, smiling from ear to ear. He hadn't expected Dustin's name to attract so many talents so quickly. If this continued, the Steel Legion would flourish beyond imagination. Abby watched the scene with a complicated expression. She couldn't believe her grandfather was boldly claiming Dustin, even after being rejected earlier. So this is the real world, she thought. Chapter 320. At noon, inside the Hummer family clubhouse, Edwin Hummer was suddenly smashed on the head with a wine bottle. Blood mixed with spilled Merlot and trickled down his face. Tatum. This is all your fault. Edwin roared. Tatum Thunders sat on the couch, his face twisted with rage. You said Dustin Rhys was a nobody. How the hell did he end up that strong? Did you lie to me on purpose? At Edwin's request, Tatum had gone to avenge Joshua Hummer. He expected an easy victory. Instead, he was crushed, had his core destroyed, and was humiliated in public. He had every reason to be furious. Sir Thunders, Edwin said quietly, lowering his head, my information wasn't wrong. Dustin Rhys truly doesn't come from a notable background. I warned you about his strength, but you didn't take it seriously. So now you're saying it's my fault I'm weak? Tatum glared at him. If you weren't injured, you'd already be dead for talking like that. I'm just saying it was unwise to challenge someone like Dustin Rhys openly, Edwin replied. There are other ways to deal with him. Oh? Now you're teaching me how to act? Tatum snapped, his eyes burning with anger. Of course not, Edwin said quickly. I don't have time for this bullshit, Tatum growled. Didn't you get substratumes from Dr. Lyndon Watkins? Hand it over. I need it now. Substratumes was a rare restorative pill capable of healing internal injuries and repairing a damaged core. Its value was immense, especially since it had to be taken within 24 hours. Only a few were produced each year in Stoneray Valley, and Edwin had spent a fortune securing one. Edwin shook his head slowly. Sir Thunders. I accidentally crushed it. You crushed it? Tatum laughed coldly. Are you fucking kidding me? That pill was priceless. Joshua is dead, who else would need it but me? I'm telling the truth, Edwin replied evenly. Bullshit. Tatum roared. If you don't give me that pill today, I'll break your legs. Edwin looked at him. Calmly. And how do you plan to do that, now that your core is gone? Ha! Even without internal energy, killing you is easy. Tatum sneered. Is that so? Edwin chuckled darkly. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Tatum's head. Can someone without internal energy stop bullets? Tatum's face stiffened. You dare point a gun at me? Do you know who I am? Put it down, kneel, and cut off your hands, or I'll... Bang! The gunshot echoed. Blood exploded across the wall as the bullet tore through Tatum's forehead. His body trembled violently. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Ha! Fletcher Lawson froze in shock. Sir Hummer, what have you done? Tatum Thunders is Sir Lincoln's prized disciple. How are we supposed to explain this? Explain? Edwin said calmly, wiping the blood off his head. Why would I explain anything? If Sir Lincoln finds out, he'll wipe out the entire Hummer family. Fletcher panicked. If no one talks, no one finds out, Edwin replied coldly. But he died here. Relax, Edwin said slowly. None of us saw Tatum Thunders today. He died from his injuries after fighting Dustin Rhys. Boulder Thorn can deal with it however they want. You're blaming Dustin Rhys? Fletcher whispered. When did we not blame him? Edwin replied flatly. Oh, right, Fletcher nodded frantically. It's all Dustin Rhys' fault. At that moment, he realized how terrifying Edwin truly was. Meanwhile, at Boulder Thorn's Millsbug branch, Clement Lincoln stared at Tatum Thunder's corpse, his expression terrifyingly dark. Who did this? He roared. It was Dustin Rhys. Luther shouted immediately. He fought dirty, destroyed Tatum's core, and then had him assassinated. Dustin Rhys, again. Clement slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it. First Joshua, now Tatum, his favorite disciple and successor. Sir, Dustin Rhys is vicious and cunning, Luther continued. If we don't kill him now, he'll become a disaster. Send out my order, Clement declared, his voice filled with hatred. The royal valor of Boulder Thorn is hunting Dustin Rhys. I want him dead, no matter the cost. Yes, sir. That day, royal valor mobilized worldwide. And Dustin Rhys officially became their most wanted enemy. Chapter 321. In the evening, Dustin was busy with drug research at the Peaceful Medical Center when a silver Bentley pulled up at the entrance. The door opened, and Natasha stepped out, wearing a shiny silver dress. She walked confidently, her hips swaying, and smiled sweetly at Dustin as she came over. Dear, I'm here. Let's go. I'm taking you out for a nice dinner tonight. A nice dinner? Where to? He asked, intrigued. Before he could get more information, Natasha grabbed his hand and pulled him toward her car. You'll find out when we get there, she said. The car glided smoothly through the streets. About 40 minutes later, it stopped in front of an upscale recreational club. Miss Harmon, welcome. Please follow me, one of the ushers said, bowing politely. They walked up to the restaurant on the second floor and entered a spacious private lounge. A group of young men and women were already there, dressed elegantly and exuding charm. It was clear they were not ordinary people. Natasha! You made it. I thought you might not come again since you're always so busy, said a woman in a striking crimson dress as she stood to greet them. She was tall and beautiful, her fitted dress emphasizing her figure perfectly. Zoe, I would never stand you up. We rarely get to see each other as old schoolmates, so we have to catch up, Natasha replied, her face lighting up. Is this your boyfriend, Natasha? Zoe asked, looking Dustin up and down. He was handsome, but his casual clothing seemed out of place among the glamorous crowd. Natasha was excited to introduce him. This is my man, Dustin Rhys, she said with a smile. These are my schoolmates, the beautiful Zoe Forster, who has great curves, and Lila Benson, who has short hair and cute dimples. This is Adriana Lovett, the superstar of Dragonmarsh and Queen of Entertainment. And these two are Zeke Perry and Gordon Flynn. Hello, nice to meet you, Dustin greeted with a charming smile. Adriana immediately caught his attention, her beauty matched Natasha's, which explained why she was considered a queen in the entertainment world. Natasha, I don't think I've seen your boyfriend before. What does he do? Zeke asked, curious. Oh, he's a doctor, Natasha said proudly. Her friends looked surprised. He's a doctor, they echoed, clearly incredulous that Natasha, the cherished daughter of the Harmon family, would date a mere doctor. So, is Mr. Rhys an alumnus of Harvard Medical School or Stanford? Zeke pressed, thinking only the best could be worthy of Natasha. No, Dustin said, shaking his head. Oh. Which medical school did you graduate from, and where are you practicing now? Zeke asked again. I didn't go to university. I run a small medical center, Dustin replied plainly. A medical center? Are you serious? They exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 322. Zeke's jaw dropped. He could not believe Dustin had no prestigious degree or university background. Was he really a suitable match for Natasha? Natasha, what's going on? You didn't just bring some random guy here to shut us up, did you? Zoe asked unhappily. She thought a doctor from a small clinic didn't belong at their dinner table. Stop it. Dustin is amazing in medicine and martial arts. You'll see soon, Natasha said proudly, puffing out her chest with a confident smile. Natasha, I'm sorry, but you'd be better off with me than this doctor, Gordon chimed in half-jokingly. He had once liked Natasha, but she had rejected him. Now that she seemed interested in an ordinary doctor, he thought he might have another chance. He considered himself far superior. His family was elite in Balerno, after all. Right, Natasha, I think Gordon is a good catch. He has stayed single just for you. Why not consider him? Zoe added, winking, trying to play matchmaker. Gordon. No way, he's not my type, Natasha said immediately. Come on, Natasha, that's harsh. Gordon graduated from a top university and runs a billion-dollar company. Isn't that a better choice than a doctor? Zoe pressed. Gordon's life isn't my concern. My boyfriend is Dustin. Stop joking about this, Natasha said, frowning. If we're talking about the best choice, Dustin is perfect for me. No number of Gordons can compare to Dustin Rhys. Her friends were stunned by Natasha's words, surprised by her unwavering feelings. They wondered. Natasha, the Steel Lady, was just like any other woman blinded by love. Humph. I'm not a big shot, but I make billions every year. If this guy is 100 times better than me, does that mean he's making hundreds of billions? Gordon said angrily, clearly unhappy. The money you make doesn't matter. Even if Dustin were broke, I would still love him. Do you understand? Natasha replied coldly. Ha! So, he's just a sugar baby, Gordon sneered, and the others laughed, looking down on Dustin. Gordon Flynn, watch your mouth. If you're not hungry, maybe you should leave. Natasha's face hardened. Okay, Natasha. We're all old friends here. They're just joking. Relax. Everyone, please take a seat, Zoe quickly intervened, easing the tension. Gordon stayed silent but shot a venomous glare at Dustin. Once seated, the group chatted and ate, but Dustin was ignored because of his low social status. He didn't mind eating and drinking as if he weren't part of the group. Suddenly, the door to the private lounge swung open. A middle-aged man with a beer belly entered, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Adriana, who had been quiet, suddenly tensed when she saw them. Ms. Lovett, why didn't you answer our calls? Do you think hiding in a small town will save you? The man said with a threatening smile. My contract with the company is cancelled. Stop bothering me. Adriana warned. The man laughed dismissively. Ha! Is that for you to decide? Our boss invested a lot of time and money to make you famous. Now you want to go off on your own? You're taking advantage of us. I've already paid back everything I earned. What else do you want from me? Adriana said, trying to keep her composure. That small amount doesn't matter, he scoffed. Our boss sees you as a valuable asset. You stay with the agency, and you keep making money for us. You know that, right? He laughed darkly. I will not go with you. Just leave me alone. Adriana declared, trying to sound strong. That's not up to you. Guys, take her, the man ordered, smirking. Chapter 323. Guys! Grab her, the man barked, and the 2 bodyguards lunged forward. Wait! Zeke suddenly stood up and shouted, Adriana is my classmate. I don't care who you are, you leave right now, or I'll make you regret it. Exactly. How dare you take her in front of us? Gordon slammed his hand on the table, making a strong statement. Adriana was a rising star, known as the Queen of Entertainment, and as beautiful as Natasha. They were determined to help her. Sir, this is none of your business. Stay out of it, the middle-aged man warned coldly. Humph. We think it is our business. Get lost if you don't want trouble. Zeke shouted back. Throw these fools out, the man yelled, and the bodyguards sprang into action. Zeke and Gordon stepped forward, each engaging 1 bodyguard. Zeke fought like a street brawler, smashing a beer bottle over the bodyguard's head. Gordon, on the other hand, showcased his martial arts skills, moving with precision and strength. Together, they quickly neutralized the 2 bodyguards. Who are you? Why are you interfering? The middle-aged man shouted, glaring at them with anger. I'm Zeke Perry, from the Perry family. Zeke declared proudly. And I'm Gordon Flynn. If you have a problem, face us instead of targeting a woman. That's cowardly, Gordon added. The 2 friends felt proud of their bravery, especially in front of the ladies. All right. I won't forget your faces. Just you wait, the middle-aged man shot them a threatening look before storming off. Humph. Run any slower, and I'll break your leg. Zeke shouted, waving his beer bottle. Clowns. How dare they make a scene in front of us? Gordon muttered, annoyed. Zoe's eyes lit up with admiration. I never knew you guys were so good at fighting. That was amazing. That was nothing. Zeke replied with a grin. Back in the day, Gordon and I took down 10 guys at a bar. Really? That's incredible. Zoe said, impressed. Zeke, Gordon, thank you so much for helping me, Adriana said, her voice filled with gratitude. She had fled Stonia to escape trouble, but it had found her anyway. She shivered at the thought of what might have happened if they had caught her. Adriana, we're schoolmates. Just relax when you're with us, Zeke said, thumping his chest confidently. If you ever get into trouble, come to us, and we'll handle it. Natasha, curious, asked, Adriana, who did you get into trouble with that made you run all the way to Balerno from Stonia? I got into trouble with the boss of the entertainment agency, Adriana replied with a sigh. When I was younger, I dreamed of being a star and signed a contract without thinking it through. Since then, I've been like their money tree, working year-round without a day off. At first, I didn't mind working hard, but once I gained fame, they forced me to attend dinners and parties to entertain government officials and business elites. She continued, at first, they only wanted me to drink at the parties. Then they tried to make me sleep with some of the men. I refused, and they tried everything to change my mind, offering money, even threatening me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I paid a huge fee to get out of the contract, but they still won't let me go. Tears welled up in her eyes. The public only saw the glamorous life of a star. They had no idea of the struggles she faced. Being the queen of entertainment was just a title, the reality of the industry was far more complicated. Chapter 324. Adriana felt grateful for the protection of her seniors. Without them, she believed she would have fallen into despair. How could they force you into such awful deals? That's outrageous. Zeke exclaimed, furious after hearing her story. Exactly. They're just an entertainment agency. How can they treat you this way? Do they think they're above the law? Gordon shouted. He promised Adriana, don't worry. We'll handle this. No matter who your boss is, we won't let him get away with it. Yeah. We will definitely stand up for you, the others agreed, ready to fight. Thank you, Adriana said, tears of gratitude rolling down her cheeks. By the way, Adriana, what's your boss's name? Natasha asked. I only know his last name is Langford. That's all I know, Adriana replied. Langford? The friends exchanged worried glances, realizing the implications. Is he from the Langford family of Glenstead? The aristocrats of Stonia were far more powerful than those of Balerno. The elite families had deep-rooted histories. Natasha and her friends knew they could be in serious trouble if Adriana's boss was indeed from the Langford family. Adriana, what's the name of your agency? Natasha asked carefully. It's called Langford Productions, Adriana answered. Everyone turned pale at the mention of the agency. Langford Productions was part of Langford Incorporated. It made sense why the men had come all the way to Balerno. The Langford family was behind it all. What's wrong? Adriana noticed the change in their expressions. She had no idea how powerful the agency was. Adriana, you might be in serious trouble. The boss of Langford Productions isn't just any millionaire, Natasha said seriously. Only Zoe seemed calm. Natasha, stop worrying her. We're not scared of some entertainment boss when we have Zeke and Gordon on our side. Zeke and Gordon exchanged worried glances. They knew the Langford family was not to be trifled with. Friends, why don't we move on to another place for fun since dinner is over? Zeke suggested, hoping to avoid a confrontation with the Langfords. Good idea. Gordon agreed. It's pretty dull here. Let's go to the bar. Everyone nodded and began gathering their things. Just then, a loud noise came from the door. The middle-aged men who had left earlier rushed back in, this time with reinforcements. "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" one of them shouted. "How dare you defy our boss? None of you are leaving," another added. "Surround them," a bodyguard commanded as they advanced toward Natasha and her friends. The group felt a chill of fear seeing the angry expressions on the bodyguards' faces. "Sir, I'm Zeke Perry. Please call off your men and let us go," Zeke said, trying to stay calm. He handed the man a check. "Here's a little something, think of it as compensation." "Call them off?" "No way, you jerk," the middle-aged man shouted, his anger boiling over as he slapped Zeke across the face. Chapter 325. Zeke nearly lost his balance from the slap delivered by the middle-aged man. "You," he clenched his teeth, embarrassed in front of everyone. He wanted to fight back, but he knew he couldn't, there were too many men around, all backed by the powerful Langford family. "Come on, let's not make this worse," Gordon said, trying to calm things down. "Forget you," the man shouted. He grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over Gordon's head. Beer sprayed everywhere, and blood began to flow. "That's too much," Zoe yelled, jumping forward. "Do you know who you just hit? He's Gordon Flynn, from the Flynn family. I don't care where he's from. He's in trouble if he messes with the Langfords," the man growled, showing his aggression. Zoe felt both angry and scared. "Why, you'd better not be a bully." "What if I am?" the man sneered. "Anyone who stands up to me today will regret it." He signaled to his bodyguards, who drew their swords, forcing Zoe to step back. "Hey, man. I thought you were tough. Why are you so quiet now?" the man taunted, continuing to slap Gordon across the face to humiliate him. "Listen, if you want money, we can talk," Gordon said, trying to negotiate despite the pain. "Talk?" the man scoffed, kicking Gordon aside and spitting on him. "Who do you think you are? You really think you can negotiate with me? I could make you disappear with a snap of my fingers." Gordon fell silent, defeated, while the man laughed, mocking him and Zeke. Two useless pieces of trash, trying to act tough in front of everyone. "Me? You'd better know your limits." He then turned to Adriana, smiling menacingly. "Ms. Lovett, looks like no one can help you now. Come with us." Adriana bit her lip, looking at Gordon for support, but Gordon and Zeke hung their heads, too scared to speak. "Ms. Lovett, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us if something happens to your friends," the man threatened. "Okay, I'll go with you," Adriana said, taking a deep breath. She knew she had no choice, fighting back could endanger everyone around her. Just then, Natasha stepped in front of her. "Wait. How much do you want for Adriana's freedom?" "Oh. Here's another pretty lady," the man looked Natasha up and down, intrigued. She was as attractive as Adriana, and he thought she might be valuable if she became famous. "I can let her go, but you have to come with us instead," he said with a wicked laugh. "If you entertain my boss, he might be open to discussion." "Don't get greedy." Natasha's expression hardened. The Langford family had big business interests, but they weren't invulnerable in Balerno. "Oh, you're feisty. That's exactly my type. We can't miss this chance. Guys, take both of them." The man barked his orders without hesitation. "Hey. That's enough," Dustin said, finally standing from his table. His powerful presence made the bodyguards hesitate. "And where did you come from?" one of the men asked, surprised. Chapter 326. The middle-aged man glared at Dustin. "I'm warning you. Don't try to be a hero. If you do, I'll break both your legs." Dustin stood firm in front of Natasha, his expression calm. "You can hit anyone, but not her." The man sneered. "And if I do?" Dustin smiled confidently. "Then I'll cripple you." The man's anger boiled over. "You must be tired of living, bastard. Get him. Beat him badly. I'll take full responsibility if he dies." "Yes, sir," shouted the bodyguards as they rushed forward, knives drawn. Dustin slammed his hand on the table, causing the knives to bounce. With a swift wave of his arm, the knives flew from the table and struck the bodyguards right in their knees. In an instant, the once intimidating group was taken down. What? The middle-aged man's face changed as he realized he was up against a skilled martial artist. "Wow! This guy has skills!" Zoe exclaimed, shocked. She never expected an ordinary doctor to be so formidable. Zeke and Gordon exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't believe Dustin had the strength and precision to pierce the bodyguard's knees. Each guard had the exact same injury. "Ha!" Adriana's eyes widened in surprise. "Who the hell are you, punk? How dare you interfere with the Langford family's business?" the middle-aged man shouted darkly. Dustin replied calmly, "So what if you're from the Langford family? I'm stepping in because I can't stand you harassing a woman." "Woman," Dustin said dismissively, emphasizing the insult. "Just you wait and see, punk." The man gritted his teeth and turned to leave, but Dustin grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. With a loud crash, the man slammed against the wall, spitting out blood. "Did I say you could leave?" Dustin asked calmly. "What do you want?" the man growled, trying to regain composure. "You think you can act like nothing happened and just walk away? Think again. Get on your knees and apologize to everyone here," Dustin ordered coldly. "Never," the man shot back immediately. "Oh?" Dustin raised his eyebrows and slapped him hard across the face. A few teeth flew out from the impact. "You dare hit me? I'm from the Langford family," he shouted, enraged. "That slap was for the Langford family," Dustin replied, delivering 2 more slaps that left the man dazed and struggling to stay upright. Zeke watched in shock. "Dustin, you're crazy. Stop this right now." Gordon added, his face dark. "The Langford family is very powerful. You're going to pay for humiliating them in public. Even if you don't care about your life, don't drag us down with you. Aren't you guys overreacting for just a servant of the Langford family?" Dustin shook his head. Their faces turned ugly at his words. Chapter 327. "Don't worry. I started this. I'll make sure you both don't get dragged into it. But if you're scared, you can leave now." "I didn't see anything," Dustin said, sounding relaxed. His words made the men angry, and their faces turned red, especially with the 3 women watching. It was humiliating to be looked down on by an ordinary doctor. "You're dead meat, punk. All of you are dead meat," shouted the middle-aged man as he got up from the floor, looking disheveled. "Say that again. Who's dead meat?" Dustin challenged him, slapping him again. "You," the man started to respond, but before he could finish, Dustin slapped him hard enough to silence him. He fell faint from the blows. Zoe and the others watched in shock. They couldn't believe Dustin was so ruthless, attacking someone from the Langford family without hesitation. He must truly not care about his life. "Pathetic," Dustin said, brushing off his hands, still feeling unsatisfied. "Dustin, do you realize what you've just done? Even the gods can't save you now that you've offended the Langford family," Gordon warned, though he seemed to enjoy watching Dustin's trouble. He was surprised by Dustin's fighting skills but knew this would likely lead to his downfall. "Keep your opinions to yourself. Just because you're scared of the Langfords doesn't mean I am," Dustin shrugged. "Ha! You really don't know how dangerous they can be." Zeke shook his head, looking at Dustin like he was foolish. The Langford family was the most powerful and wealthy family in Stonia. No one dared confront them directly except for a few elite families known as the Tremendous Three. Given Dustin's background as a regular doctor, he should have thought twice before attacking a servant of the Langford family. "Enough. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go," Zoe said, her eyes revealing her nervousness. After what happened, she realized just how terrifying the Langfords could be. Dustin suddenly spoke up, "Miss Harmon, you should go first. I have a few things to finish up." He figured that since he had already made an enemy of the Langfords, He might as well deal with the situation head-on. What are you going to do? Natasha asked, looking at him in confusion. Nothing much, just wrapping up some unfinished business, Dustin replied with a smile. Hey! Are you crazy? Their men will be here soon. You'll be in big trouble, Zoe warned, frowning. I know what I'm doing, Dustin said calmly. Be careful, Natasha said, giving him a long look before pulling Adriana out the door. She knew her presence might only make things worse for him. Forget it. Do what you want, Zoe said, shaking her head as she left. Humph. You should know better. You'll soon see how powerful the Langfords are, someone called out. Since you won't listen to us, there's no point in stopping you from getting into trouble, Zeke and Gordon added as they followed the others out. Once they left the restaurant, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Guys, what should we do now? Zoe asked, standing near the entrance with uncertainty. Adriana is marked by the Langfords. If we don't come up with a plan, this won't end well. You're right. Adriana isn't strong enough to fight them off, Zeke said, looking worried. They're not completely unreasonable. Maybe we could talk it out. I happen to know Luis Langford. If I can convince him, we might be able to sort this out, Natasha suggested. Langford, Gordon said. Wait, you know Mr. Langford? Why didn't you mention that before? I was just about to freak out. Zeke exclaimed, clearly surprised. I met him at a party in Stonia last time I was there, Gordon replied with a smile. That's incredible. I can't believe you know someone so important. Zeke said, still in awe. Chapter 328. Zoe was thrilled. Adriana, there's hope. If Gordon can convince Mr. Langford, I'm sure you'll be safe. That's great. Thank you so much, Gordon. Adriana exclaimed, her gratitude shining through. It's nothing. I'm just helping a friend, Gordon replied, waving his hand like it was no big deal. Alright, since we've sorted that out, let's grab a few more drinks. Zeke suggested, calling his driver and leading them to his car. Just as they were about to leave, more than 10 black SUVs pulled up outside the restaurant, completely surrounding it. A group of fighters with batons stepped out, their expressions fierce as they rushed inside. Wow! Aren't those the Langfords' men? Zeke's eyes widened, and he felt a wave of anxiety. They had narrowly escaped. If they had been delayed even 2 minutes, they might have been caught. Natasha, is your boyfriend going to be okay? Adriana asked, concerned. Dustin had saved her earlier, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Don't worry. He can handle himself, Natasha said with a small smile. She knew he was capable and could easily take on a few ordinary fighters. I'm not so sure. He only has 2 fists. Even if he's skilled, how can he take on so many? Gordon shook his head but couldn't help feeling slightly impressed. You're right. The Langfords have lots of skilled martial artists. How would he stand a chance? Zeke frowned. To them, it seemed like Dustin was just seeking trouble. They believed that if he faced the Langfords' fighters, it would be the end for him. Natasha chose not to argue further since they didn't believe her anyway. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Dustin was quietly enjoying his meal when suddenly the door was kicked open. A group of fighters rushed in and quickly surrounded him. The man who had fainted earlier jumped up, looking fierce. Hey, punk! My backup is here. You're dead meat this time. It was clear he had been pretending to be unconscious. Dustin shook his head, unimpressed. Is this all you brought? I expected an army. Still talking back when you're about to die? Kill him, shouted the middle-aged man in charge. As dozens of fighters raised their weapons to attack, someone yelled from the entrance, "Hold it!" Everyone turned to see Dahlia rushing in, dressed in stylish clothes. Dustin frowned. Why did he keep running into her? I thought I was mistaken, but it really is you, she said, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. So what if it's me? I told you not to show up again, Dustin replied coldly. Dahlia frowned at his tone but quickly turned to the middle-aged man. Mr. Atwood, what's happening here? Mrs. Langford, this punk interfered with our business. I was about to teach him a lesson. With your status, I suggest you step aside so you don't ruin your clothes, Mr. Atwood said with an apologetic smile. Mr. Atwood, he's a friend of mine. Can you let him go? Dahlia asked. A friend, he said, slightly annoyed. He didn't like being slapped earlier and was reluctant. Do my words not matter? Should I call Luis to talk to you? Dahlia's expression turned serious. No, no. Please don't misunderstand, Mrs. Langford. Since he's your friend, we won't touch him, Mr. Atwood said awkwardly, waving his hand to signal his men to stand down. Mrs. Langford? How impressive, Dustin said with a sneer, showing no appreciation for her efforts. His cold tone made it clear he didn't care. Chapter 329. Dahlia tried to remain calm, even though Dustin's cold stare hurt her. Dustin, I didn't want you to get in trouble. I didn't help you so you'd owe me, she said casually. I don't think what happens to me is any of your business, he replied sharply. I know you hate me, and I know I've hurt you. I'll do my best to make it up to you, she said, hoping to soften his heart. Make it up to me? Dustin laughed bitterly. Oh, Dahlia, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think I care? What do you care about, then? Is there anything you need help with? She asked quietly. Sorry. I don't need anything from you. I just need you to stay away from me, Dustin answered, his tone cold. Do you hate me that much? Dahlia asked, frowning. She felt a sharp pain in her chest. Yeah. You played me like a fool. Am I supposed to act like a sad puppy to make you happy? Dustin mocked. I'm sorry, Dahlia took a deep breath but ended up looking down at the ground. Forget it. Don't give me that sad look. It's disgusting, Dustin said harshly. She couldn't find the words. There were many times she wanted to tell him the truth, but she held back. She knew that if he found out, he would go after Luis and might get hurt. All Dahlia wanted was for Dustin to live a peaceful life. Even if it meant bearing his hatred and being his enemy, she would do it. Suddenly, she asked, how are things with you and Natasha? We're doing great. We've been talking about getting married, Dustin said, his tone deliberate. Dahlia felt uneasy. Is that so? Congratulations, she said, forcing a smile. Natasha is a wonderful woman. I can see how much she likes you. But you both come from different backgrounds. You need to work harder to be on her level. You don't need to worry about that, he replied coldly. You're right. Why am I interfering in your relationship? Anyway, I wish you both the best. Dustin had never seen such a gentle smile on her face. What are you trying to say? He asked, furrowing his brows. Nothing. I just feel like having a drink. Would you join me for a few glasses? No, Dustin said immediately. I told you, I want nothing to do with you anymore. From now on, we are strangers. Please don't bother me again. I don't want to be fooled a second time. He turned to leave. Wait, Dahlia reached out and grabbed his arm without thinking. Get lost. Dustin said, annoyed, and shook her off. Dahlia stumbled and fell to the ground, her hand landing on broken glass. Blood dripped from her palms as the sharp pieces cut into her skin. She frowned but didn't say a word. The pain in her hand was nothing compared to the heartache she felt. Seeing her hurt, Dustin started to reach out to help her, but then he froze. After thinking about everything that had happened, he decided to ignore her injury. Seems like you really hate me. Maybe that's for the best, Dahlia said with a sad smile as she slowly got up. I'm getting engaged to Luis tomorrow. After that, I'll be moving to Estonia and starting my life as Mrs. Langford. Today will be our last meeting. Thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years. I'll never forget it. People are strange. We often don't appreciate what we have until it's gone. As they walked together, Dustin couldn't shake off the conversation he had just had with Dahlia. He felt a mix of emotions, especially with her engagement to Louise Langford hanging over him like a dark cloud. "Are you really okay?" Natasha asked, glancing at him with concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," he replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Natasha raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "You don't sound fine. If you want to talk about it, I'm here." Dustin sighed. "It's just Dahlia and Louise. It feels wrong somehow, and I don't know why. I thought she was different." Natasha nodded, understanding his struggle. "People do change, but you have to look out for yourself too. Don't let this affect you too much." "I know," he said, forcing a smile. "I just need some time to process it." As they reached the parking lot, Natasha stopped and turned to face him. "Just remember, you deserve happiness too. Don't let her choices make you feel less than." Dustin appreciated her words, even though he felt a bit lost. "Thanks, Natasha. That means a lot." "Anytime," she replied with a warm smile. "Now, get home and take care of yourself." With that, they said their goodbyes, and Dustin watched as Natasha drove away. Alone in the parking lot, he felt the weight of his thoughts surround him. He knew he had to find a way to move on, but for now, he just needed to take things one step at a time. Louise forced a smile as he thought about going home. He had felt good earlier, but meeting Dahlia had spoiled his mood. A heavy feeling weighed on his heart. After Dustin drove off with Natasha, Louise, and a young man with white hair stepped out from the shadows. "Mr. Langford, it looks like there's something happening between your fiancé and that guy, Dustin," the young man said with a teasing laugh. "Humph. He's nothing but an ant. He must be crazy to think he can steal my woman," Louise replied, his expression darkening. "Leave it to me, Mr. Langford. I'll make sure he disappears tonight," the white-haired young man grinned, eager to help. As Louis' right-hand man, he was experienced in dealing with enemies. Chapter 330. After sending Natasha home, Dustin returned to Peaceful Medical Center. Meanwhile, a black vehicle quietly parked nearby. A group of masked assassins in black outfits stepped out and approached the building, each holding a silenced gun. They moved silently and worked together to surround the medical center, blocking all entrances. "Forward," the leader signaled, and the men on his left nodded. Just as they were about to break in, the door creaked open, revealing a warm, yellow light from inside. "Since you're already here, there's no need to sneak around. Please, come in," a cold voice called from within. The assassins exchanged glances. Peering through the door, they saw Dustin calmly sipping a drink in a chair, with a simple meal laid out on the table. He showed no signs of fear about the danger that approached him. "What? Do I need to invite you in personally?" Dustin asked again. The group looked at each other. Leaving one man outside as a lookout, the rest cautiously entered with their guns raised, finally revealing themselves. A few checked the area to ensure it was safe before relaxing slightly. "How did you discover us?" the leader asked, confused. After years in this line of work, he had never encountered someone so calm, even with a gun pointed at him. "You've been following me for half an hour." "I'd have to be blind not to notice," Dustin replied with a faint smile. Dustin poured himself another drink and asked, "So, who sent you? The Hummers or the Langfords? Does it matter? You'll be dead anyway," the leader replied coldly, feeling uneasy under Dustin's intense stare. "If I'm going to die, I should at least know who gave the orders, right?" Dustin slowly looked up. "You want the truth? Go ask the devil himself." The leader was done with small talk. He aimed his gun at Dustin and pulled the trigger. Conversations weren't welcome in their line of work. 2 muffled gunshots echoed in the room. One bullet was aimed at Dustin's head, the other at his chest. Even divine intervention couldn't save him from those deadly shots. But just as it seemed Dustin was doomed, something unbelievable happened. The bullets stopped just inches from their target, frozen in midair. "What?" the assassin gasped in shock. 2 more muffled shots rang out, but this time, the outcome was different. Meanwhile, Natasha nodded silently, understanding the situation. "Let's go. I'll take you home," Dustin said, forcing a smile. He had felt good earlier, but meeting Dahlia had spoiled his mood and left him with a heavy feeling in his heart. After Dustin drove away with Natasha, Luis, and a young man with white hair stepped out of the shadows. "Mr. Langford, it looks like there's something going on between your fiancé and that Dustin guy," the young man teased with a laugh. "Humph. He's just an ant. He must be crazy to think he can steal my woman," Luis replied, his face dark with anger. "Leave it to me, Mr. Langford. I'll make sure he disappears tonight," the young man grinned, confident in his ability to take care of things. As Luis's right-hand man, he was very skilled at dealing with problems like this. Chapter 331. Don't kill me. I'll talk. The leader of the assassins was terrified. He quickly shared everything he knew, including the name of the person who hired him and where to find them. He told Dustin everything without holding back. Dustin listened carefully and then took care of the assassins. After finishing his task, he left the building. While most people would take their time to seek revenge, Dustin preferred to act quickly. He believed that if he waited too long, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Meanwhile, in a fancy hotel bathroom, a young man with white hair named Wilson White was on the phone with Luis. "Don't worry, Mr. Langford. My men are professionals. They won't leave any evidence. Starting tomorrow, you'll never see that punk again," Wilson assured him. "That's what I want to hear." "I don't want any surprises tomorrow," Luis replied. "Absolutely. I promise everything will go smoothly, and you'll be able to take that beauty home without any issues." Wilson smiled. "All right, that's enough. That woman won't let me touch her, so I need to find someone else to satisfy my needs." Wilson laughed. "Then I won't get in your way." After a few more casual exchanges, Wilson hung up. He put on a robe and stepped out of the bathroom. "Hey, beautiful, I'm coming," he called out. Wilson was excited to meet the beautiful model he had met earlier. But when he entered the bedroom, he froze. The model was gone, and a man was sitting on the bed. It was Dustin. What are you doing here?" Wilson's face changed. Hadn't he sent the assassins to take care of Dustin? Why was he still alive? "Your men are dead. Now it's your turn. Do you have any last words?" Dustin said lazily. Wilson's eyes widened in fear, and he shouted at Dustin, trying to defend himself. "I'm warning you, punk. Don't try anything. I'm with the Langford family." "I know. So what?" Dustin replied, his face emotionless. "If you touch me, everyone you care about will be in danger." Wilson threatened. "It's the same old story. Can't you think of something original?" Dustin said, grabbing Wilson in a chokehold and lifting him off the ground. "Ugh," Wilson struggled to breathe, his face turning red with fear as he felt like he was on the edge of death. "Don't. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret." Wilson panicked, his voice shaking as he begged for his life. "Oh? What secret?" "I'm listening," Dustin said, raising an eyebrow, intrigued. "I don't think you know why Dahlia is marrying Luis. It's not for money. She was forced." Wilson dropped the shocking news. Dustin frowned, confused. "What do you mean? Explain." Wilson pointed at Dustin's fingers, and Dustin loosened his grip slightly. Gasping for air, Wilson continued, "To get Dahlia to marry him, Luis framed James as a murderer. He threatened to jail her brother and even send you back to prison. She agreed to the marriage because of you." Dustin felt as if he had been hit by lightning. He had misunderstood everything. He thought Dahlia was marrying into wealth for power, but she was sacrificing herself to protect him. A wave of regret washed over him. He regretted not understanding the truth and regretted slapping her. "Dahlia, oh, Dahlia, why are you so foolish?" he muttered to himself before leaving the place in a hurry. Chapter 332. Dustin kept calling Dahlia as he drove, but no matter how many times he tried, she never picked up. An uneasy feeling settled in his stomach, as if something important was slipping away from him. He pressed down on the gas and headed straight for Nicholson Villa. Since their divorce, he hadn't stepped foot in that place, but right now, he didn't care. When he arrived, he rushed to the front door, ringing the doorbell and pounding on it. "How rude! Can't you knock gently?" an annoyed voice called out as the door opened. "Dustin? What are you doing here?" Florence asked with a frown. Dustin got straight to the point. "Where's Dahlia? I need to see her." "What makes you think you can just barge in here?" "Get lost!" Florence snapped. She started to close the door, but Dustin quickly stuck his foot in the way. "I know Dahlia is inside. I have to talk to her." "Please let her know," he said seriously. "She doesn't want to see you," Florence replied coldly. With a contemptuous look, she added, "My daughter's engagement party with Mr. Langford is tomorrow. From then on, she'll be Mrs. Langford. Someone like you doesn't compare to him. So stop bothering my daughter. Dahlia can't marry Luis." Dustin protested, frowning. "I know the truth. She was forced into this. She shouldn't have to sacrifice herself. I can fix everything. You can't fix anything." Florence shot back, glaring at him. "Rhys! Don't meddle where you don't belong. This is a chance for my daughter to marry into the Langford family. I'll do whatever it takes to protect that." "Is money really more important than Dahlia's happiness?" Dustin asked, desperate. "Are you really happy?" Dustin pleaded with her. "Luis is just a typical playboy with a bad temper. If Dahlia marries him, she'll only end up unhappy." "That's ridiculous." Florence snapped back, angry. "Rhys! Don't talk like that. Luis comes from a wealthy family and has good manners. He's much better than you'll ever be." To Florence, Dustin's words were just jealousy. She thought he was badmouthing Luis because he felt threatened. She didn't realize how cruel he could be. "Dahlia, I know you're in there. Please come out and talk to me." Dustin called out, hoping Dahlia could hear him despite Florence's refusal to let him through. "Shut up. I'm warning you. My daughter is not home. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call the police." Florence shouted back. Dustin ignored her and continued, "Dahlia, listen. I don't want your pity. Don't make decisions for me. Do you really think Luis can hurt me? We're divorced. Why would you risk your life for mine? Don't think so highly of yourself." His voice echoed through the villa. "Hey! You've got some nerve!" Florence yelled, grabbing a broom, ready to hit him in her anger. But just then, a calm voice interrupted. "Mom, let me talk to him." Dahlia finally stepped outside. "Dahlia, why did you come out?" "Just let me handle this rude boy," Florence said, clearly upset. Chapter 333. "Some things are better discussed in person," Dahlia said, shaking her head. "Fine. I'll give you 3 minutes. Just end it cleanly," Florence replied, stepping aside. Tomorrow, their family would move to Stonia and start a wealthy new life. After that, a person like Dustin would never see her daughter again. "Didn't you say we wouldn't have anything to do with each other? Why are you here?" Dahlia asked, looking Dustin straight in the eye. Dustin spoke seriously. "I know the truth. Luis forced you into this, but you don't have to marry him. I can help you." Dahlia paused, then forced a polite smile. "I don't know where you got that idea, but I'm marrying Luis by choice. I wasn't forced, but thank you for your concern. Even if he knew the truth, it wouldn't change anything." Her marriage to Luis was a strategic alliance between the Langfords and the Nicholsons. Anyone who tried to interfere would be going up against two powerful families. How many people would dare to make enemies of both in all of Balerno? So, even if Dustin knew, it wouldn't help him. It would only cause him more trouble. That's not true, Dustin said, frowning. You don't even like him. Why are you marrying him? Does it matter? Luis can give me wealth, power, and status. Isn't that enough? Dahlia replied with a faint smile. You're lying. I know you're not like that. Dustin insisted. Stop joking. Do you really know me? She scoffed. Oh, Dustin. People should live realistically, she added, shaking her head. Dahlia sighed, feeling overwhelmed. You know, instead of working so hard to make a name for myself, maybe I should just marry a rich man. It sounds easier. Why not take the chance? Dustin's eyes widened in disbelief. No. You can't really mean that. I do. I'm tired, Dustin. I just want to rest now. Please, go back. That was all Dahlia said before she turned and went inside. Florence, standing nearby, shouted, Did you hear that? She's tired. Now leave. She waved her broom menacingly. Dahlia Nicholson. Don't think you helped me at all. I'll never be grateful for what you did. Dustin stood firm at the door, anger evident on his face. And one more thing. I refuse to owe anyone anything. I will do everything I can to stop this marriage. You will not marry Luis. Do you hear me? How dare you? If you try anything, I swear I'll beat you up. Florence was furious, raising her broom to strike, but Dustin quickly grabbed it and snapped it in half. Dahlia Nicholson. I'll be at the engagement party tomorrow afternoon. All you have to do is nod, and I'll get you out of there. Don't worry about anything else. Just trust me. Please, have faith in me this one time. With that, Dustin left. Now that he knew the truth, he wouldn't let her walk into a bad situation. It didn't matter if they were the Langfords or the Nicholsons, if they crossed him, he would take them down. As Dahlia listened to Dustin's passionate words, she leaned against the door and slid down to the floor. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Biting her lip, she hugged her knees and tried to stifle her sobs. Oh, Dustin. Why do you have to be so reckless? Why can't you just let it go? Why do you put yourself in danger like this? Chapter 334. The next morning at the Empire Hotel, a grand wedding was taking place. The joining of two influential families had created quite a buzz in Swinton. Many businessmen, wealthy guests, and top officials arrived, excited for the event. Luxury wedding cars filled the hotel square, taking up nearly every parking spot. The street was closed off just for this special occasion. Luis, dressed as the groom, stood at the lobby entrance to greet the guests. He only welcomed those of high status, while his staff took care of everyone else. Mr. Langford, Wilson approached Luis and whispered, "There's been a change. Dustin isn't dead, and the assassins I sent out are missing." "What did you say? What's the point of hiring you if you can't handle this?" Luis frowned. "I'm sorry. I underestimated him," Wilson admitted, looking down in embarrassment. "Forget it. After today, I'll send someone to deal with him myself." Luis was not too bothered by the news. "Mr. Langford, there's one more thing," Wilson hesitated. Luis felt a bit annoyed. "What now?" In a low voice, Wilson said, "I heard that Dustin might try to interrupt the wedding." "Interrupt the wedding?" Luis paused, then burst out laughing. "Are you joking? My men are all here. Would he really dare to act up?" "It's wise to consider every possibility," Wilson replied with an apologetic smile. "He can try if he wants. I'd love to see how he plans to crash my celebration." Luis sneered, feeling confident. An ordinary person trying to challenge him? Luis wouldn't hesitate to get his hands dirty if necessary, even at his own wedding. Meanwhile, in one. Dahlia sat in front of the dressing table, feeling dazed. Ever since Dustin came looking for her yesterday, she had been on edge, worried he might do something reckless. She tried to reach him with messages and calls, but he didn't respond, which only made her more anxious. "Dahlia, why are you so glum? You should be happy. It's your big day." Florence, her mother, walked in with a big smile and started picking out jewelry for her. "Mom, do you think Dustin will come today?" Dahlia asked suddenly. "Why do you care?" Florence frowned. "I checked out the area. It's heavily guarded with security everywhere. If Dustin tries to break in, he'll just get hurt badly." Dahlia's worry deepened at her mother's words. "Dahlia, stop thinking about him. He's all talk. He won't show up. He's not stupid enough to put himself in danger," Florence said, trying to comfort her. Florence could see that her daughter still had feelings for Dustin, but she believed they could never be together. It had always been her dream for Dahlia to marry into a wealthy family, and she wouldn't let anyone ruin that. "I hope so," Dahlia sighed, but her troubled expression didn't change. "All right, it's time to go," Florence said with a smile, leading her daughter out. At the venue, the seats were packed with distinguished guests. Amid the applause, Luis walked slowly up to the stage. Taking the microphone from the officiant, he smiled brightly and said, "Dear guests, family, and friends, thank you for coming to my wedding. Today is the most important day of my life. Even though I've only known Dahlia for a short time, the moment I saw her, I knew she was the only woman I wanted to marry. I hope everyone here today will witness our grand wedding." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd broke into loud applause and cheers. Chapter 335. "Here comes the bride," the officiant announced. With cheers and applause from the crowd, Dahlia walked in, looking stunning in her beautiful white gown. She took her place at the altar on stage. "Oh my God! The bride is so pretty. She looks like an angel," someone exclaimed. "They look so good together. They are truly a match made in heaven," another person agreed. As Dahlia arrived, the excitement in the air grew as everyone admired her beauty. The ceremony began with Dahlia's parents, John and Florence, seated in the front row alongside Luis' fourth uncle. Seeing her daughter and Luis standing together at the altar made Florence smile. Her dreams of her daughter marrying into a wealthy family were finally coming true. John smiled, but his eyes showed a mix of feelings. Even though he had been away for a long time, he had a sense of what was happening at home. Meanwhile, Luis' uncle remained expressionless, showing little reaction. "Dahlia is so lucky to marry Luis," Dakota thought, watching the couple with jealousy. If she hadn't been engaged, she believed she would have been the one up there. "Ha! It seems like she's lucky, but she might not be. With Luis' personality, I worry Dahlia won't have a happy marriage," Jane said, shaking her head. She knew about Luis' reputation. Finally, it was time to exchange vows. The officiant asked, "Dahlia, do you take Luis to be your wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, as long as you both shall live?" Luis smiled broadly, but Dahlia looked worried. After a moment of silence, the officiant realized she hadn't responded. "Dahlia, do you take Luis to be your wedded husband?" Luis repeated the question, but Dahlia stayed silent. Deep down, she didn't want to marry him, though she couldn't quite understand why. This uncertainty made her hesitate at such a crucial moment. "What's going on? Why isn't the bride saying anything?" people whispered. "Is she having second thoughts?" others muttered. Dahlia's silence stirred a wave of uneasy murmurs among the guests. "Dahlia, what are you doing? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Luis glared at her, his eyes narrowing. "If you humiliate me today, our agreement is off. I can't promise what will happen next." Dahlia's fists clenched at his threatening words, and she felt the pressure to give in. Just as she was about to speak her vows, a loud crash echoed through the hall. The doors swung open, and a tall figure walked in confidently. "Dustin! What are you doing here?" Florence gasped, slamming her hand on the table as she jumped to her feet, shocked and angry. "I'm here to steal the bride," Dustin declared boldly. Chapter 336. "I'm here to steal the bride." Dustin's footsteps echoed loudly in the hall, breaking the silence as everyone turned to look at him. The crowd was shocked. No one expected someone to interrupt the wedding between the Langford and Nicholson families. Oh my goodness! Who is this guy? Is he crazy enough to disrupt the wedding? Someone whispered. You have to admire his guts. He's actually challenging two powerful families, another person said. This is getting interesting. Looks like we're in for a show, someone else added. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd buzzed with chatter, pointing and gossiping about the unexpected interruption. Dustin? Dahlia's face lit up with joy at the sight of him, but that happiness quickly turned into worry. She appreciated his bravery but knew his actions could lead to trouble. By interrupting the wedding, he was taking on both the Langfords and the Nicholsons. Is he out of his mind? He's making a scene all by himself. Where does he get that courage? Dakota exclaimed in disbelief. What a fool! Jane said, pursing her lips. She looked at Dustin as if he were doomed. She knew Luis had prepared for this moment and had security all around the hotel. Dustin had walked straight into danger. Impudent fool! Luis's face turned cold with anger. The thought of Dustin putting himself in harm's way made him furious. Rhys! I'm warning you to leave now. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Florence shouted, her frustration boiling over. Her daughter was just moments away from marrying into a wealthy family, and she was determined to protect that future. Dustin stood boldly on the stage, ignoring the criticisms and threats around him. His eyes were locked on Dahlia. Dahlia, I'm here, he said firmly. What are you doing here? Go back now. Dahlia's forehead creased with worry as she noticed the Langford family's bodyguards moving closer. I won't let you marry Luis. I'm taking you away today. Dustin declared. Are you crazy? This isn't the time for you to act like this. Please, just leave. Dahlia urged him, waving her hands in desperation. Listen, I know you're scared, but trust me. Everything will be all right after this, Dustin replied earnestly. It won't work. You don't know who you're dealing with. Dahlia shook her head anxiously. She knew Dustin could fight and had the support of the Harmon family. But even they were no match for the Langfords, especially with the Nicholsons backing them up. Dahlia, have I ever lied to you in all these years? Dustin asked suddenly. No, she admitted, shaking her head. Then please, believe me just this once. He reached out his hand to her. Dahlia hesitated, her heart torn. She wanted nothing more than to run away with Dustin, even if it meant leaving everything behind. But there were too many things to consider. Dahlia, don't think about anything else. Let me handle it. Just this once, be a little selfish, Dustin said sincerely. She bit her lip, contemplating her choice. It felt like she was nearing a decision. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to respond. All right. This time, she would be selfish. Dahlia stopped worrying about the consequences and reached out, taking Dustin's hand firmly. In that moment, Dustin smiled, and she couldn't help but smile back. Dahlia Nicholson. Do you know what you're doing? Luis shouted, his face twisted with anger. In front of a huge crowd, Dahlia's choice to hold hands with another man was a shocking decision. It felt like a betrayal to Luis, her fiancé. Nothing could be more humiliating than this. Chapter 337. It was embarrassing for both him and the entire Langford family. Dahlia Nicholson. If you elope with him, you'll be the enemy of the Nicholson family. Jade and Dakota shouted angrily, standing up in outrage. Dahlia, please think this through. If you leave with that guy, our family will be ruined. Florence yelled in panic. If the Langfords were humiliated, it wouldn't just mean losing their wealth, it could destroy their entire family. Mom, Dahlia couldn't finish her sentence. Don't worry. I'm here, Dustin said, holding her hand tightly. He looked around and boldly announced, no one is stopping me from taking the bride today. Anyone who disagrees can come at me. As soon as Dustin spoke, the crowd erupted with excitement. Wow! This guy is amazing. He'd stand up to anyone for the woman he loves. If only someone loved me like that. I'd be so happy. He's brave, but he's going to pay a big price for this. He's made enemies with both the Langfords and the Nicholsons. I doubt he'll make it through the night. The guests whispered and gossiped as they watched Dustin still on stage. Their voices filled the air with shock, admiration, and some criticism. "Let's go, Dahlia," Dustin said, pulling her behind him as he prepared to leave. "Stop them," an angry voice shouted. Suddenly, a group of security personnel rushed in from all sides, surrounding them quickly. "Trying to leave? Did I give you permission?" Luis approached them slowly, his face full of rage. His intense gaze fell on Dahlia as he said, "Dahlia Nicholson, I'm giving you one last chance. Say your vow to be my lawfully wedded wife, and I will forget what happened today. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." Dustin said coldly. "I'm giving you one last chance. Leave Swinton right now, or you will regret it," he added. "You monster. Break his limbs." Luis shouted in anger. "Yes, sir," the security team responded, pulling out their batons and preparing to attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared from above, swinging a sword with incredible speed. The blade glimmered and whirled in the air, making sharp whistling sounds. Before the security guards could reach Dustin, their arms were severed, and limbs fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams filled the air. "What is happening? Who is that? They're amazing." The crowd watched in shock and horror as a single man took down dozens of armed guards with ease. "Stop right there!" Maximus shouted, holding his sword to Luis' neck. Some skilled martial artists from the Langford family, who were ready to attack, paused in fear. "The nerve! How could you? Let Mr. Langford go!" Seeing Luis being threatened, the crowd erupted in chaos. They were shocked and outraged. Forget about stealing the bride, threatening Mr. Langford was a serious crime. "You wouldn't dare touch me, punk!" Luis said, narrowing his eyes defiantly. "Really?" Maximus replied with a sneer, moving his sword just enough to draw a thin line of blood on Luis' skin. Luis froze, realizing he couldn't move without risking his life. He feared that the reckless man in front of him might actually kill him. Chapter 338. The arrival of Maximus changed everything for the Langford family. Some skilled martial artists from the family wanted to fight, but they hesitated, worried about hurting Luis. "Both of you should leave first." "Let me handle this, Dustin," Maximus said confidently. After the battle at Mount Halg, he had become much stronger. "Leave?" Luis scoffed. "Where do you think you can hide? Even if you survive today, you will never escape our anger." Dustin was about to leave when he heard Luis's words and stopped. He turned back and asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" "What if I am?" Luis replied with a sinister laugh, unfazed by Dustin's challenge. "I don't know how you met this friend of yours, but if you think he can take me on alone, you're very naive," Luis taunted. "Do you really think you're that powerful?" Dustin asked. "Against you?" "Absolutely." Luis grinned. "Not just you, but Dahlia and everyone around her will feel our revenge. I'm going to make your lives miserable." Dahlia felt uneasy hearing Luis's words. She realized she couldn't escape the danger she had brought upon her family. Choosing to elope with Dustin meant putting everyone she loved at risk, and that burden weighed heavily on her. "Are you scared now?" Luis asked, pleased by Dustin's silence. "Rhys, if you don't want to die like a coward, get down on your knees. And send your woman to my bed personally. Maybe then I'll let you live." Just as he finished speaking, Dustin slapped him hard across the face, leaving a bright red handprint. "Ha!" Luis gasped, holding his sore cheek in shock. Everyone around them watched in disbelief. Everyone watched in shock. Dustin seemed to have truly lost his mind by hitting Luis in public. "Do you dare hit me?" Luis's face darkened as he regained his composure. So what if I did? That slap was for your shameless bragging. Dustin shouted, raising his hand again to deliver another hard slap to Luis's face. That was for your arrogance. Slap. That was for threatening Dahlia. Slap. That was for being unrepentant. Slap. Dustin continued to slap Luis, each loud crack echoing as it landed on his face. Luis's face quickly became bloody and swollen, and he even lost a few teeth during the beating. The crowd stood in stunned silence, realizing just how badly Luis had been hurt. They all knew that when the Langfords sought revenge, it would not end well for anyone involved. Why you? You're dead meat. Luis managed to choke out. Everyone connected to you will pay too, the members of the Langford family shouted in unison, their anger boiling over. Dahlia, take Maximus and leave this place now. I'll deal with the rest, Dustin said, turning to look at her. What are you going to do? Dahlia asked, her brow furrowed with worry. She felt a wave of regret wash over her as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Dustin wasn't just pulling her away from Luis, he was facing danger head-on. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he replied with a reassuring smile. Maximus, take her somewhere safe. Okay. Maximus nodded. Dahlia, follow me. Dustin knows what he's doing. He'll be all right. Chapter 339. But, Dahlia wanted to say more. Just go. I'll be distracted if you're here, Dustin interrupted her. With no other choice, Dahlia nodded in agreement. There was no turning back now. Dahlia was willing to give up everything and travel the world with Dustin, as long as he returned safely. Once Dahlia left, Dustin looked around and focused on the Nicholson family. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave, he shouted. Dakota and Jane exchanged glances before quickly turning to leave. Dahlia's broken promise had caused a rift between the Langfords and the Nicholsons. If the Nicholsons stayed any longer, they might face serious trouble. What a disaster! Look at what you've done! Florence shouted angrily before storming off. With the wedding ruined, the Nicholsons' dreams of a wealthy, comfortable life were shattered. More importantly, they had angered the Langford family. Their lives would never be the same. At that moment, Louis' fourth uncle, Kingston Langford, stood up and said coldly, "You've got guts, young man. No one has ever humiliated us in public before. You're the first, and you'll be the last. Honestly, I admire your courage. But today is the day you die." As he spoke, he made a hand gesture. Suddenly, a large group of armed guards rushed in from all directions and surrounded Dustin, leaving him with no way to escape. This is bad. Mr. Kingston is serious. That kid is in big trouble. Dustin boldly took the bride away, making Louis turn red with anger. No matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough to make up for what he had done. Well, he only has himself to blame, someone said. The guests whispered to each other as they watched Dustin caught in the middle of the chaos. Kingston, with a calm expression, said, "If you let go of Louis now, I'll let you walk away unharmed." Dustin looked around confidently, showing no fear. "Are you trying to scare me just because you have more people?" "Exactly," Kingston replied. "All right then. Let's see who has more people," Dustin said as he pulled out his phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, the door of the banquet hall swung open. Mason burst in, followed by hundreds of gangsters. "Mason Zims from the Dre Group is here, sent by Mr. Rhys," he announced. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then they erupted in laughter. "Is this a joke? You think this gang of thugs can fight us?" one of them scoffed. "What a clueless person. You really overestimate yourself," another added. The guards with Kingston wore smug expressions, unable to believe that some random thugs would dare challenge the Langford family. "Hey, Rhys. Are you serious? Do you think you can win against us with this bunch of small fry?" Louis laughed loudly. But his laughter quickly faded when another group of people entered the hall. Leading the group was Hunter. The president of the Chamber of Commerce, Hunter Anderson, is here to support Mr. Rhys, he declared. Moments later, yet another group appeared, and the series of arrivals continued on. The chief inspector of the investigation bureau, Aspen Cruiser, is here to help Mr. Rhys. Roderick Brooks from the Brooks Corporation is ready to do everything he can for Mr. Rhys. The mayor of Swinton, Alex Granville, is committed to staying by Mr. Rhys's side until the end. As each group entered one after another, the laughter aimed at Dustin slowly faded away. It was replaced by shock and fear. Chapter 340. As the elite groups flooded into the banquet hall one by one, all the guests were left speechless. They had no idea Dustin had such powerful connections. With just one phone call, he managed to gather hundreds of supporters, including members of underground organizations, official armed forces, and even a prominent business tycoon. To top it off, the mayor of Swinton was there to support him personally. This meant that Dustin could command nearly all the forces in Swinton with just a word. It was a frightening level of influence. No wonder he felt bold in front of the Langford family. He had come ready for a showdown. Now, the Langfords weren't just facing Dustin, they were up against the entire city of Swinton. Who is he? Some guests whispered to each other, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. How does he have sway over so many powerful groups? At that moment, the arrogant Langford family realized they were not in a favorable position. While the forces supporting Dustin wouldn't directly weaken their power in Stonia, they could definitely cause problems for the Langfords. After all, their influence was based in Stonia, and calling for immediate help was not an option. "You've surprised me," Kingston said after gathering his thoughts. "But don't think you can defeat us just because you have their support." The Langford family had been a dominant force in Stonia for generations. Their power and connections far outweighed those in Swinton. "Rhys," Louise scoffed, "sure, you have more people with you. But what can they actually do?" "Shrimp," someone said, breaking the silence. Swinton looked at the crowd, feeling powerful, like he could easily brush away any challenges, just like ants. This was the strength of a wealthy family from Stonia. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the chatter. "If they can't, what about me?" A handsome man, dressed sharply, walked confidently into the banquet hall, followed by a group of female officers. He had such a strong presence that everyone lowered their heads as he passed by. "Adam Spanner, the god of war?" Kingston gasped, his eyes wide with fear. He never expected to see the chief commander of the West Army, who led 300,000 soldiers, here at this event. "What's wrong, Uncle Kingston? Do you know him?" Louise noticed Kingston's change in demeanor. "That is Adam Spanner," Kingston exclaimed. Louise was taken aback, struggling to process the news. "What? He is Adam?" Adam Spanner was not just the heir of the richest family in Stonia, he was a prodigy and a living legend. His remarkable achievements in battle earned him the title, God of War, and command over a vast army at a young age. Few in Stonia could match his prowess. "That's quite arrogant of you. How dare you bully my friend?" Adam said as he walked in, and the crowd instinctively parted for him. "Friend? Could it be him?" Kingston's gaze shot over to Dustin in shock. How could someone from this insignificant place know Adam? Kingston thought to himself, bewildered. "Mr. Kingston, you said these people couldn't drive the Langfords away. But what if I help?" Adam's eyes bore into Kingston, filled with challenge. "And Mr. Spanner, what brings you here?" Kingston stammered, clearly flustered. Chapter 341. Kingston forced a smile. "Stop pretending we're friends." Adam was showing him no respect. Weren't the Langfords acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? "Come on, show me how arrogant you can be." Kingston's expression darkened at those words. If anyone else had humiliated him like this, he would have exploded long ago. But the man standing before him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Why aren't you saying anything? You were so proud just now. You even bullied my friend." Adam pointed at them, his anger barely restrained. Kingston and Louise lowered their heads and fell silent. The guests were stunned. No one would have imagined that Kingston Langford would be publicly scolded and not dare to respond. It was unbelievable. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and apologize to my friend right now. Adam shouted. This, Kingston frowned, his face grim. As a Langford, how could he kneel to anyone? If word got out, the family's reputation would be utterly destroyed. Adam, you're going too far. Louise said angrily. Adam raised his hand and slapped Louise across the face. Do you think you're qualified to talk to me? Louise hadn't even recovered when Adam slapped him again. I'll break your legs if you don't apologize today. Adam said coldly. Louise's eyes burned with rage, his teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. Yet he knew better than to challenge Adam head-on. Get on your knees and apologize. Adam roared again. Just as Louise was about to submit, a deep voice cut through the hall. Adam, do you really think it's appropriate to treat my Langfords like this? A tall, burly, bearded man strode in with overwhelming authority. It was Ethan Langford, the head of the Langford family. Uncle Ethan. Kingston and Louise exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as if they had found their savior. Ethan was different. His status and influence rivaled Adam's. Even Adam had to show him respect because of his seniority. Oh, Mr. Ethan. I didn't expect to see you here, Adam said, clearly surprised. This is my nephew's engagement ceremony. Of course I'd be here, Ethan replied calmly. Good thing I arrived in time, or the Langfords would have been trampled on. They were the ones causing trouble. I was just helping you discipline them, Adam said with a stiff smile. Humph. Even if they were wrong, you're still an outsider. You have no right to punish them. Ethan's eyes were icy. And what if I insist? Adam raised an eyebrow. Then we'll see if you can back it up, Ethan said coldly, waving his hand. Two elderly men with white hair appeared behind him. One was tall, the other lean, but both radiated terrifying pressure. Adam's expression changed instantly. Chapter 342. The Langfords were known to have two master-level martial artists in their ranks. Normally, they stayed hidden. Today, however, they had come out alongside Ethan. Adam frowned slightly. Taking on the Langfords wouldn't be easy with those two present. Humph. So much for the god of war, Louise sneered inwardly. With Uncle Ethan here, he can't do shit. Just as expected of Uncle Ethan. Kingston said proudly, his confidence restored. Adam turned to Dustin. Looks like they won't let this go. Want me to force my way through? If Dustin nodded, Adam would strike immediately. Forget it, Dustin replied calmly. I don't want to drag you into unnecessary trouble. All right, Adam shrugged. Your call. Mr. Ethan, Dustin said coldly, discipline your nephew properly. If this happens again, I won't be so polite. Stop right there. Ethan barked. You think you can just walk away after beating my nephew and humiliating the Langfords? Exactly. You'll pay for this. Louise shouted. Ethan, I'm holding back out of respect. Don't push your luck, Adam warned. This concerns the Langford family's dignity, Ethan said firmly. I'll spare his life for your sake, but he must kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Louise looked down at Dustin with contempt. So what if Adam backs you? I can still crush you, he sneered inwardly. Kneel to you. Dustin scoffed. Are you even worth it? Humph. Don't get cocky just because the Spanner family supports you, Ethan said coldly. The world is bigger than you think. Ethan, Adam warned, you can't afford to offend my friend. Cross him, and you won't even get a chance to beg. What a joke. Ethan sneered. No one in Stonia can stand against me. With a snap of his fingers, the Langford martial artists drew their swords and surrounded Dustin. It's over for him. Not even the Emperor could save him now. He's dead. Rhys. Where's that earlier arrogance now? Louise laughed wildly. Even with the Emperor backing you, you still have to bow if Uncle Ethan tells you to die. Just then, a calm voice echoed through the hall. Oh? Who's asking my son to die? A thin, slightly hunched middle-aged man limped forward. He looked utterly ordinary. Yet the moment Ethan saw him, his face turned ghostly pale. And no. That's impossible. He should be in the military camp. His hands trembled. Cold sweat soaked his back. He is Rufus Rhys, Ethan whispered. Kingston felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What? Rufus Rhys? Rufus Rhys, the head of the Rhys family. A war legend who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemies, defended West Lacosia for 20 years, and was named Prince of Thessaly at the age of 30. A man whose authority stood just beneath the Emperor himself. And now, he was here. Chapter 343. Ethan stared at the hunchbacked man before him, terror flooding his chest. He couldn't bring himself to speak. This man, Rufus, was a noble of Stonia, someone even the king treated with respect. Ethan knew that if Rufus wanted them dead, it would take nothing more than a thought. Dustin's face darkened the moment he saw Rufus, anger burning in his eyes. This should be interesting, Adam smirked, stepping back to watch the drama unfold. As Rufus limped into the hall, he looked utterly ordinary, yet the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for him. He stopped in front of Dustin. It's been a while. I didn't expect you to grow this much, Rufus said with a grin, revealing his broken front teeth, which made him look almost ridiculous. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Dustin replied coldly, his gaze sharp. Ethan and Kingston exchanged stunned looks. They couldn't comprehend who Dustin was to dare speak to Rufus like that. Rufus laughed, completely unbothered. They say good people die young. Scumbags like me live forever. Really? You don't look like someone who'll live long, Dustin shot back. Hey! You don't get to talk about your old man like that. Rufus barked. Why should I give a damn what you think? Don't flatter yourself, Dustin retorted. Say whatever you want. You're still my son, Rufus shrugged. Humph. I paid back everything I owed you 10 years ago. We're even. Dustin said coldly. He had carried that resentment for a full decade. 10 years already, Rufus muttered, his expression shifting. He shook his head helplessly. Rufus knew the knot between them wouldn't be untangled anytime soon, but he wasn't giving up. Just then, Luis lost his patience. Hey, you crippled old bastard, he shouted. Save the father-son bullshit. I don't have time for this. If you don't want trouble, get the hell out of here now. Ethan and Kingston froze in shock. No one in Stonia dared speak to Rufus like that. Had Luis completely lost his mind? Rufus glanced at Luis lazily. And who the hell are you? I'm Luis Langford, he said arrogantly. Your son humiliated us today, and he's going to pay for it. If he won't kneel and apologize, then you'll kneel for him. Rufus chuckled, completely unfazed. You want me to kneel? That's right. You're his father. Luis snapped. Do you even know who I am? Rufus smirked. I doubt you can afford to see me on my knees. I don't give a shit who you are. Luis roared. Even if the Emperor were standing here, he'd still kneel and apologize. If not, he'll suffer the consequences. The moment Luis finished speaking, Kingston fainted on the spot. Ethan's face drained of color as his body began to tremble. It's over. We're finished. Why does the Langford family have such a fucking idiot? He thought in despair. Rufus turned to Ethan casually. Your family member has quite the mouth. Ethan stammered, unable to respond. He opened his mouth to speak, but Luis cut him off. Hey! Who the hell do you think you are, talking to my uncle without any respect? How should I address him, then? Rufus asked calmly. Call him Mr. Ethan. Luis snapped. Rufus burst out laughing and turned to Ethan. Mr. Ethan? Is that how it works? The moment Ethan heard that, his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees with a thud. I beg for your mercy, Your Highness. The entire hall erupted in shock. Ethan Langford, the head of the Langford family, was kneeling. Uncle Ethan. What the hell are you doing? Louise cried, rushing forward. Get up. Before Louise could touch him, Ethan slapped him viciously across the face. Don't fucking touch me. I want nothing to do with you. From this moment on, you are no longer a Langford. What? Louise clutched his burning cheek. Uncle Ethan, are you insane? I'm your nephew. Get lost. Ethan screamed, slapping him again. I don't have a nephew as stupid as you. Even if it were his own father who had offended Rufus, Ethan would still cut ties without hesitation. One idiot wasn't worth dragging the entire family into hell. What's going on? Louise cried, panic setting in. How dare you act so fucking disrespectful in front of him? Ethan roared. This is the Prince of Theswy. Even the Emperor can't save your ass now. What? Louise froze, his mind going blank. The realization hit him like a hammer. If he's the Prince of Theswy, then Dustin is. Kieran, the legendary Kieran, Louise trembled. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, utterly broken. He had fought Kieran over a woman. He had insulted the Prince of Theswy and called him an old man. Was there anyone more stupid than him? Chapter 344. Florence was in a frenzy, tearing through drawers and cabinets inside the Nicholson villa as she packed their belongings. Dahlia, hurry the hell up. Grab all the jewelry. Florence shouted. We can't stay in Swinton anymore. We need to leave the country tonight. I already bought the tickets. We still have millions in savings and valuables, that'll keep us alive for a while. Dahlia's broken engagement hadn't just humiliated the Langfords, it had enraged the Glenstead Nicholsons. Even within Stonia, there was no safe place for them anymore, especially not a small town like Swinton. When Florence saw Dahlia standing still, her panic turned into fury. Dahlia! What the hell are you waiting for? Pack your shit, now! Mom, you're overreacting, Dahlia said calmly. We don't need to run. Overreacting? Florence slapped her forehead. We offended the Langfords, the most powerful family in Stonia. Do you really think they'll just let this go? I know what I'm doing. Dustin has a plan. I trust him, Dahlia said firmly. Are you out of your fucking mind? Florence exploded. Why would you trust that useless bastard? What gives him the right to challenge the Langfords? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have run from the wedding, and we wouldn't be in this mess. He's a walking disaster. Dustin could have given them a stable life, but instead, he ruined everything. Florence hated him to the core. Mom! Dahlia snapped. I broke the engagement myself. This has nothing to do with Dustin. You're still defending him. Florence sneered. Do you really need our family destroyed before you wake the hell up? I'm not leaving without Dustin, Dahlia said coldly. Florence nearly choked. Why you? You're hopeless. How did I raise such a brain-dead daughter? She fumed inwardly. She'd rather cling to a poor nobody than marry into wealth. What a stubborn idiot. At that moment, James came downstairs, dragging 2 large suitcases. Mom, I'm done. When are we leaving? Humph. Florence dropped onto the couch angrily. Your sister is waiting for that loser. Why are you still waiting for him, sis? James frowned. He's already screwed our lives up enough. You go with Mom first, Dahlia shook her head. Don't worry about me. Leave, a sharp voice cut in. Where the hell do you think you're going? Dakota burst through the door with several people behind her. Trying to run away after causing all this trouble? What are you talking about? Dahlia frowned. You need to face the consequences, Dakota said coldly. I'm taking you to the Langfords to settle the mess between our families." "What?" Florence's expression changed instantly. She forced a smile. "Dakota, isn't this a bit too harsh? We're family, aren't we?" "Harsh?" Dakota scoffed. "You had the chance to become family with the Langfords, but instead you dragged everyone into the mud. Who do you think is more heartless? This isn't my daughter's fault." Florence panicked. "It's all Dustin's doing. If you want someone to blame, go after him." "Don't worry about Dustin," Dakota replied coldly. "He's already with the Langfords. For all we know, he's halfway to hell already. But Dahlia still has to pay for what she did, so she's coming with us." With a wave of her hand, several burly bodyguards stormed into the villa. Chapter 345. "Take her away!" Dakota shouted, pointing at Dahlia. "Let's see who dares to stop us." Suddenly, a loud and commanding voice echoed from the doorway. "Don't blame me for being ruthless if you push me today." Dustin walked in confidently, with Maximus by his side. "Dustin?" Dahlia's face lit up. The moment she saw him, a wave of relief washed over her. He had promised he would come back safely. And he kept his promise. "You're still alive?" Dakota asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had seen him surrounded by the Langfords before she left the banquet hall. She couldn't understand how he had escaped that situation. "Do you want me dead that badly?" Dustin replied calmly. "No matter what, I'm still your mother's savior. Don't you feel even a bit of gratitude?" "Humph. Stop acting righteous." Dakota sneered. "I don't care how you escaped. You've offended the Langford family, and now you'll pay for it." "And what if I did?" Dustin shrugged. "I have my own ways of dealing with them." "Your own ways?" Dakota laughed mockingly. "Doing what? You're just a doctor. Going against the Langfords is basically suicide." "Don't underestimate people," Dustin said flatly. "Not only can I solve this problem, but I can also make Luis come here and apologize in person." "Apologize?" Dakota froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Dustin, are you insane? Who do you think you are to make Mr. Langford apologize?" "You're nothing but a loudmouth," Florence added coldly. "I honestly don't understand why my daughter likes a useless man like you. Luis was a powerful aristocrat from Stonia. Crushing someone like Dustin would be effortless. Anyone who offended him should consider themselves lucky to stay alive. Expecting an apology was pure fantasy." "What if I really make him apologize?" Dustin asked calmly. "If you can do that, I'll change my last name." Dakota laughed sarcastically. Just then, the roar of engines echoed outside. A convoy of luxury cars pulled up in front of the Nicholson villa. Luis and his men quickly stepped out. Seeing this, Dakota laughed triumphantly. "Rhys, you're done for. The Langford family is here to deal with you." "This is bad," Dahlia said anxiously. "Dustin, we should leave right now. These people definitely didn't come with good intentions." "It's too late now," Florence said bitterly. "We should have left earlier, but you insisted on waiting for him. Now look, there's no way out. Why are we so unlucky?" James sighed helplessly. Just as everyone thought disaster was inevitable, Luis suddenly walked up to Dahlia and dropped to his knees. "Ms. Nicholson, I was wrong," he said desperately. "This was all my fault. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Everyone was stunned. No one could believe that a powerful man like Luis would kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chapter 346. "We beg for your forgiveness, Ms. Nicholson." Behind Luis, the rest of the Langfords dropped to their knees as well. The sight left Dahlia, Dakota, and even Florence completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Florence had been ranting non-stop, now she couldn't even speak. They had expected revenge. They never imagined submission. "Ms. Nicholson, I was blind and arrogant," Luis pleaded. "Please forgive me." When Dahlia didn't respond, Luis began slapping himself. Smack! Smack! His cheeks were already red and swollen, but he didn't stop. Earlier at the banquet, Luis had finally learned Dustin's true identity, and nearly lost his soul in fear. Ethan had even threatened to expel him from the Langford family. In the end, Dustin agreed to spare him on one condition: he had to personally beg Dahlia for forgiveness. Luis didn't hesitate. His pride meant nothing compared to staying alive. What is going on? Dahlia asked, completely confused. Why are you doing this? Just earlier, Luis had acted untouchable. Now he was kneeling like a criminal. Am I hallucinating? Florence rubbed her eyes. Is this really the same man? Finally, Dakota snapped out of it and rushed forward, trying to help Luis up. Mr. Luis, please get up. You don't need to kneel for people like them. Get the hell out of my sight. Slap! Luis struck Dakota hard across the face, sending her stumbling backward. If she hadn't forced him to pursue Dahlia, he would never have offended Dustin in the first place. And Mr. Luis, why did you hit me? Dakota cried, clutching her cheek. Shut up, Luis snarled. Say another word and I'll rip your tongue out. He immediately turned back to Dahlia, his voice turning submissive. Ms. Nicholson. I'm truly sorry. Please give me one more chance. I swear I will never bother you again. If you're still angry, he hesitated, then clenched his teeth. I can cut off a finger to prove my sincerity. Before anyone could stop him, Luis pulled out a knife. Slash! Blood sprayed as a finger dropped to the ground. Ha! Dahlia gasped, horrified. If that's still not enough, Luis gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. I'll cut off another one. Slash! Another finger fell. Ms. Nicholson, he said hoarsely, trembling from pain, are you satisfied now? I can keep going if you want. Enough, Dahlia said shakily. That's enough. Chapter 347. Dahlia shook her head in disbelief. Mr. Langford, please don't blame us for anything. We would never blame you. Really? Florence hurried over nervously. Get up, Mr. Langford. You're bleeding badly. I'll go get a band-aid. She rushed into the bedroom to grab the first aid kit. A band-aid? Luis stared at her in disbelief. He had just lost 2 fingers. What the hell was a band-aid supposed to do? Maybe you should go to the hospital, Mr. Langford, Dahlia said gently. The bleeding hasn't stopped. Luis ignored everyone else and looked straight at her. Ms. Nicholson, have you forgiven me? I suppose so, Dahlia replied after a brief pause. Just promise you won't bother me again. Then we're done. Yes. Yes. Luis nodded frantically, relief flooding his face. I swear I'll stay far away from you from now on. He bowed deeply to both Dahlia and Dustin, then hurried out with his men as if his life depended on it. Mr. Langford. Don't forget your band-aid. Florence shouted, waving the bandage. Luis didn't even turn his head. If anything, he walked faster. Dahlia Nicholson, just you wait. This isn't over. Dakota snapped angrily when she saw things had completely slipped out of her control. She turned and stormed out as well. Once they were gone, the living room fell silent. This makes no sense, Florence muttered. Why would a powerful man like Luis kneel and apologize? He even cut off his own fingers. Has he lost his damn mind? I don't understand either, Dahlia said, shaking her head. Then she turned toward Dustin. Did you do something? Honestly? I didn't, Dustin replied calmly. Luis just offended someone he absolutely shouldn't have. This was his way of making amends. Dahlia frowned. She clearly didn't believe him. You told me before that you could help me if I ever got into trouble. And now all of this happens. There's definitely more to it. Dustin sighed. Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, he said, all right. I do know someone influential. Remember the man I had dinner with a few days ago? He's from the Spanner family. His status is far above Louise Langford's. He's the one who helped me. Mr. Spanner? Dahlia's eyes widened as she immediately thought of Adam Spanner. How do you even know someone like that? She asked. I helped him once when we were young, Dustin replied with a chuckle. Now he's just returning the favor. Back then, Adam had been sickly and constantly bullied by the arrogant rich kids of Stonia. Dustin had beaten the shit out of them more than once, earning himself the nickname Val Demon. I never would have guessed you had a connection like that, Dahlia said quietly. Why didn't you ever tell me? They're old stories, Dustin replied. There was no point bringing them up. Dahlia nodded, then said seriously, still, don't act recklessly in the future. You can't rely on powerful people forever. One day, you'll need to stand on your own. I know, Dustin smiled. I can handle myself. Just then, the door creaked open. A hunched, gray-haired middle-aged man walked in slowly. It was Rufus Rhys, the king of Theswy. Chapter 348. The smile on Dustin's face vanished instantly. His eyes turned cold. Who let you in? Get the hell out. Don't get it twisted, Rufus said casually as he walked in. I'm just here to see my daughter-in-law. This has nothing to do with you. Dahlia blinked in confusion. Do you two know each other? You must be Dahlia, Rufus said warmly, smiling at her. What a beauty. Ah, I almost forgot, let me introduce myself. I'm Dustin's father. That makes me your father-in-law. Dustin's father? Dahlia was stunned. Dustin was handsome and well-built. The man in front of her looked sloppy, hunched, and rough around the edges. They looked nothing alike. What? We don't look similar. Rufus laughed. He takes after his mother. If he looked like me, he probably wouldn't have landed such a beautiful wife. Oh. I didn't mean it that way, Dahlia said awkwardly. Rufus Rhys, Dustin said coldly. You've seen her. Now get out. You're not welcome here. Watch your mouth, Rufus raised an eyebrow. That's enough. Dahlia shot Dustin a glare, then turned to Rufus with an apologetic smile. Please don't mind him, Mr. Rhys. He's just in a bad mood. Have a seat, I'll make you some tea. Perfect, Rufus grinned and sat down. Humph. Another freeloader, Florence muttered disdainfully, looking Rufus up and down. His clothes were cheap and plain. Like father, like son. A bum raised another bum. This must be my in-law, Rufus said calmly. I didn't bring much, but since this is our first meeting, here's a small gift. Please don't mind it. He pulled out a small box and handed it to Florence. The moment she opened it, her breath caught. Inside lay a sapphire the size of an egg, clear, flawless, and dazzling. This isn't fake, is it? Florence asked in disbelief. No, Rufus laughed. It's a family heirloom. An heirloom? Florence's face lit up instantly. She nearly drooled. This is incredible. She couldn't understand why such a valuable treasure would be given away so casually. How do you know such an important person? She asked suspiciously. I helped him once, Dustin replied lightly. He's just paying me back. Florence was stunned. Dahlia stared at Dustin with renewed curiosity. I really never knew you had such a past. They're just old stories, Dustin said flatly. Nothing worth talking about. Dahlia nodded. All right. I won't pry. But please, don't act recklessly anymore. Power borrowed from others isn't permanent. I know, Dustin replied with a smile. Don't worry. The room fell silent once more. But no one noticed. The storm surrounding Dustin was far from over. Chapter 349. Lunch is ready. Florence announced as she set the table with a beautiful spread of dishes that looked both rich and delicious. Dustin had planned to make an excuse and leave, but Dahlia stopped him. With no way out, he stayed and ate with Rufus. It was the first time in many years that father and son sat at the same table for a meal. As Rufus ate, his eyes slowly turned red. This simple meal had been a long time coming. Finally, he was sitting across from his son again. Although he hadn't received Dustin's forgiveness, just being able to share a meal with him was enough. Rufus felt deeply satisfied. If others saw this, no one would believe that the iron-blooded Prince of Theswy could get emotional over something so ordinary. After finishing his food, Rufus politely excused himself. He knew that staying too long might only irritate his son. As he stepped out of the Nicholson villa, Rufus felt unusually lighthearted. "How did it go, sir?" Albert asked curiously once Rufus got into the car. "Ha ha ha. I had lunch with my son today," Rufus replied with a broad smile. Albert smiled as well. He understood how important this moment was. Winning 10 cities on the battlefield wouldn't compare to eating a single meal with his son. "We've made a good start," Rufus said, but his expression soon turned serious. "Still, knowing that little bastard, it won't be easy to make real progress." "Take it slowly, sir," Albert said calmly. "I believe Mr. Logan will come around one day." "I hope so," Rufus sighed. Then he suddenly asked, "My daughter-in-law, she's from the Nicholson family in Glenstead, right?" "Yes," Albert confirmed. "She's from the well-known Nicholson family." "All right," Rufus said. "Call that man, what's his name again?" "Reggie?" "Regulus Nicholson," Albert corrected. "Right. Call Regulus. Tell him to quietly look after my daughter-in-law. Keep it subtle." "I don't want to scare her," Rufus said thoughtfully. He knew winning his son over would be difficult. Gaining his daughter-in-law's goodwill first would make things much easier. "Understood, sir." "I'll take care of it," Albert replied. "Good. After that, let's visit the drunken maniac at Peaceful Medical Center." "It's been a while," Rufus added. Back at the Nicholson villa, Dustin watched silently as Rufus's car disappeared into the distance. He knew Rufus hadn't directly caused the tragedy in the past, but he still couldn't bring himself to forgive him. No matter how strong he was, Dustin was still human. Dustin believed firmly that kindness should be repaid and grudges should be settled. He would do anything for his family. But Rufus was different. As a man of power, Rufus had chosen inaction back then, and to Dustin, that was an unforgivable sin. "Why are you spacing out?" Dahlia asked as she handed him a cup of hot tea. "Just thinking," Dustin replied. He smiled faintly and took a sip. "Didn't you say both your parents were dead?" Dahlia asked hesitantly. "Who was the man who came today?" "He might as well be dead to me," Dustin answered calmly. Dahlia was taken aback. "It sounds like there's a deep conflict between you two. Can I ask what happened?" Chapter 350. Dahlia was genuinely curious about Dustin's past. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious he seemed. "It's a long story," Dustin said, shaking his head. "That's fine," Dahlia replied gently. "I'll listen whenever you're ready to talk." Dustin nodded. "All right. It's getting cold," Dahlia said after a moment. "Let's go to the mall and buy some winter clothes." "Sure, but just so you know, I'm broke," Dustin said with a shrug. "TCH. What a cheapskate." Dahlia rolled her eyes. "I'll pay today." "Happy?" "Thank you, Ms. Nicholson." Dustin grinned and immediately went to get the car. They had been married for 3 years, yet this was one of the few times they were going shopping together. After they left, Florence took out the sapphire and stared at it lovingly. "Oh, my precious sapphire. What incredible luck I have today," she sighed happily. The more she looked at it, the more she adored it. "Aunt Florence, what are you staring at?" Julie asked as she walked in. "Julie. You came at just the right time," Florence said excitedly. "Look at this." She handed the sapphire to Julie. "A sapphire?" Julie gasped as her eyes widened. Aunt Florence, where did you get something this huge? This thing must be worth a fortune. Ha! You won't believe it, Florence said smugly. Dustin's father gave it to me. What? Dustin's father? Julie was stunned. Didn't you say Dustin was poor? How could his father afford something like this? That's what I find strange too, Florence muttered. I'm starting to wonder if Dustin actually comes from a wealthy family and has just been pretending all this time. Dustin? From a rich family? Julie frowned. Does he look like someone born rich? If not, then how could his father casually give me such a massive sapphire? Florence said suspiciously. Aunt Florence, let's not jump to conclusions, Julie said quickly. The most important thing is to confirm whether this sapphire is real. It's so beautiful, Florence insisted. How could it be fake? His father even said it's a family heirloom. Aunt Florence, you're way too trusting, Julie said seriously. For your own safety, you should have it appraised. You never know, it could be a scam. You're right, Florence nodded. But where do I get it checked? Leave it to me, Julie said confidently. I know the right people. Give it to me for a bit, and I'll get you the answer. Florence hesitated for only a second before handing over the sapphire and its box. Half an hour later, at a gemological laboratory. What? This is a real sapphire worth billions? Julie shouted in shock. Are you absolutely sure? We've conducted multiple tests, the appraiser replied calmly. It's genuine. An extremely rare sapphire. If auctioned, the starting price would be no less than $1 billion. Julie's eyes sparkled. This is incredible. We really hit the jackpot, she laughed excitedly. Just then, her phone rang. It was Florence. Julie, what did they say? Is it real? Florence asked anxiously. Julie paused. A wicked idea flashed through her mind. It's fake, she said with a fake sigh. Aunt Florence, you've been fooled by Dustin and his father. It's just a synthetic stone, worth maybe $20 or $30. Total garbage. I already threw it away. What? Fake? Florence exploded. Those sneaky loafers. How dare they trick me? I won't let this go. She hung up furiously. Chapter 351. That evening at Peaceful Medical Center, Natasha walked in happily, holding 2 bottles of wine. Honey, I'm back. Look what I brought. These are aged wines, I'm sure you'll love them. Suddenly, her smile froze. Dustin wasn't there. Instead, she saw 2 unfamiliar faces. Gregory, who was usually slouched in a drunken haze, was sitting upright with a serious expression. The sight felt strange. Mr. Jones, who are they? Natasha asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. You're back, lass. Gregory said. Let me introduce them. This is Dustin's father, Rufus. And this is an old friend of mine, Albert. Dustin's father? Natasha's eyes lit up. Oh. So my father-in-law is here, she exclaimed. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. She hurried over, poured tea for everyone, and respectfully handed a cup to Rufus with a bright smile. Please have some tea, father. What? Rufus blinked, clearly caught off guard. Young lady, may I ask who you are? Since this is our first meeting, it's normal that you don't know me, father, Natasha replied confidently. My name is Natasha Harmon. I'm Dustin's wife, your daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law. Rufus paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. His face lit up with pure delight. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Rufus laughed heartily. How lucky my son is to have such a charming wife. This is fantastic. He hadn't expected this at all. Without anyone noticing, Dustin had managed to win over 2 incredible women. Rufus couldn't have been happier. Oh, you flatter me too much, father, Natasha said modestly. I'm the lucky one. Dustin is an amazing man. I'd say he's quite a catch, she added with a laugh. Oh? Is that lad really that impressive? Rufus teased. Of course he is. Natasha replied without hesitation. He's intelligent, skilled in martial arts, and his medical expertise is outstanding. It feels like there's nothing he can't do. He's gentle, responsible, and always takes care of others. Men like him are rare these days. Ha ha ha. Rufus laughed loudly, pride written all over his face. His wrinkles deepened as his smile widened. There was no greater joy than hearing praise for one's own child. You must have raised him well, father, Natasha continued smoothly. You deserve full credit for turning him into such an outstanding man. Ha ha ha. Rufus laughed so hard his cheeks began to ache. He hadn't felt this joyful in over 10 years. Albert, seated beside him, smiled warmly as well. He was genuinely happy for Rufus. You really know how to talk, young lady, Rufus said at last. Since you've already called me father, I can't let this meeting pass without a gift. He reached into his coat and took out a dagger, handing it to Natasha. This blade has been with me for many years. Take it as a keepsake of our first meeting. This is far too valuable, I can't accept it. Natasha waved her hands hurriedly. One glance was enough to tell it was extraordinary. The gemstones embedded in the hilt alone were worth a fortune, not to mention the blade itself. Take it, Rufus said casually. It's nothing special. You might find it useful for self-defense. In truth, he admired her instantly. If she asked, he would give her anything, stars included. Just take it, lass, Gregory chimed in with a wink. This is your father-in-law showing his affection. That dagger was one of the top 10 blades in the world. Even the sword whisperer had tried repeatedly to obtain it, but Rufus had never let it go. All right then, thank you, father, Natasha said softly, smiling as she carefully put the dagger away. The atmosphere quickly warmed. Conversation flowed easily, and before long, they felt like real family, calling each other father and daughter without hesitation. For a brief moment, Peaceful Medical Center felt unusually warm and cozy. Just then, Dustin walked in, smiling faintly after finishing his shopping. But the moment he saw Rufus, his smile vanished. Oh! You're here already? Natasha exclaimed. What a coincidence, father. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wasn't prepared at all. She pouted slightly. If she had known beforehand, she would have prepared gifts to make a better impression. Chapter 352. Natasha, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Dustin said calmly, cutting in before things grew awkward. Come on, I'll take you out for dinner. Oh, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry, Natasha said. She then turned to Rufus. Father, would you like to join us? No need, Rufus replied with a gentle smile. You two go enjoy yourselves. We old men won't intrude. All right, father. We'll be quick and bring food back for you, Natasha said sweetly. Once she was sure everything was settled, she left with Dustin. The car ride was silent for a while. Finally, Natasha spoke. Did you have a fight with your father? A fight? Dustin let out a dry laugh. If only it were that simple. It's far more complicated. What do you mean? Natasha asked gently. Can you tell me? Imagine this, Dustin said quietly. A man's wife and son are harmed, and he does nothing. Would you still call him a man? Natasha hesitated. Maybe he had his own difficulties. If someone truly wants to act, nothing can stop them, Dustin replied coldly. Difficulties are just excuses. I don't know what you've been through, so I won't judge, Natasha said softly. But I believe that one day, the truth will come out. Dustin exhaled slowly. Let's drop it. What do you want to eat tonight? How about Hillview Restaurant? Natasha suggested, forcing a smile. Sure, Dustin replied, stepping on the accelerator. As they turned a corner. Bang! The car jolted violently. Oh no! We hit someone. Natasha gasped, her face turning pale as she looked through the rearview mirror. An old woman was lying in the middle of the road, groaning. Dustin slammed the brakes and got out. Are you all right, ma'am? Natasha rushed forward, but just as she reached out, the old woman sprang up, a knife flashing in her hand. Natasha froze. Before the blade could strike, a hand shot out and caught it bare-handed, snapping it in half. Who sent you? Dustin asked coldly, tossing the broken blade aside. You've got a bounty of 100 billion on your head, the old woman laughed madly, yellow teeth exposed. She's worth 10 billion. I was so damn close. A bounty killer, Dustin muttered, his eyes narrowing. Edwin Hummer had placed the bounty. Though the Hummer family was destroyed, Edwin was still alive, meaning the bounty remained. The old woman cackled. Since you know what I am, you should understand, today is your last day. You think you can handle us alone? Dustin challenged. Look around you, she sneered. I'm not the only one hunting you. Dustin turned. 8 figures emerged from the shadows, closing in silently. They're called the 8 Giants, the old woman said proudly. No one they target ever survives. The more you struggle, the more pain you'll feel. Forget about escaping. Dustin remained calm. The 8 Giants? That's it? Powerful doesn't even begin to describe them, she declared. Dustin flicked his wrist. Whoosh! In an instant, the 8 assassins froze, then collapsed. Silver needles protruded from each of their foreheads. Dead. All 8. Instantly. Chapter 353. The old lady stood frozen, watching in shock as the 8 giants crashed to the ground one after another with heavy thuds. All the calmness she had felt earlier vanished, replaced by sheer terror. The 8 giants were famous bounty hunters who had never failed before this moment. Since their arrival, people had admired them for their strength and skill. They could defeat any opponent effortlessly. She had believed that with the 8 giants backing her, everything would go smoothly. Who would have thought they would be defeated in seconds? They hadn't even had time to react. What kind of monster was the man standing before her? Is this the famous 8 giants you've been bragging about? Dustin shook his head in mock disappointment. They're pretty weak, aren't they? How could these mere mortals, who hadn't even reached godlike status, think they could take him down? Why you? What tricks did you use? The old lady stammered, stumbling backward in panic. I only have one question for you, Dustin said coldly. How many more bounty killers are after me? I don't know. We bounty killers work alone. That's enough. You can go straight to hell now. Before she could finish her sentence, Dustin flicked his wrist. A silver needle shot forward, and she collapsed, dead on the spot. The bounty killers were a mysterious group of hunters. Every member was highly skilled, and the stronger ones were terrifyingly dangerous. Dustin knew he had to cancel the bounty on himself and Natasha as soon as possible, or more trouble would follow. Just then, his phone rang. Dustin answered and immediately heard Maximus's urgent voice. Dustin. Things are bad here. The Boulder Thorns have surrounded the medical center. The Boulder Thorns? Dustin frowned. Did Royal Valor send them? Yes. Royal Valor sent all their elite fighters too. They're here to kill you. You need to hide, whatever you do, stay away from here. Maximus warned. They were badly outnumbered. Even with Dustin's strength, facing all of Royal Valor's warriors alone would be risky. I know what to do, Dustin said calmly. Take Caitlin and get her out of there. He ended the call. What's wrong? Natasha asked, worry flashing across her face as she sat beside him. Nothing serious, Dustin replied with a reassuring smile. Just a small issue at the medical center. Go back to Park Place first. I'll make it up to you with dinner tomorrow. Okay. Take care. Natasha nodded and drove off without pressing further. What an exciting night, Dustin scoffed. Who would have thought Royal Valor would jump in too? He called a cab and headed straight for Peaceful Medical Center. The Boulder Thorns were a powerful group within the Balerno martial arts circle. Dustin had wanted to keep things peaceful with them, but since they refused to back down, he was ready to confront them head-on. When he arrived, more than 20 cars surrounded Peaceful Medical Center. Every surveillance camera had been smashed, and Boulder Thorn members blocked every alley. No one could pass through. Hundreds of elite fighters stood ready, their killing intent thick in the air. The guild members gathered at the entrance, radiating hostility, as if ready to destroy anything in their path. Maximus Kane, a young man in a white shirt, barked, stepping forward with his sword pointed straight at Maximus. This is the last time I'll ask, where is Dustin? This man was Keen Tavello, the second most senior member of the Royal Valor Guild. After Tatum Thunder's death, he had become the guild's ace. To earn the respect of his peers, he needed to avenge Tatum. Keen Tavello. Maximus shouted back. If you want answers, Dustin has already left Swinton. If you want trouble, come to me. Ha! You idiot! Keen roared. You're the type who only regrets things when death is staring you in the face. With a sharp step, Keen lunged at Maximus, aiming to kill. I've heard you're good with a sword, Maximus said coldly. Let's see if that's true. Energy surged through him as he drew the sword from his back and launched a fierce strike toward Keen's chest. Keen grunted and swung his blade, sparks exploding as the swords collided. Maximus's sword was knocked aside. Maximus leapt into the air, caught the weapon mid-flight and twisted his wrist. Instantly, he unleashed the illusory sword technique, creating deceptive afterimages to confuse his opponent. Thanks to Dustin's brutal training, Maximus was fully prepared. He had already mastered the illusory sword. In an instant, countless phantom blades filled the air, all aimed at Keen. It was a terrifying sight. Impressive skills. Keen snarled, glaring fiercely. No wonder you're so arrogant. The peaceful night exploded with the sound of clashing steel as the two masters fought with blinding speed. The elite Boulder Thorn members instinctively retreated, clearing the battlefield. Chapter 354. Amid the brutal clash of two top-tier fighters, ordinary warriors had no chance of getting close. While chaos erupted outside, Rufus, Gregory, and Albert were inside the medical clinic, casually drinking together. Having lived through countless disasters, they barely reacted to the noise. Caitlin, however, was different. As she poured drinks, she kept glancing toward the entrance, her face filled with worry. How could Maximus handle so many enemies alone? If only Mr. Rhys were here, she thought, then immediately shook her head. No, those people were after Dustin. If he showed up, things would only spiral further out of control. Hey, girl! Gregory shouted lazily. Stop fretting. That kid will be fine. Bring us another bottle. Coming, Caitlin replied, grabbing another bottle. Watching how relaxed the three men were, she frowned. Mr. Jones, aren't you worried? If those people break in, you could get hurt. What's there to worry about? Gregory shrugged. Life is cheap. If we die, we die. Hey! Don't say that. Caitlin pouted. Mr. Jones, you'll live a long life. And if danger comes, I'll protect you. She grabbed a mop and struck a heroic pose, pretending to guard the clinic. The sight made the three men burst into laughter. She's got guts, Rufus chuckled. Relax. None of us are dying tonight. Really? Caitlin's eyes lit up. Of course, Rufus said calmly, pointing at Albert. With him here? That old man? Caitlin stared at Albert suspiciously. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, leaning on a cane. He didn't look dangerous at all. A strong wind might knock him over. After looking around, Caitlin realized she was the youngest, and seemingly the strongest, among them. With a determined huff, she lifted her mop again and guarded the door. Clearly, she didn't trust the three old men. Rufus, these minions aren't the real threat, Albert said gravely. People know you're in Swinton. Strukwa won't miss this chance. Are you saying someone's coming to kill me? Rufus asked casually, sipping his drink. Yes, Albert replied without hesitation. Rufus, the Prince of West Lucosia, was like an indestructible shield. His presence alone intimidated the gods of Strukwa. An assassination attempt could ignite border conflicts. In West Lucosia, elite warriors protected him at all times. Strukwa could never find an opening there. But Swinton was different, no army, no death warriors. It was the perfect opportunity. That was why Albert sensed disaster approaching. Let them try, Rufus shrugged. It's not my first time. Outside, the duel intensified. Both Maximus and Keen were injured. Now, blood staining their clothes. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Maximus fought with savage precision, his sword techniques sharp and aggressive. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was superior. However, Keen's cultivation was higher. He was more stable, hovering on the edge of divine-level power, keeping the fight evenly matched. When did this kid get so strong? Luther muttered from the crowd, shocked. Keen was a gifted swordsman, yet he couldn't overpower Maximus. Had Maximus already reached the divine realm? TCH. What a waste of time, Clement sneered from inside his car. He had expected his second disciple to crush Maximus easily, not struggle against what he considered a mere lackey. As the battle dragged on, Clement flicked his wrist. A chess piece whistled through the air and smashed into Maximus's knee. Maximus groaned and collapsed. In the same instant, Keen lunged forward, sword thrusting straight toward Maximus's chest. Chapter 355. Go to hell. Keen roared. Seizing the opening, he brought his sword down with full force. Suddenly, a silver needle shot through the crowd and struck his blade. With a deafening clang, the sword shattered. What? Who did that? Keen retreated instantly, his guard raised high. Anyone who could use a needle as a weapon had to be terrifyingly powerful. To bully the weak with brute force is bad enough, a cold voice rang out from behind, but to rely on sneak attacks too? Are all Boulderthorn people this despicable? Everyone turned around. A handsome man stepped out of the shadows, standing beneath a street lamp, calm and imposing. It was Dustin. Sir Lincoln. That's him. That's Dustin, someone shouted. He's the one who killed Tatum's nephew. The moment Luther saw Dustin, his eyes burned with rage. Kill him. Avenge Tatum. Brody and Oliver stepped forward as well, their presence oppressive. Ever since their father had been crippled, their family's standing had collapsed. They blamed Dustin for everything, and the hatred in their hearts had long since festered. Young man, Clement said coldly, narrowing his eyes, so you're the one who killed my two beloved disciples? I killed Joshua, Dustin replied calmly. But not Tatum. I only crippled him. Bullshit. Brody yelled furiously. You killed Tatum. That's right. Oliver chimed in. We saw through your tricks. You took advantage of his injuries and stabbed him from behind. How shameless. If I wanted Tatum dead, I would have killed him in the arena, Dustin said flatly. But if you insist on believing otherwise, you can. Assume I killed him, he finished indifferently. Dustin glanced around and knew there was no point explaining further. No matter what he said, these people had already decided his guilt. Sir Lincoln, did you hear that? Someone shouted. This kid is unbelievably arrogant. If we don't tear him apart today, how will Boulderthorn maintain its reputation in the martial world? Luther added loudly, fanning the flames along with his sons. Clement sneered. Listen carefully, boy. In the martial world, it's an eye for an eye. If you offer your neck and accept half the blame, I'll grant you a swift death. If you want to fight, then fight, Dustin snapped. Stop spewing nonsense. Good, Clement replied darkly. You've got guts. If I fight you myself, people will say I'm bullying a junior. So today, my disciples will handle you. If you survive, I'll spare your miserable life." With a wave of his hand, Clement ordered his 7 disciples forward. They surrounded Dustin from all sides. These 7 were Royal Valor's finest, true elites. 3 had already reached the divine level, while the remaining 4 were top-tier martial artists. Royal Valor was clearly showing off its strongest lineup. "Dustin, I'll help you," Maximus said, sensing danger. "No," Dustin replied, lifting his hand. "I want to see exactly how strong Royal Valor, one of Boulderthorn's 8 sects, really is." "Humph. Today, you'll be crushed," Keen shouted. Star-shifting technique, transform. The 7 disciples immediately changed positions, trapping Dustin inside a strange formation. The Big Dipper Array. Luther's face lit up with excitement. "Huh. This kid is finished." The Big Dipper Array was a legendary formation. Each fighter represented one of the 7 stars: Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migres, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, working together to seal their enemy inside. They moved in a constant cycle, their momentum never breaking. Once fully formed, escape was impossible. "Attack!" Keen commanded. He led 3 men from the front while the remaining 3 struck from behind. Chapter 356. The 7 warriors moved as one, their coordination flawless. Offense and defense flowed seamlessly, each strike reinforcing the next. As the formation spun, sharp sword energy erupted outward like a storm, kicking sand and stones into the air. "Interesting," Dustin muttered, frowning slightly. He slipped through the attacks like a fish through water, dodging with effortless precision. Though the sword energy grazed past him repeatedly, it failed to leave a single scratch. Brody and Oliver watched eagerly, fists clenched. Every time Dustin seemed cornered, they cheered, but each narrow escape only deepened their rage. "Relax," Luther said calmly. "The Big Dipper Array grows stronger the tougher the opponent is. Once it fully activates, it's like an unstoppable tidal wave. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for Dustin." In his eyes, Dustin's defeat was inevitable. "Dustin, catch the sword!" Maximus shouted, realizing the danger. He hurled his sword straight into the heart of the formation. "All right," Dustin replied. He kicked off the ground and soared into the air, grabbing the sword mid-flight. "He's asking for death," Keen sneered. "Strike upward." In a battle between experts, a single mistake meant death. Hanging in midair, Dustin should have been an easy kill. "Ha," Dustin scoffed, looking down at the formation beneath him. He swung his sword downward. Swish! Like a falling star, the blade tore through the formation. Clang! The Big Dipper Array collapsed instantly. Keen and the others were blasted backward, barely able to keep their footing. How is this possible? Keen stared in disbelief. The strength of the Big Dipper Array came from the combined power of all 7 fighters. Breaking it required overwhelming force, greater than all of them together. Was Dustin really that strong? No. Impossible. It had to be a fluke. Cycle of the sun and moon. Change formation. Keen shouted desperately. The Big Dipper Array had 7 variations, capable of endless transformations: attack, defense, speed, chaos. "I'm just playing with you," Dustin said flatly, his patience gone. "Are you even trying?" He swung his arm. The sword left his hand, shooting toward the 7 disciples like a deadly streak of light. "Defend," they shouted, raising their swords in unison. Too late. Dustin's blade smashed through their weapons, shattering them into fragments. The impact hurled all 7 fighters backward. One coughed up blood, his body mangled. The others died instantly. The battlefield fell deathly silent. Everyone stared in shock at the carnage before them. Chapter 357. As the Boulderthorn disciples stared at the 6 lifeless bodies on the ground and at Keen, who was badly injured and coughing up blood. Shock spread through the crowd. They had never imagined that Dustin could break the powerful Big Dipper array and kill 6 top Royal Valor experts with a single sword strike. Had he been hiding his true strength all this time? How is this possible? Luther cried in disbelief. Dustin had effortlessly shattered the legendary Big Dipper array. Just how strong was he? No way. 7 top Royal Valor experts couldn't defeat him. Brody and Oliver exchanged stunned looks. This bastard must be on some kind of drug. Otherwise, how could he be this strong? This man is on a completely different level, Clement said gravely. Dustin had destroyed the Big Dipper array using nothing but a sword. It was obvious that Dustin was nearing a power that bordered on the divine. His martial talent was terrifying, especially at such a young age. Provoking someone like him was pure stupidity. The disciples understood one thing clearly: Dustin had to be eliminated at all costs. If they gave him another 2 years, even Clement might not be able to suppress him. All Royal Valor disciples, listen up. Clement suddenly roared. Surround him. Yes, sir. Hundreds of elite Royal Valor fighters moved instantly, encircling Dustin with murderous intent blazing in their eyes. You Boulder Thorn dogs are truly disgusting, Dustin said coldly, his gaze filled with contempt. You can't even keep your own word. Clement's shameless betrayal disgusted him. Anyone who relied on ambushes and numbers while their disciples were fighting honorably was nothing but trash. You brought this upon yourself. Clement snapped. You're too dangerous to be left alive. Good, Dustin replied calmly, lifting his sword. Then today, I'll wipe Royal Valor off the map. A terrifying surge of energy exploded from his body. A violent wind swept through the area. Dustin's robe fluttered wildly, his hair standing on end as his killing intent erupted. He stood alone, yet it felt as though he could crush everyone present by himself. Just as both sides were about to collide, a piercing scream tore through the air. Everyone turned in shock. A massive blonde man with foreign features appeared out of nowhere. In his hand, he casually held the severed head of a Royal Valor disciple. Ha! The blonde man grinned cruelly and pressed down with one finger. Pop! The head exploded like an overripe melon. The brutality froze everyone in place. This is outrageous, someone shouted. How dare he, another yelled. Who the hell is this lunatic? He's courting death by killing a Royal Valor disciple, the crowd roared, raising their weapons toward the blonde man. No matter how fierce the internal conflicts were within the martial world, everyone united against an outside enemy. That rule was absolute. You weak pieces of shit, the blonde man sneered, curling his fingers mockingly. Come on. All of you at once. How dare you? Several Royal Valor disciples roared in fury as they charged forward. Clang! 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 Weapons struck the blonde man, then shattered on impact. What? The attackers froze in disbelief. Before they could react, the blonde man moved. Chapter 358. He slammed 2 of them on the head. Bang! Bang! Their skulls burst apart instantly, spraying blood everywhere. The remaining 2 tried to retreat, but the blonde man grabbed them, crushing their skulls with his bare hands. The scene was brutal and sickening, leaving everyone horrified. Attack together! Kill him! Clement roared, his face twisted with rage as he gave the order. Kill him! Over 100 Royal Valor disciples charged forward, screaming. The blonde man grinned, bent his knees, and leapt into the air. Boom! The ground exploded beneath him, forming a deep crater. He landed in the middle of the crowd. Wherever he moved, bodies fell. Blood splattered everywhere. Anyone who tried to stop him was crushed by overwhelming force. Ha ha ha! The blonde man laughed madly, reveling in the slaughter like a feral beast unleashed from its cage. The Royal Valor disciples were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. They couldn't fight back at all. Monster! Stop this madness! Clement shouted in fury. Seeing over half his disciples dead or crippled, he leapt forward and unleashed a full-powered palm strike at the blond man's back. Boom! The impact echoed. The blond man barely reacted. He simply turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. How is this possible? Clement's eyelid twitched as fear crept into his expression. His strongest attack hadn't even scratched the man. Was this thing even human? Go to hell! Clement roared, gritting his teeth as he delivered a vicious kick. Boom! The blond man didn't even move. He only glanced sideways before calmly returning to his original stance. Cold sweat poured down Clement's face. You pathetic weakling, the blond man sneered, throwing a casual punch. Clement instinctively shut his eyes and raised his arms. Boom! His arm shattered instantly. Clement was sent flying more than 10 meters before slamming into a tree. Blood poured from his mouth. What? The crowd was stunned. No one had imagined that Clement, the respected guildmaster of royal valor, a man on the verge of becoming a grandmaster, would be crushed by a single punch. Who was this monster? Fear spread instantly. The remaining fighters scattered in all directions, too terrified to approach. Who are you? Clement groaned, lying on the ground in terror. There was only one explanation. This man was a grandmaster, an absolute monster among monsters. I am from the Hall of Gods, the blond man declared proudly. My name is Ares. The Hall of Gods of Strukwa. The god of war, Ares. The crowd gasped. The Hall of Gods was the most feared martial organization in Strukwa. Each of its members possessed terrifying power, capable of bringing destruction wherever they went. Those granted divine titles were unmatched. Ares, the god of war, within Dragon Marsh, he was a supreme grandmaster. Even if all 8 Boulder Thorn sects joined forces, they would still struggle against him. Yet Clement couldn't understand one thing. Why had a terrifying figure from the Hall of Gods appeared in Swinton? And why had he slaughtered Boulder Thorn's disciples so mercilessly? Chapter 359. Dad, what's going on? Why is the god of war from the Hall of Gods here? Did Sir Lincoln offend someone important from the Hall of Gods? Oliver and Brody trembled as they stared at the blond man radiating terrifying killing intent. How the hell would I know? Why are you asking me? Luther snapped, swallowing hard. They had come to ambush Dustin. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to run into a monster from the Hall of Gods. This was insane. Your Excellency, I swear I've never offended anyone from the Hall of Gods, Clement said hurriedly, his face pale with fear. Why are you slaughtering the members of Boulder Thorn? What? The blond man asked in confusion. Aren't you all part of the West Lacosian army? Ha! The West Lacosian army? Clement shouted in despair. We're from the Boulder Thorn Guild. Realization hit him like a hammer. After all this chaos, his disciples had died for nothing. Oh, so you're not from West Lacosia? The blond man laughed loudly. No wonder you're all so weak. Whatever. What's done is done. I'll just treat this as a warm-up. Clement stood there in a daze, utterly helpless. He didn't even dare to resist. This was a grandmaster, someone who could wipe them all out as easily as stepping on ants. Ares, stop messing around. Focus on the mission, a clear, commanding voice rang out. A woman with purple hair stepped out of the shadows. She wore full battle armor, holding a sword in her left hand and a shield in her right. Her presence was sharp, domineering, and overwhelming. You know my power grows with every kill, Athena, Ares chuckled. I'm just warming up. It's nothing serious. Athena? The crowd gasped. The goddess of war from the Hall of Gods had appeared. She was on the same level as Ares. With Ares alone, royal valor would already be doomed. With Athena added to the mix, even all 8 Boulder Thorn sects together wouldn't stand a chance. Come out. There's no need to hide anymore, Athena said coldly. At her command, 2 more figures emerged from the darkness. One was a handsome man holding a bow and arrows. The other was a tall, muscular giant standing well over 6 feet tall. "I'm Apollo of the Hall of Gods," the handsome man said confidently. "And I'm Heracles," the muscular man added curtly. The moment their identities were revealed, Clement and the Boulder Thorn members went deathly pale. Apollo, the god of the sun. Heracles, the god of strength. 4 major gods. Are we finished? Panic spread like wildfire. Ares, the god of war. Athena, the goddess of war. Apollo, the god of the sun. Heracles, the god of strength. These weren't ordinary gods, they were major gods. Encountering even one would be earth-shattering. Facing all 4 at once was beyond terrifying. It felt like they could erase the entire Boulder Thorn Guild without breaking a sweat. How is this possible? Clement thought in horror. Why would the Hall of Gods send 4 major gods here? His legs trembled uncontrollably. In front of these beings, the Boulder Thorn Guildmaster felt insignificant, like dust. "Oh no. We're dead for sure," Oliver and Brody muttered, drenched in sweat. Chapter 360. Oliver and Brody felt their legs give way. Luther's face was deathly pale. If he had known he would encounter these gods, he would never have stepped foot here. The arrival of the 4 major gods plunged the area into dead silence. Their overwhelming presence locked everyone in place. No one dared speak, move, or even breathe loudly. At that moment, they realized something terrifying: they no longer controlled their own lives. In front of the 4 major gods, they were no more than ants. "Mr. Rhys," Athena said calmly, breaking the silence. "We know you're inside. Please come out." "How refreshing," Rufus laughed as he walked out, holding a glass of wine. "Since the Hall of God sent all 4 of you, I guess you're serious about killing me today." "Mr. Rhys," Athena said evenly, "the Hall of Gods values talent. Join us, and you'll walk away alive, with our protection." "So you want me to betray my country?" Rufus asked with a grin. "We can give you everything Dragon Marsh offers, and more," Athena continued. "In Strukwa, you could unleash your full potential." Rufus raised his glass. "There are 3 things I will never do. First, I will never harm the weak, the elderly, women, or children. Second, I will never tolerate corrupt officials. And third," he smiled faintly, "I will never betray my homeland. I'm afraid I can't help you today." Athena's gaze turned icy. "Then today will be your last." Rufus took another sip. "Do you really think the 4 of you can kill me?" "We may not start wars," Athena replied coldly, "but no one is better at assassination than the Hall of Gods." "Enough bullshit." Ares roared with wild laughter, launching himself forward like a cannonball. "Kill him," Athena ordered. All 4 gods charged at Rufus at once. Even they knew, Rufus was no ordinary opponent. Albert, standing behind Rufus, snorted. "Major gods? I don't buy it." In a flash, he stepped forward, placing himself between Rufus and the 4 gods. Thunder exploded. Violent winds howled as terrifying energy waves rippled outward. The Royal Valor remnants scrambled backward in panic, afraid of being torn apart. Dustin stood at the entrance of the medical center, eyes narrowed as he watched the battle. The Rhys family had 3 legendary generals: the Sword Whisperer, the Executioner, and the Drunken Maniac. The Sword Whisperer was the strongest. But Albert, the Executioner, was the most ruthless. He had reached peak Grandmaster level 10 years ago. Now, his cultivation had reached a terrifying height, one that allowed him to stand evenly against all 4 major gods. "Oh my god! Who the hell is this old man?" Oliver and Brody stared in disbelief. How is he holding off 4 major gods by himself? To them, the 4 gods were invincible. Watching them struggle against a single old man shattered everything they believed. "Thank God I didn't rush into the medical center earlier," Clement muttered, sweat pouring down his face. "Otherwise, I'd already be dead." Then a horrifying thought struck him. That old man came from Peaceful Medical Center. And Peaceful Medical Center belonged to Dustin. Clement's face turned ashen. He didn't dare think any further. Chapter 361. As the battle raged on, Albert held his ground against the four major gods attacking him. The five figures moved so fast that their movements seemed to merge together, making it almost impossible to distinguish one from another. It was breathtaking and terrifying. Trees toppled, and buildings crumbled wherever they fought, leaving devastation in their wake. Meanwhile, Dustin stood at the entrance of the medical center, shielding himself from stray bursts of energy. Thankfully, Albert had drawn the fight away from the center, otherwise, it would have been obliterated as well. Dustin, I can't believe you have such a powerful elder in your family. Even the four major gods can't beat him. Maximus exclaimed, astonished at the unfolding chaos. He's not an elder, Dustin said coldly. He isn't? Then why is he with your father? Maximus asked, intrigued. He's just a servant of the Rhys family, Dustin replied indifferently, showing no concern. A servant? Maximus' eyes widened. You have such a powerful person as a servant? Are you some kind of royalty, Dustin? Suddenly, Dustin's expression shifted. We've got trouble, he said sharply, looking down the street. The lights along the road flickered and dimmed. In the shadows, a figure advanced. Each time the lights flickered back on, the figure vanished, only to reappear when the lights went out again. Within moments, the figure came close enough to be seen clearly. It was an old man with a black beard, draped in a dark cloak. A chilling, dark mist surrounded him, spreading a sense of foreboding. I know him. He's Hades, the god of the underworld from the Hall of Gods, someone in the crowd shouted. Panic erupted immediately. Oh my god! Hades is here? What is happening today? The three Williams men were visibly shaken, struggling to find words. Hades was a royal god, far more powerful than the major gods like Athena or Ares. He was in a league of his own within the Hall of Gods. To put it in perspective, the strongest major gods were comparable to grandmasters in Dragon Marsh. A royal god like Hades, however, was equivalent to the highest-tier ultimate grandmasters. There were only a handful of ultimate grandmasters in Dragon Marsh, all revered and protected. They rarely showed themselves in public. Similarly, the royal gods of the Hall of Gods acted only when the security of their nation was threatened, like weapons of mass destruction, deployed more for intimidation than combat. Yet today, such a supreme figure from Strukwa had appeared in Dragon Marsh. Did this signal that war was imminent? It's been a long time, Mr. Rhys, Hades said, removing his cloak and nodding to Rufus as though greeting an old friend. The Hall of Gods has truly gone all out. This time, we even have a royal god on our side. It would be disastrous if your nation lost you here, Rufus said, calm and composed, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Rhys, if you were in West Lucosia, I wouldn't act recklessly. But since you've left your safe zone, don't be surprised that we're taking action, Hades replied, smirking. Oh? You really think you can kill me? Rufus asked lightly. We've done our homework. You only have a grandmaster guarding you. Athena and the others will be busy keeping him occupied. That means I can focus on you, and I am confident I can end your life, Hades said with chilling certainty. He knew there was a skilled swordsman in the West Lucosian army capable of defeating him, but that person wasn't present today. This was the perfect opportunity for the Hall of Gods to strike. If Rufus were killed, West Lucosia would be leaderless, making Strukwa's invasion effortless. Failure was not an option. Since you've planned everything, go ahead, Rufus said calmly. Take one last look at the mortal realm, Mr. Rhys. Chapter 362. Hades made a formal gesture before slamming his hand downward. A deafening thunderclap echoed across the area as a massive shadow, shaped like a giant hand, appeared from nowhere. With a single motion, it slammed toward Rufus. Beneath that enormous shadow, Rufus looked minuscule, an ant beneath a god's foot. Had it landed anywhere else, the medical center would have been reduced to rubble. Boom! The shockwave caused many Boulder Thorn members to fall to their knees, coughing up blood. Innocent bystanders always suffered the most when ultimate beings clashed. Ultimate grandmasters were like living nuclear weapons. A single move could level mountains or crack the earth. Ordinary people had no chance. Wait, what? Dustin frowned, watching the giant shadow overhead. He wasn't sure how to react, until an old man in white suddenly appeared and pulled Rufus behind him. The old man radiated a golden light. A towering, golden figure, roughly 15 feet tall, rose behind him. With a single swing, the giant's fist collided with Hades' shadow. Bang! The shadow shattered into pieces, leaving the golden giant standing still and immovable, like a statue guarding the old man. Who are you? Hades demanded angrily. He had thought his assassination plan was foolproof. No one had expected a secret master to be hiding right under their noses. You may call me Wilkins. I am merely an attendant in Ailka, the old man said. His white hair gave him a deceptively childlike appearance. He kept his gaze lowered, showing humility, with no trace of arrogance. Mr. Wilkins? Hades narrowed his eyes, studying the man carefully. Suddenly, realization hit him. Oh! Nestor Wilkins? The legendary palace master? That's just a rumor, Nestor replied humbly. I don't care if it's a rumor. Leave now, or I'll make sure you never see the sunrise again. Hades snapped, his patience gone. Dragonmarsh was not Strukwa, he intended to finish things quickly. I cannot, Nestor said, shaking his head. I have 2 orders. The first is to protect the prince. The second? Hades asked, feigning disinterest. To annihilate the gods of Strukwa. Before Hades could react, Nestor vanished and reappeared just a few feet from him. Ha! Hades shivered, his heart racing. Nestor grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air. Hades was paralyzed, completely unable to resist. Gasps of shock filled the air as the crowd watched him suspended like a puppet. In our territory, you obey our laws, Nestor said firmly. Laws apply to all, human, demon, or god. Break them, and face the consequences. No gods are allowed in Dragonmarsh, he added. With a loud crack, Nestor snapped Hades' neck. In an instant, the god of the underworld was gone. Chapter 363. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Even the fierce battle between Albert and the 4 major gods paused. Everyone stared in disbelief. Had Hades, the god of the underworld and a powerful figure in the Hall of Gods, really just died in a single move? By a mere mortal? How was that even possible? Hades possessed powers that rivaled the greatest masters and was a top expert in Strukwa. His destructive force was comparable to nuclear weapons. Yet, this incredible being had his neck snapped by an old man. It was terrifying. After a moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted. I can't believe what I just saw. A royal god was killed in one move, someone exclaimed. Is this real? Another voice shouted. What an incredible display of power, someone else yelled. The members of Boulder Thorn watched in shock. From the Williams men to their leader, Sir Lincoln, everyone felt a surge of fear. Who could have imagined that an attendant could be so overwhelmingly powerful? Could this truly be the strength of the unmatched master from the palace? It was frightening. Lord Hades is dead. Athena and the other major gods were stunned. Their plan had been for the 4 of them to restrain the West Leucosian army while Lord Hades delivered a decisive blow against Rufus. They had considered every possible outcome during the assassination, practiced countless times, and believed their success rate was over 99%. Yet they had never anticipated Nestor's arrival, or that Lord Hades would be completely outmatched. Despite their pride, they had to face the truth: they were utterly defeated. Ares! Get out of here! Athena shouted through gritted teeth as she fled. Damn it! We were so close! Ares yelled, frustration boiling over. But he knew there was no choice but to retreat with the others. If someone could kill Lord Hades, then they were beyond his ability to fight. Do you really think you can escape? Nestor said, his eyes narrowing, before vanishing. 5 minutes later, he reappeared, holding 4 heads in his hands. The heads belonged to Athena, Ares, Apollo, and Heracles, the 4 major gods from the Hall of Gods. None had survived. All 4 had fallen to Nestor Wilkins. The crowd gasped at the horrifying sight. Just surviving in the presence of such power seemed impossible. At that moment, Nestor was far more terrifying than any god they had ever known. With a dull thud, Nestor tossed the heads aside. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he knelt before Rufus and Dustin. "Nestor Wilkins, at your service, your highness, Prince of Theswy. And at your service, your grace." He bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. The crowd was stunned, as if struck by lightning. They were still processing the shocking deaths of 4 major gods, and now this revelation. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that the invincible master of the palace, the one who had killed Hades in one move, would kneel before someone else in public. How could this be possible? They had always believed that only the strong earned respect. Nestor, the old man, seemed invincible. He was undoubtedly the most powerful figure they had ever encountered, the strongest person in all of Dragonmarsh. Chapter 364. A man as powerful as Rufus should have been admired and feared by all. His presence alone was godlike, but why was he acting so humbly? "Prince of Theswy. Your grace." Clement stared at Rufus, then at Dustin, his face drained of color. A deep fear gripped him like nothing he had ever experienced. There was only one Prince of Theswy, ruler of West Lacosia. He controlled the Rhys household and held authority over Dragonmarsh. That remarkable figure was Rufus Rhys. Could it really be that this hunched, seemingly ordinary old man was the invincible Prince of Theswy? The thought terrified Clement so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he turned pale. If Rufus was the Prince of Theswy, then Dustin, addressed as "Your Grace," must be his son. That meant he was the famous Kirin, Logan Rhys. Clement's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen, despair filling his eyes. He was not alone, the other 2 Williams men trembled in fear alongside him. Brody shook like a leaf, so terrified that he had wet himself. None had imagined that a minor figure they had dismissed was in fact the prince's son, and that they had offended him. "Get up, Mr. Wilkins. What's a grown man kneeling everywhere for? Oh, wait. I almost forgot. You're not really a man, are you?" Rufus said, his tone teasing. "Thank you, Your Highness," Nestor replied, eyes narrowing slightly as he regained composure. Rufus smiled, speaking humbly. "You've arrived just in time, Nestor. Did you follow me all the way here?" Nestor bowed. "The master was concerned for your safety, Your Highness. He sent me to protect you in secret. I apologize if I overstepped." "Protect me? You mean spy on me," Rufus said with a sly grin. "Please, do not misunderstand, sir. You hold a position of utmost importance. Even a minor injury could endanger the nation," Nestor explained earnestly. "Ha! Such a loyal servant you are," Rufus said, patting Nestor on the back. "Thank you, Your Highness," Nestor replied, nodding respectfully. "We should leave immediately, sir." "You should return to West Lacosia to avoid any trouble," Nestor suggested. "Oh? Are you ordering me around?" Rufus asked, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. "I would never dare," Nestor said, keeping his head lowered. "If you're a servant, act like one. Never tell me what to do, or you'll regret it," Rufus warned. "Yes, Your Highness," Nestor replied, still looking down. "Why are you still here?" "Leave!" Rufus waved impatiently. "Yes, sir," Nestor said as he turned. Dustin stepped in front of him. "Wait. Did I say you could leave?" Nestor lowered his head. "Do you have orders, Your Grace? Were you involved in the incident 10 years ago?" Dustin asked coldly. "I don't understand, Your Grace," Nestor replied. "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending?" Dustin's icy stare made his growing anger obvious. I'll ask you one last time. Did you have anything to do with my mother's death? You must be mistaken, Your Grace. I know nothing about it, Nestor said, shaking his head. Who in all of Aelka could have stopped my mother if not you, the ultimate Grandmaster? Dustin's fists tightened, anger surging. As far as I know, the princess consort died of illness, Nestor said, trying to deflect. Forget your excuses. Go to hell, you rat. Dustin shouted, drawing his sword and charging. Chapter 365. Dustin swung his sword, and bright rays of light shot from it. With incredible speed and force, he aimed for Nestor's chest. Suddenly, a large, translucent golden bell fell from the sky, landing around Nestor with a thud, blocking Dustin's strike. When Dustin's sword struck the bell, ripples spread outward like waves on water. There was no sound, no explosion, not even a clang. The energy from Dustin's strike was completely absorbed by the bell, leaving Nestor unharmed. What are you doing, Your Grace? Nestor asked, calm as ever. I'm getting rid of you. Dustin snapped, kicking off the ground and lunging at the bell with his sword. He struck it again, creating more ripples, but the bell stayed solid. Your Grace, I bring orders from the Master. Are you sure this is wise? Nestor asked, still composed. Dustin ignored him, continuing his assault. Gradually, the bell began to vibrate, the ripples intensifying with every strike. After 10 more blows, Dustin's sword shattered with a loud clang and fell to the ground. It was just an ordinary sword, it couldn't withstand the force of his energy. That's enough. Rufus called out, stepping forward. You can't defeat him. There's no point in continuing. Who's to say I can't? We won't know until it's over. Dustin shot back, rage flashing in his eyes. He came with orders and has someone backing him. If... Rufus interrupted, warning sharply, if anything happens to him here, you won't survive the consequences. Dustin's eyes burned red with fury. So, you're saying I should just stand here and watch my mother's killer walk away? I can't do that. His body bristled with raw energy, like a wild animal ready to strike. Listen to me, Logan, Rufus said calmly, shaking his head. Nestor was the king's most trusted guard. If he died at their hands, it would ignite a catastrophe. Rufus Rhys, if you're worried about getting involved, stay out of it. I'll take full responsibility for what happens today. This isn't about the Rhys family. Dustin shouted, charging at Nestor with his broken sword. This time, Nestor didn't defend himself. He removed the golden bell and allowed Dustin to strike. Just as Dustin's blade was about to land, a dragon cane blocked it. Mr. Logan. Calm down. If you hurt him, many will die. Albert warned seriously. How dare you stop me? Dustin growled, fury twisting his face. He looked ready to attack anyone who dared stand in his way. Stop it, lad. Gregory called from the back. This fighting is pointless. If you want revenge, march to Stonia and strike Aelka directly. Dustin clenched his jaw and inhaled deeply. Finally, he held back. He realized. Nestor was just a puppet, someone else was pulling the strings. Gregory was right. If Dustin wanted revenge, he needed to confront his true enemies boldly, kill without hesitation, and make the powerful in Aelka fear him. What are you doing standing there, scum? Get out of here. Rufus kicked Nestor harshly. I will leave now, Nestor replied humbly, nodding. Before departing, he glanced at Dustin with a challenging look. Listen, Wilkins. In a year, I'll come to Aelka for you. We'll fight to the death at the highest fort in Aelka. Dustin bellowed, filled with rage. I look forward to your challenge, Your Grace, Nestor replied with a brief smile before vanishing into the shadows. You acted too recklessly, young man. Even though he's just an attendant, he's an unmatched master in Aelka. The Sword Whisperer is the only one in all of West Lacosia who can stand a chance against him. Did you really think it would be easy to kill him? Gregory shouted angrily. His words hit Dustin harder than Rufus's had. Of course I knew it wouldn't be easy. I was just putting on a show, Dustin replied, his fury replaced with calm. Putting on a show? Gregory asked, confused. 10 years ago, he made a complex plan to eliminate me. I doubt his desire to do so has changed. If I hadn't acted first, he would have found a way to assess me. I wanted to strike first and show him my vengeful strength. Dustin said casually. You've been acting all this time. Gregory realized what Dustin meant. Not entirely. I was serious about taking him down. I just made myself appear impulsive and hot-headed. I even showed him my slow progress over the years, so he wouldn't be overly cautious around me. Dustin's eyes shone brightly. 10 years of practice in hiding his true feelings had paid off. The strong show weakness to their enemies, while the weak flaunt strength. Well done, young man. Clever tricks. Gregory laughed. Ha! He takes after his father. Rufus said with pride. Dustin ignored him, raising his sword. In a swift arc, he sliced Clement in half as he tried to flee. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you, please don't, Luther and his sons pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. Before they could finish, Dustin swung again, beheading all three. I gave you plenty of chances, but you never valued them. He walked to the center as if nothing had happened. Albert, spare no one, Rufus commanded coldly. Yes, sir. Albert's eyes gleamed like a hungry beast spotting prey. The members of royal valor would pay with their lives for angering Rufus. Chapter 366. After leaving Peaceful Medical Center, Nestor quickly entered a car. The driver was a pale young man with striking features, wearing heavy makeup and bright red lipstick. At first glance, it was hard to determine his gender. Who would have thought Logan Rhys would hide in such a rundown medical center for 10 years? And he's still obsessed with the past. Should I take care of him when the opportunity arises, so we won't have to worry later? The driver's high-pitched voice dripped with malice. We can't kill him yet, Nestor said calmly, eyes closed. As long as Rufus is in power, no one can touch him. Everyone faces life and death, sir. I can make his death seem natural. No one will suspect a thing, the pale man chuckled darkly. Don't be foolish. It's not that simple, Nestor said, shaking his head. Do you know why Rufus remains in West Lucosia, serving our master, despite his skills and an army of 500,000 men? Of course. He's scared of our master, the pale man declared. That's partly true, but more importantly, he fears the consequences, Nestor replied, smirking. As long as the Kirin is safe, Rufus won't act, no matter how ambitious. But if anything happens to his son, Rufus becomes a dangerous beast with nothing left to lose. And when that day comes, Stonia's fate will. 10 years ago, when the princess consort of West Lucosia died, Rufus tried several times to move his armies from the borders. Each time, he held back. Was it fear of death? Or fear of the king? Ridiculous. The truth, he stayed to protect his son, Logan. Rufus, the Prince of Theswy, had only one treasure left, Logan. Any harm to him would spark chaos across Stonia. Sir, I worry that when Logan returns to West Lucosia and becomes king, disaster will strike us, the pale man said, pale-faced. Ha! The so-called Kirin, hailed as a genius, is just a foolish young man. He's temperamental and predictable. Even if he takes the throne, he'll be reckless. Once Rufus Rhys is gone, the Rhys family and West Lucosia will collapse. Nestor said with a wicked smile. But Rufus is only in his 50s. What if he lives 20 or 30 more years? Must we keep living in fear? The man asked. It won't take that long. Wait, and you'll see everything come to a head, Nestor replied, a knowing smirk on his face. The master had waited 10 years to execute his plan. Soon, results would be evident. The next morning, Dustin awoke to find the medical center spotless. Every trace of last night's fight had vanished, all evidence had been hidden. The atmosphere was calm. Calm as ever, Dustin murmured. "Lad, your father has returned to West Lacosia," Gregory said, walking down the stairs. Unlike usual, he appeared sober and composed. Chapter 367. He should have left a long time ago. "If he stays here, he'll only bring us trouble," Dustin said coldly. "Before your father left, he asked me to convince you to return to the Rhys family." "I refused," Gregory said, sitting down and pouring himself a cup of tea. "I told him the Rhys household is dangerous. I'd rather see you living freely, doing what you love, than getting caught in their power struggles and lies." Surprisingly, he agreed. He said he just wants you to be happy, and that the Rhys family will always support you. His only wish is for you to visit your mother's grave to pay your respects. Dustin froze. A sharp pain stabbed his chest, right above his heart. He reached up and touched the crystal necklace his mother had left him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I'll go back. But not yet. The day the murderer pays for what he did will be the day I return." How could he visit his mother's grave knowing her death had not yet been avenged? "All right, I've said what I needed to say. The choice is yours now," Gregory replied, finishing his tea and heading upstairs to bed. Dustin remained seated, lost in thoughts of revenge. "What are you thinking about?" Dahlia walked in, waving her hand in front of Dustin's face. "Hey, when did you come in?" he asked, surprised. "You didn't even notice me. What's got you so distracted? Thinking about me or Natasha?" Dahlia asked curiously. "Neither," Dustin shook his head. He knew better than to answer that tricky question. "Is there someone else on your mind?" Dahlia pressed. "Of course not." Dustin laughed. He quickly shifted the topic. "Did you come here this early just to ask that?" "Ha! Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Dahlia rolled her eyes. "I'm here with great news. The Nicholson family in Glenstead has accepted us back. We're part of the family again. From now on, we carry a prestigious name." "Oh really? That's fantastic. Congratulations." Dustin chuckled. "That's not all." Dahlia beamed. "Not only have we been welcomed back, but the family head, Regulus Nicholson, has named me a potential successor. I could become the future leader of the household, competing with his other children." "So you're saying that if you do well, you could lead a prominent family?" Dustin pieced it together. "Exactly." Dahlia snapped her fingers, giggling. "Many dream of being named potential successors. I never imagined the patriarch would choose me. What a surprise." She hadn't expected to be reunited with the Nicholson family. Even if she returned, she might not have been fully recognized. But now, being named a potential successor changed everything. It elevated her status above other descendants. This was Dahlia's chance to take control of her life and escape her family's oppression. She only had to prove herself and defeat her rivals. Success meant becoming the successor and rising above them all. "Congratulations. The patriarch clearly values your family," Dustin said with a smile. "Of course." Dahlia lifted her chin confidently. "Now that this opportunity has come, you better start flattering me. You'll regret it if you don't when I become the successor." Chapter 368. Dustin laughed at Dahlia's playful attitude. "Oh yes. All hail Ms. Nicholson. The talented Ms. Nicholson will lead a great household one day." He raised his fist in mock salute. "Hey! Stop joking. I'm serious. Once I become matriarch of the Nicholson family, I'll be even more powerful than Natasha Harmon. And when that time comes, I'll take care of you," Dahlia said, lifting her chin with pride. It was clear she was filled with hope and determination. In the past, she had felt inferior to Natasha due to their different social status. But now, as a potential successor, she felt equal, and ready to compete for Dustin's attention based on skill and merit. Just then, Dahlia's phone rang. She answered to Florence's voice. "Honey, where are you? Come back now." Madame Gloria from the Nicholson family in Glenstead is here to see you. Madame Gloria? Why is she here? Dahlia asked, trying to understand. Regulus Nicholson, the family head, had been impressive in his younger days. He married 3 wives, the first over 70, the second and third over 60. Gloria Gustave was his 3rd wife. You were chosen as a potential successor, right? Madame Gloria is here to get close to you. You're lucky. Florence said excitedly. Okay, I'll come home right away, Dahlia replied and hung up. Without hesitation, she took Dustin's hand and led him outside. What? I'm coming too. Dustin asked, surprised. You're part of the family, right? So why not? Dahlia said. But... Enough. This is your chance to impress someone important. Dahlia pulled him along into the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Nicholson villa. Inside, a large crowd gathered. In the center sat an elderly woman, heavily made up, adorned with jewelry, and holding a serpent-shaped cane. Dakota and Jane sat on either side, looking respectful, while Florence and James stood nearby, submissive. Though the rightful owners, they resembled staff waiting on her. Honey, you're finally home. Florence rushed to Dahlia. Her face darkened upon seeing Dustin. What are you doing here, Rhys? I haven't forgotten the fake gemstone your father gave me yesterday. How dare you show your face? Fake gemstone? Dustin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Rufus may have flaws, but he would never deceive anyone with a fake item. Ha! How dare you defend him? I had Julie appraise it, it's synthetic. You better repay me. I won't back down without at least $5 million. Florence shouted, furious. Mom, I think there's a misunderstanding, Dahlia tried to calm things. Ha! What misunderstanding? We've already shown it's fake. His whole family is full of con artists. Florence snapped. Hey! What are you all arguing about? My grandma is here. Show her respect. Dakota shouted from the couch, upset at the whispers and neglect. I'm not done with you. Florence glared at Dustin, but her expression softened at Gloria's presence. Dustin shook his head at her sudden change. Dahlia, this is Madame Gloria, an important person in the Nicholson family. Florence said, pointing. It's an honor, Madame Gloria, Dahlia said respectfully. Gloria, however, looked displeased. Gloria said, sitting with her hands on her cane, looking down at everyone. Quick! Serve Madame Gloria some tea. Florence ordered. Dahlia nodded, pouring a cup and handing it to Gloria with respect. Is this how you serve tea? Don't you have manners? Gloria snapped. What? Dahlia asked, confused. Grandma, this is just how uncultured people act. They don't behave like our elite family, Dakota said smugly. Dahlia Nicholson, you should stand behind. Do you see how to serve tea to elders? Stand behind them and offer with both hands, that shows respect, Dakota instructed. Dahlia frowned. Serve tea from behind? Does anyone still do that? She felt more like a maid than a guest. Dakota raised an eyebrow. What? You don't want to? You're being rude to my grandma. No. That's not true. Florence quickly interjected. Dahlia just isn't familiar. Please don't be upset, Madame Gloria. I'll serve the tea, Florence said, taking the cup from Dahlia and moving behind Gloria to present it properly. Gloria looked at Florence with disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can serve me tea? Florence's smile faltered. She turned to Dahlia for help. Honey, you should serve your elder. It's only right. Reluctantly, Dahlia took a cup and stood behind Gloria, serving it with both hands respectfully. Dakota smirked. We should have done this from the start to avoid trouble. Dahlia felt the sting of Dakota's smugness. You act so proud, Yet now you must humble yourself to serve my grandma tea. Gloria didn't take the cup immediately. She made Dahlia wait, finally extending her hand and sipping the tea deliberately. Then, in a shocking move, Gloria spat the tea all over Dahlia's face. "Hey! Are you trying to scald me with that hot tea?" Gloria yelled, slamming her hand on the table and jumping to her feet. She glared at Dahlia, furious. Chapter 369. Gloria shot Dahlia a cold glare, and Dahlia felt her mood darken. This was no longer about respect or tradition. When Gloria splashed tea on her face, it was a clear insult, an attempt to show her power over Dahlia and everyone else. "What's wrong with you, Dahlia? Grandma asked for tea, and you served it boiling hot. Was that on purpose?" Dakota jumped in, eager to blame her. "I think someone's unhappy with us and is trying to make things difficult," Jane added. No. Dahlia didn't do it on purpose. I had the tea too, and it wasn't boiling hot." Florence quickly defended Dahlia. "Oh, so you're saying I'm lying?" Gloria shot back, her face icy. "And no. I must have been mistaken. It's my fault," Florence stammered awkwardly. She didn't want to argue with Gloria. Gloria, Jane, and Dakota were pleased. Their goal was to assert dominance and make Dahlia and her family submit. "Why are you still standing there, Dahlia? Pour Grandma another cup of tea." Dakota snapped, frustrated. She couldn't understand why the patriarch would choose Dahlia as a potential successor. She herself didn't have that privilege, which fueled both her anger and jealousy. "Sure, I'll get another cup right away." Florence didn't want to delay, so she quickly brought a fresh cup of tea and handed it to Dahlia. But Dahlia didn't take it. She could see they were trying to provoke her. Gloria glared at her. "What? Do you think you're better than us?" Her look was harsh. "If you can't handle these basic tasks, you aren't fit to take over the family business." Then she pulled out a document and slammed it on the table. "Do you know what this is? It's your letter of authorization. Our family controls a conglomerate worth over $10 billion in the southern province. You were nominated as president to grow the business, but from what I've seen today, you don't deserve it." Gloria looked down at Dahlia with disdain. "A conglomerate worth over $10 billion? Florence gasped. Her heart raced. If Dahlia became president, their family's status and lifestyle would change dramatically. "Dahlia! Hurry! Bring Madame Gloria her tea," Florence urged desperately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she couldn't let it slip away. "Stay focused, Dahlia," James added. Being known as the brother of the president of a $10 billion company could bring him influence and attention. Feeling the pressure from her mother and brother, Dahlia took a deep breath and picked up the cup to serve Gloria. But to everyone's shock, Gloria took a sip and spat it back at Dahlia's face. "It's lukewarm," she said flatly. Even Florence and James realized something was off. First, Gloria claimed the tea was too hot, now too cold. The tea was lukewarm. She was clearly just trying to make things difficult for Dahlia. "Why are you just standing there? Get Grandma another cup," Dakota ordered, a smug smile on her face. "So what if you're a potential successor? We still have control over you," Dakota thought. "Fine," Dahlia replied casually. Chapter 370. Dahlia was eager to finish serving tea. Just as she picked up the third cup, someone stopped her. It was Dustin. His face was serious. "Let me do it this time," he said. "Why you?" Dahlia asked, confused. Dustin wasn't the type to do favors. Could he really be helping her? "Who do you think you are? You can't even serve Grandma tea," Dakota sneered. She was here to put Dahlia down, not this useless guy. "Humph! You uncultured people! How dare you talk in front of me?" Gloria, chin held high, added, clearly disapproving. "It's just a cup of tea. What does it matter who serves it? I'm in a good mood, "So I'll do it," Dustin said, picking up the cup and walking over to Gloria. Then, to everyone's shock, he dumped the entire cup of tea over Gloria's head. Tea and leaves splashed down. Her face was soaked, leaves sticking everywhere. The room fell silent. No one expected Dustin to act so boldly. Gloria, an important member of the Nicholson family and Regula's third wife, had always been respected. She had never been humiliated like this. "Dustin! How could you?" Dakota reacted first, furious. "You must be out of your mind. How dare you treat Grandma like this? Why you? Fool! Do you even realize the huge mistake you've made?" Gloria glared at him, shaking with rage. Having ruled over others for so long, she was used to being feared, not humiliated. Such a fiery temper. "I guess one cup isn't enough. Here, have another." Dustin's smile was cold as he poured a glass of hot water over her face. "Ah, dash!" Gloria screamed as the water burned her. Almost instantly, one side of her face turned red and swollen. Looking back, it was almost comical. "Do you see this? This is what I call boiling hot water," Dustin said, like he was teaching a lesson. "Rhys! Have you lost your mind? How could you hurt them?" Florence shouted, shocked and angry. It was bad enough he had poured tea on her, but boiling water? Too much. "When did I hurt anyone? I'm just serving an elder her tea," Dustin replied casually. Every family had rules. If Gloria had merely made Dahlia serve tea according to custom, he could have ignored it. But Gloria had humiliated Dahlia publicly by spitting tea on her, and Dustin wouldn't allow that. "Guards! Where are my guards?" Gloria yelled. 2 bodyguards rushed in from outside. "How dare this insolent brat touch me? Guards, teach him a lesson!" Gloria shouted. "Yes, ma'am." The guards charged. But before they could reach Dustin, he slapped them hard, sending them flying across the room, knocked out cold. It's not wise to use your age to bully others. Dahlia is a potential successor of the family. How will it help you to disgrace her publicly? Have you ever thought about the consequences if she? Who will become the next matriarch? Everyone gets older, it's crucial to stay clear-headed and make smart decisions. If you continue to be difficult and unreasonable, don't be shocked when I decide to take action. Chapter 371. Florence and the others were shocked into silence by Dustin's boldness. They couldn't believe he had the nerve to embarrass Gloria, the respected third matriarch of the Nicholsons, in public. "How dare you? You think you can teach me a lesson? I could ruin your family with just one word," Gloria shouted, cradling her flushed face in anger. She had lost her usual calm demeanor. "You can try," Dustin replied, unfazed by her threats. Gloria scoffed and laughed mockingly. "Florence, what a wonderful family you have. I came all the way to Swinton to help your family rise in status. And yet, you repay me with rebellion? This letter appointing you as chairman of the Cardinal Group would be better suited for someone else. Since you're not interested, I'll have the family patriarch cancel your appointment." In a panic, Florence fell to her knees. "Madam Gloria, please, let's not make hasty decisions. This guy has nothing to do with us. Don't blame us for his actions." Dakota jumped in. "Don't listen to her, Grandma. He's their son-in-law. Ex-son-in-law. They divorced long ago." Florence corrected her angrily. "Humph. That doesn't matter. Since he was part of the Nicholsons, he's still family," Gloria said darkly. "You better give us a satisfactory response, or you're no longer family." "Right. I'll make him apologize right away." Florence nodded vigorously and turned to Dustin. "Rhys. Why are you still standing there? Get on your knees. You can kneel all you want." "I'm not going to give in to her," Dustin said lazily. "Did you hear that? This brat has no manners." Gloria was furious. "Bastard. I told you to apologize. Florence yelled, her anger boiling over. She stood up, ready to slap him, but Dustin grabbed her hand. He clenched his teeth and said coldly, "Don't drag me into your plans." With a forceful shove, he pushed her away. Florence stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Her rage peaked. "Wow! You just touched me. Dahlia! Look at this man you love." "Enough!" Dahlia stood up, glaring at Gloria and her group. "Madam Gloria, I'm not sure why you're here. If it's an important matter, let's get to it." "I don't see the point in your show of power," Dahlia said firmly. She appreciated the chance she had but wouldn't let them walk all over her. "Dahlia Nicholson, how dare you speak that way to Grandma?" Dakota scolded sharply. Dahlia replied calmly, "What's wrong with my tone? I'm just asking for clarity. If the family patriarch thinks I'm unfit for the position, I won't mind if he takes it back." Dakota was ready to argue again, but Gloria raised her hand to stop her. "All right, since you want to talk seriously, let's stick to the usual rules," Gloria said, backing off at the mention of the family patriarch, though her expression remained unfriendly. "Even though the family patriarch has made you the chairman of Cardinal Group, there's one condition: you need to prove you have what it takes to lead." "Group," she repeated. "And how should I do that?" Dahlia asked. "It's simple," Gloria replied. "The company is expanding and urgently needs $1 billion. You'll pass the test when you secure that amount in investments." "$1 billion? Dahlia echoed, surprised. Chapter 372. Dahlia frowned. The amount they were discussing was enormous. In all of Swinton, only a handful of people had $1 billion in liquid assets ready to withdraw. "Of course, if you can't secure the investment funds, please step aside for someone more deserving. We don't want you to hold back the company's progress," Gloria said with a sneer. In reality, Gloria had set the requirement for $1 billion herself, not the family patriarch. She didn't want an outsider to have that much power. That's why she tried to make Dahlia step aside voluntarily, so she could justify it to the patriarch later. "Why are you quiet? Don't tell me you can't handle something so small," Gloria taunted. "Humph. If you can't do it, I'll take over as chairman," Dakota said proudly, lifting her chin. With her connections and Gloria's support, raising $1 billion wouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, Dustin spoke up. "Who said she couldn't manage it? It's just $1 billion. We'll have it in 3 days." "3 days? Are you out of your mind?" Florence exclaimed, nearly leaping out of her seat. "How can we get $1 billion in 3 days? That's a massive amount. 30 days would be more realistic." Dahlia's brows furrowed. "Dustin, where am I supposed to find $1 billion in just 3 days? It was already difficult enough to secure that amount, let alone in such a short time." "Don't worry. Just leave it to me. I'll make it happen," Dustin said with a reassuring smile. "All right, you're the one making the promise." "You have exactly 3 days," Gloria said, her eyes shining with mischief. "If you can't do it in that time, you all will be kicked out of this family." With that, she turned and left, leaning on her cane. "Ha! What a joke. $1 billion in 3 days? Don't be naive, you aren't that rich." Dakota laughed mockingly as she and Jane followed Gloria away. They thought it was impossible for anyone, especially Dahlia, to pull off such a feat. They believed Dustin was just showing off, and they let him know how ridiculous it seemed. Once they were gone, Florence exploded in anger. "Rhys! How could you agree to their conditions without consulting us? If we fail, Dahlia will lose her job as chairman of the Cardinal Group. Are you trying to sabotage us?" Dustin calmly replied, "If we didn't agree, Dahlia's position would be in danger anyway." Florence scoffed. "Easy for you to say. Even if money rained down from the sky, we wouldn't be able to get $1 billion in 3 days." Dustin maintained his composure. "Since I agreed, it means I'm confident. Just trust me." "Trust you? Who do you think you are? You only run a small medical center." Do you really believe you're someone important? Florence scolded him. Ha! If you actually pull this off, I'll get down on my knees and kiss your feet. James sneered. Great, it's a deal, Dustin replied with a smile. Chapter 373. Dustin stepped out of Nicholson Villa and was about to make a call when his phone rang. It was Roderick Brooks. Hello, Mr. Brooks. I was just about to look for you. What a coincidence. Dustin said as he answered. Oh? What can I do for you, Mr. Rhys? Roderick sounded surprised. I have a friend who's in trouble and needs some money. Can I borrow some from you? Dustin asked. Phew, you scared me. I thought it was something serious. So you just need money? No problem. I might not have much else, but I do have money. How much does your friend need? Roderick sighed with relief. 1 billion, Dustin replied. Not an issue. I'll send it to you tomorrow, Roderick said. Thank you, Mr. Brooks, Dustin said. Just call me Roderick. You helped me with my illness, so no need for formality. Roderick responded warmly. Congratulations again on your recovery. By the way, is there a reason you called me? Dustin asked, changing the topic. Yes. Remember I mentioned looking for some rare herbs? I just heard that Alarith has found some treasures. It seems the heliotrope, also known as the 1,000-year green lotus, is among them. Roderick shared. Dustin was taken aback. The 1,000-year green lotus? Are you sure? His eyes widened with excitement. He only needed 3 more rare herbs to create Longivitum, the flower of crimson gem, Cherusia, and the 1,000-year green lotus. Hearing about the lotus so soon was a wonderful surprise. It should be true. That's how they advertised it, Roderick replied. Keep your eyes peeled during the auction, the young woman said with a smirk. Roderick and Dustin exchanged glances. You already have it? Roderick asked, surprised. Yep. I just came to see how much it goes for, she replied confidently, twirling the lollipop in her mouth. Dustin chuckled. Well, I hope you're ready for some competition. The 1,000-year green lotus is highly sought after. As the bidding continued, the excitement in the room grew. People shouted out offers, and the atmosphere was electric. Roderick leaned closer to Dustin. I've heard that this lotus has incredible healing properties. That's why so many people want it. Exactly, Dustin said, his eyes focused on the stage. It's not just a pretty flower, it's a treasure. Finally, the announcer called out, next up, the 1,000-year green lotus. The crowd erupted with cheers and shouts. Roderick felt a rush of adrenaline as they prepared to bid. He turned to Dustin, let's make sure we get it. Absolutely, Dustin replied, his determination clear. As the bidding began, Roderick raised his paddle, ready to compete for the rare lotus. The excitement in the air was palpable, and they were both eager to see how high the bids would go. Give up, the woman in the baseball cap said coldly. Roderick forced a smile. Miss, don't you think you're a bit too confident to claim that as yours before the bidding even starts? Confidence comes from power. If I want something, I will get it. Just a warning for you two, don't challenge me, or you'll embarrass yourselves, she replied, tilting her head. Roderick laughed softly. You have quite the temper for someone your age. He had met many wealthy young women like her before, who thought they could flaunt their money. How naive. Chapter 374. Don't believe me? Let's see what happens. The woman in the baseball cap frowned, but Dustin and Roderick just smiled back at her. As the auction went on, it was almost time to reveal the last few prized items. Among them was the much-anticipated 1,000-year green lotus that everyone wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is an extremely rare herb that has thrived for 1,000 years. This is the 1,000-year green lotus, the auctioneer announced. With a flourish, he signaled for a wooden box to be brought forward. When it opened, a stunning, translucent green lotus appeared. Its petals were a vibrant green, while its core glowed a bright gold. It looked like a perfect piece of art, captivating everyone in the room. Under the lights, its colors sparkled beautifully. It was truly breathtaking. This really is the 1,000-year green lotus. I'm definitely taking this home. The woman's eyes lit up with excitement, and the other bidders looked just as thrilled. Now that you've seen this precious item, I'm sure you understand its value. The starting bid for the 1,000-year green lotus is 100 million, with minimum increases of 5 million. Let's begin. As soon as the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the room buzzed with excitement. 120 million. 130 million. No one is going to stop me. 150 million here. Bids flew back and forth as more wealthy individuals joined in, all eager to win. They were ready to spend big because this was not just any auction, it was a chance to own something truly extraordinary. Everyone knew that the 1,000-year green lotus was incredibly valuable. Whoever won the auction could sell it for a huge profit. In a world full of wealth, rare herbs that could extend life were highly sought after, especially by older rich men. They would risk everything they had to get their hands on them. 500 million, shouted a man in a long-sleeved shirt, raising his paddle. His strong voice echoed in the room, silencing the crowd. This 1,000-year green lotus belongs to the Stoneway Order. Don't even think about taking it from me. He scanned the room with a fierce look. Those who met his gaze quickly looked down, afraid to challenge him. Not many would dare to upset the Stoneway Order, the most powerful group in Millsburg. Even though the lotus was a priceless treasure, it was not worth risking their lives or fortunes. Is the Stoneway Order really that powerful? I'm bidding 800 million. A woman in a baseball cap suddenly raised her paddle, her bold attitude showing she didn't care for the Order's reputation. The man's face darkened. You little brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the Stoneway Order? My name is Jayla Grant. I'm Tyler Grant's sister, she replied calmly. Chapter 375. Tyler Grant? The crowd erupted in excitement at the mention of his name. Everyone in the southern province knew who he was. Tyler was the young general of Dragon Marsh, famous for his outstanding military achievements. Nicknamed General Lionheart, he held the third highest rank in the military and was regarded as a leader among the younger generation. Some influential figures even claimed that he might one day rival the legendary god of war, Adam Spanner. The Grant family was already one of the tremendous three, and with Tyler's exceptional talent, their status only continued to rise. For years, he had been someone no one dared to offend. When Jayla revealed her identity, the entire room fell into stunned silence. The man from the Stoneway Order looked especially uncomfortable but couldn't find the courage to respond. Although the Stoneway Order was powerful, it was no match for the tremendous three. Moreover, Jayla had Tyler backing her. Why are you so quiet now? Jayla sneered, amused. Weren't you acting all tough just a moment ago? Where's that arrogance now? The man in the long-sleeved shirt lowered his head and said nothing. Humph. How disappointing, Jayla scoffed, curling her lips into a smirk. Ms. Grant bids 800 million. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked indifferently. He already knew that once Jayla revealed her background, the 1,000-year green lotus was practically hers. No one would dare challenge the Grant family. Just then, a calm voice cut through the tension. 1 billion. Jayla turned sharply toward the sound and saw a chubby middle-aged man raising his bidding paddle. It was Roderick. What? Jayla frowned and glared at the two men beside him. She hadn't expected anyone to challenge her after she revealed her identity. Who's that guy? His guts are as big as his body. He actually dares to provoke the Grant family, someone whispered. He looks familiar. Isn't that Big Buck Brooks? Another said. You're right. That's Big Buck Brooks. I can't believe he's here, someone exclaimed. So what if it's Big Buck Brooks? Another sneered. He's just rich. To real powerhouses, he's nothing. If he pisses off the Grants, they could wipe out his entire family. The crowd buzzed with shock and disdain. Despite his wealth, everyone believed Roderick lacked the strength to stand against the Grant family. "Hey!" Jayla said coldly, locking eyes with him. "Are you sure you want to fight me over this?" "What fight?" Roderick replied calmly. "This is an auction. The rules are simple, highest bidder wins. Isn't that right?" Tyler Grant was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Under normal circumstances, Roderick would never even think about crossing him. But things were different now. The man beside him was like a brother to Adam Spanner and had a prince as a father. With Dustin backing him, why should he be afraid? "Fine," Jayla said coldly. "Since you want to play, let's play it to the end." She raised her paddle sharply. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion, Roderick answered without hesitation. 1.4 billion. Jayla snapped. 1.5 billion. 2 billion. Jayla shouted, raising the stakes brutally. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing the anxiety she was desperately trying to hide. Chapter 376. As the daughter of the Grant family, Jayla knew very well that controlling 2 billion in liquid cash was already pushing her limits. If the price went any higher, she would have to ask her family for support. 2.1 billion, Roderick said calmly. Jayla clenched her teeth and shouted, 2.5 billion. Her eyes burned with stubborn pride. No matter what, she refused to lose face today, even if it meant borrowing money. Roderick smiled faintly and raised his paddle again. 2.6 billion. His nickname, Big Buck Brooks, was no joke. Money had never been a concern for him. 3 billion. Jayla roared, fury boiling over. She looked like a lioness ready to tear someone apart. Roderick lifted his paddle again, prepared to continue, but Dustin suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Let her have it," Dustin said flatly. "What?" Roderick was stunned. "Mr. Rhys, don't you want this? If it's about money, I can cover it." "It's not about the price," Dustin said, shaking his head. His gaze remained fixed on the item on the stage, regret flickering across his face. "This isn't a 1,000-year green lotus. It's useless to me." "What?" Roderick exclaimed. "Are you saying it's fake?" Very few people would dare auction off fake items, given the catastrophic consequences. Dustin shook his head again. "I wouldn't call it fake. It's just not old enough. I've examined it carefully. It's a genuine green lotus, but it's only 900 years old. It still needs another 100 years to become a true 1,000-year green lotus." Although the difference was only 100 years, the medicinal effects were worlds apart. Dustin could only refine Longevitum once, and even the slightest mistake would cost him everything. Soon after, a huge red gemstone was brought onto the stage, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. Roderick sighed in disappointment as he watched Jayla celebrate her victory. "Just a 900-year lotus," he muttered bitterly. His hope of impressing others had completely fallen apart. "Ms. Grant bids 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher?" the auctioneer called out. Roderick frowned but remained silent. Jayla noticed and smirked, assuming he had backed down because he couldn't keep up. "What's wrong, Roderick?" she mocked. "Too scared to continue? Come on, challenge me. Let me see what you've got." Dustin replied casually, "It's fine. If you want it so badly, Ms. Grant, take it." Jayla laughed loudly. "Oh? Is that it? If you're broke, just admit it. You really have no shame at all." "Do whatever makes you happy," Dustin said indifferently. He had no interest in arguing. His calm attitude only enraged Jayla further. She wanted to see humiliation and defeat on his face, but his indifference drove her insane. In the end, Jayla secured the 900-year green lotus at an absurdly high price. "Next item," the auctioneer announced, "is something truly extraordinary. A natural, uncut red gemstone, never processed, with unmatched purity and clarity. Please take a look." As he spoke, a small, blood-red gemstone was placed on the stage. "What?" Dustin exclaimed the moment he saw it. His pupils shrank violently. Just moments ago, he had felt regret, but now, his entire body surged with excitement. Chapter 377. Dustin was thrilled the moment he saw the red gemstone. He had thought he would leave the auction empty-handed, but luck had finally smiled on him. What's so special about that red stone? Jayla scoffed, looking down at him. I have plenty of those at home. Only someone like you, who's never seen the world, would get excited over such trash. Dustin ignored her completely and focused on the gemstone displayed on the stage. It was deep crimson in color and shaped like a calabash. At first glance, it looked ordinary, but its sheer size made it extremely valuable. Any professional jeweler would immediately recognize it as a top-grade gem. Roderick frowned in confusion. Mr. Rhys, do you really want it? He couldn't understand Dustin's interest. Dustin didn't seem like the type who cared about gemstones, especially uncut ones. Although it was valuable, it didn't appear particularly extraordinary. I must have this gemstone, Dustin said firmly. Good. Roderick replied without hesitation. If you want it, I'll spend every last cent I have to get it for you. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to prove himself and was determined not to fail. This gemstone comes from the deep sea and is extremely rare, the auctioneer announced. The starting price is $50 million. Each bid must increase by at least 1 million. Let the bidding begin. The excitement in the hall instantly reignited. 55 million. 60 million. 68 million. Wealthy bidders eagerly shouted out their prices, all hoping to claim the gem. The atmosphere grew intense as paddles were raised one after another. The gemstone was massive, and experts estimated its value to be at least $200 to $300 million. Roderick knew this very well. Wanting to crush all competition, he raised his paddle decisively. 300 million. The auction hall fell into complete silence. Roderick's voice echoed loudly, and many people shook their heads in resignation. Challenging Big Buck Brooks was a losing battle. No one present could match his financial strength. Mr. Brooks has bid 300 million. Is there anyone willing to offer more? The auctioneer asked, scanning the room. No one responded. Suddenly, Jayla raised her paddle. 400 million. Her eyes sparkled with provocation. She clearly wanted to stir trouble. 500 million, Roderick replied instantly. Jayla laughed. 600 million. She was determined to push them as far as possible. 700 million, Roderick said calmly. 800 million, Jayla countered, tilting her head arrogantly. 900 million, Roderick replied without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Chapter 378. Roderick continued without pause. 1 billion. Jayla didn't back down. The bidding escalated rapidly, and soon the price of the red gemstone soared to an absurd level, far beyond its actual value. Whoever won would suffer a massive loss. They're really going all out, someone whispered. Big Buck Brooks is asking for trouble by going against Ms. Grant. Exactly. Why provoke such a powerful family? He's just rich, nothing more, another person muttered. The crowd watched with interest, enjoying the drama. 1.5 billion, Roderick announced, raising the bid by another 500 million. 1.6 billion, Jayla shot back instantly. 2 billion, Roderick said calmly. Ms. Grant, if you raise it again, I'll let you have it. Jayla hesitated. She never actually wanted the gemstone. If she kept bidding, she might end up stuck with something useless. She had already achieved her goal. Forget it, she said smugly. Since you want it so badly, I'll be generous and let you have it. She smiled in satisfaction. A gemstone worth at most 200 or 300 million had been forced up to 2 billion. Roderick would be paying nearly 10 times its value. Mr. Brooks bids 2 billion. Any further bids? Going once, going twice, sold. The auctioneer slammed the hammer down. The red gemstone was officially sold for an outrageous $2 billion. Jayla laughed mockingly. Ha! Just one look at you and I can tell you're new money, she sneered. You clearly have no idea what you're doing. 2 billion for something worth 200 million. What a stupid waste. She proudly lifted the box containing the so-called 1,000-year green lotus. Unlike you, I bought a real treasure. Dustin smirked. Ms. Grant, you're very confident. But take a closer look. Are you sure that green lotus of yours is actually 1,000 years old? Jayla frowned. That's nonsense. It's pure, delicate, and has a unique fragrance. Of course it's a 1,000-year green lotus. A genuine 1,000-year green lotus has 10 petals and 10 seeds, Dustin said calmly. Count them. Does yours have that many? Jayla immediately began counting. Her expression stiffened. No matter how many times she checked, she could only find 9 petals and 9 seeds. She couldn't reach 10. Don't fucking lie to me, Jayla snapped coldly. If I find out you're trying to deceive me, you won't be walking out of here alive. Dustin shrugged. If you don't believe me, ask the experts from the Stoneray Order. They specialize in herbs. You! Get over here. Jayla shouted at the man in the long-sleeved shirt. Take a look. Is this green lotus really 1,000 years old? The man examined it carefully, and his expression changed. I'm afraid not, Ms. Grant. To be honest, this green lotus is only 900 years old. It's close to maturity, but not there yet. Jayla's eyes widened. What? 900 years? That means it's still missing 100 years. Even someone with basic knowledge could understand how massive that difference was, in both value and medicinal effect. The gap was enormous. Ms. Grant, although it isn't perfect, it still holds great value as a collectible, the man said politely. Exactly, Dustin added with a grin. Just keep it for another 100 years, and you'll make a fortune. Are you fucking serious? Jayla's face flushed red with rage. His words felt like a slap to her face. 100 years? She'd be dead by then. A fortune? What a fucking joke. Chapter 379. Jayla finally realized she had been played, and she knew she had no one to blame but herself. Of course, with the Grant family's influence, she could force the auction house to refund her money. However, doing so would only invite endless ridicule and criticism. She couldn't afford that kind of humiliation. To protect her reputation, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Roderick only made things worse. Ms. Grant, it seems the item you spent so much money on isn't as valuable as you thought. You can't say that, the man in the long-sleeved shirt quickly tried to defend her. Even if it's not old enough, it's still a precious treasure. Did you hear that? Jayla said eagerly. Even if it's lacking, it's still precious. Dustin calmly asked, then what's the market value of a 900-year green lotus? The man hesitated before answering. Based on its age and medicinal effect, it should be worth around 300 to 400 million. What? Only 300 to 400 million? Jayla's face stiffened. She had paid 3 billion for it. That was nearly 10 times its actual value. Roderick burst into laughter. Ms. Grant, with your wealth, that amount should be nothing more than pocket change. Jayla was speechless. Her face darkened as she realized she was the biggest loser here. The man in the long-sleeved shirt spoke again. Mr. Brooks, you shouldn't mock her. Ms. Grant may have suffered a loss, but your purchase wasn't exactly a smart deal either. That's right. Jayla's eyes lit up as she regained her confidence. She pointed at the gemstone in Roderick's hand. Even if my treasure is younger, at least it's still valuable. At least it's far more useful than that useless rock you bought. Look at you idiots. 2 billion for a stupid gemstone. Anyone with eyes can see it's just a processed stone. Roderick replied calmly, it's hard to put a price on happiness. As long as we like it, what's a few billion? That's exactly why you're idiots. Jayla sneered. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you, this red gemstone was discovered by the Grant family. So that 2 billion you just spent? She smiled wickedly. It went straight into my pocket. Surprised? Roderick frowned. He didn't care much about losing money, but being deliberately tricked and then mocked crossed the line. Miss Grant, you raised the price on purpose. So what? She shrugged. Go ahead and sue me if you think you can. Either way, I'm taking that $2 billion. Let's see what you can do about it if you're unhappy. She smirked smugly. Roderick clenched his fists but stayed silent, wary of the Grant family's influence. Dustin suddenly spoke. Ms. Grant, are you saying this red gemstone came from the Grant family? That's right, she replied arrogantly. I personally brought it here for auction. Why? Not happy about that? Of course I'm happy, Dustin said with a smile. If it weren't for you, how could I buy this treasure for only $2 billion? Jayla burst out laughing. Are you insane? What treasure? You spent $2 billion on something worth $200 or $300 million. What makes you think you got a bargain? Young man, is it really that hard to admit you were wrong? Are you lost? Do you really need to be this stubborn? Chapter 380. That's right, Jayla sneered. Only an idiot like you would throw away $2 billion on a red gemstone. I like to call people like him rich airheads, her companion added mockingly. The surrounding crowd began whispering and pointing. In their eyes, Dustin was just a stubborn fool who couldn't accept his loss. He had clearly taken a massive hit but was still pretending to come out on top. Did you hear that? Jayla laughed. I'm not the only one who thinks you're an idiot. Everyone here does. Really? Dustin replied with a faint smile. Then it seems none of you realize that this isn't an ordinary red gemstone. It's an extremely rare crimson gem. Crimson gem? Jayla scoffed. I've never even heard of such a thing. That's fine, Dustin said calmly. Let me show you. He raised his palm and struck the gemstone. Crack! Crack! Two sharp sounds rang out as fractures spread across the surface of the gemstone. In an instant, the entire stone shattered. The crowd exploded in chaos. That man has completely lost his mind. Even if he lost money, he didn't have to destroy it. Ms. Grant was right, he really is a fucking idiot. Everyone was shocked and furious. No matter what, it had still been a valuable gemstone, and watching it get destroyed felt like pure waste. Jayla froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Did water get into your brain? You spent $2 billion on that thing and then smashed it? I've never seen anyone this stupid in my life. She laughed loudly, until she suddenly fell silent. From the shattered pieces of the gemstone, a breathtaking crimson flower slowly emerged. It was translucent and blood red, glowing brilliantly under the lights. It looked flawless, as if it had been sculpted by nature itself. When people looked closely, they could see a slow, flowing red liquid circulating inside the petals. The flower shimmered beautifully, instantly captivating everyone present. Could it be? The man in the long-sleeved shirt gasped. Is that the legendary flower of crimson gem? His shout sent shockwaves through the crowd. The flower of crimson gem. I never thought I'd see something like this in my lifetime. It's said that the flower of crimson gem can extend life, and even bring the dead back. Ordinary people who consume it can be reborn and reach unbelievable heights. That's priceless. Absolutely priceless. $2 billion for a flower of crimson gem. That bastard got insanely lucky. Greed and envy filled the eyes of everyone present. Some people even began secretly plotting, their gazes burning with desire. Flower of crimson gem. How is this possible? Jayla stood frozen, her mind blank. The flower of crimson gem was an unimaginably rare treasure, something that appeared once in a century. Its value far exceeded that of a 1,000-year green lotus. And yet, the Grant family had discovered the red gemstone. She had personally delivered it to the auction house. Which meant she had handed over a priceless treasure with her own hands. The realization made her feel dizzy, her vision spinning. Chapter 381. Why? Just why? Jayla felt a violent surge of jealousy. If she had known that the gemstone she sold was hiding a priceless treasure, she would never have let it go. And now, it had ended up in the hands of a damn country bumpkin. What a colossal loss. What a surprise. This is incredible. Dustin held the flower of crimson gem high, a broad grin spreading across his face. From the moment he first saw the gemstone, he sensed something special within it. Now, that intuition had paid off. The flower of crimson gem was no ordinary item, it was an exceptionally rare treasure, usually found only inside crimson gems. The gemstone auction today was precisely that. Earlier, he had regretted missing out on the 900-year-old green lotus. But discovering the flower of crimson gem more than made up for it. At least this trip hadn't been a waste. Ms. Grant, don't you think spending $2 billion on this treasure is an absolute bargain? Dustin looked at her with a grin. Looks like you're the real idiot here. You! Jayla was rendered speechless. Every vicious insult she had hurled earlier now slapped her right back in the face. She had spent $3 billion on a mediocre fake, while Dustin paid $2 billion for a priceless treasure. The contrast made her blood boil. Ms. Grant, thank you for the gift. I hope we meet again someday. Dustin smiled and turned to leave. Stop right there. Jayla shouted. Did I say you could leave? Oh? What is it? Planning to treat us to dinner? Dustin asked casually. Cut the crap. I want that flower of crimson gem. Name your price, she snapped. Dustin shook his head firmly. Not for sale. Not selling. Jayla sneered. Let me make this clear. If I want it, you will sell it, whether you like it or not. Dustin raised an eyebrow. Since when does the world work that way? Shut up. My word is the law here. Jayla glared at him viciously. Don't act like I'm bullying you. You paid $2 billion for it, right? I'll buy it back for the same amount. You lose nothing. Dustin chuckled inwardly. Did she really think he was stupid enough to sell a priceless treasure for its purchase price? And if I refuse, he asked. Then you'll suffer the consequences, Jayla threatened coldly. She needed the flower of crimson gem to strengthen her brother's martial arts foundation. For that, she was willing to swallow her pride. It's priceless, she insisted. Some people in the crowd whispered greedily. Damn it, that bastard only spent $2 billion on the flower of crimson gem. What insane luck. A few even began scheming in silence. How can this be? Jayla stood frozen, staring at the flower in disbelief. The flower of crimson gem was far rarer and more valuable than a 1,000-year green lotus. And yet, she had unknowingly handed it away herself. The Grant family had discovered the crimson gem, and she had personally delivered it to the auction. The realization made her feel dizzy. How disappointing, Dustin said calmly, shaking his head. The Grant family really isn't that impressive. I'll say it one last time. I'm not selling the flower of crimson gem. If you try to take it by force, don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he turned and walked away, Roderick following closely behind. Humph. We'll see who gets the last laugh, Jayla sneered, pulling out her phone. Across the entire southern province, very few dared defy the Grants. If Dustin refused to cooperate, he had no one to blame for what came next. Just after leaving the auction house, Dustin noticed they were being followed. Mr. Rhys, we've got tails, Roderick said quietly. No problem, Dustin replied calmly. They tried to leave quickly, but things took a sharp turn when they entered a narrow alley. Suddenly, 20 to 30 masked men surrounded them, all armed. Hey, asshole, the leader shouted, waving a knife. Hand over the treasure, and maybe I'll let you live. You mean this? Dustin casually pulled out the flower of crimson gem. The leader's eyes burned with greed. That's it. Give it to me now. Come take it, if you're capable, Dustin said, slipping it back into his pocket and beckoning with one finger. Kill him, the leader roared. Get the damn thing. Dustin flicked his wrist. Silver needles shot through the air with sharp whistles, striking acupoints with deadly precision. In an instant, the attackers froze mid-charge, weapons still raised, unable to move anything except their eyes. The leader's face turned pale. Before he could react, another needle struck his neck, leaving his body numb and useless. Who the hell are you? He stammered. I'm in a good mood today, Dustin replied coolly. Go tell Jayla to stop provoking me. If she doesn't, she won't survive the consequences when I lose my patience. With that, he walked away. 15 minutes later, Jayla arrived and frowned. Dustin was gone. Her men stood frozen like statues. What happened? Where's my flower of crimson gem? She demanded. The leader lowered his head helplessly. Miss Grant, we're no match for him. Useless trash. Jayla screamed. What the hell do I pay you for if you can't handle a single country bumpkin? No one dared respond. Where did they go? Judging by their accents. Swinton. Swinton. Jayla's eyes narrowed. Perfect. I'm heading there tomorrow to propose marriage for my brother. If he's from Swinton, I'll find him, no matter what. Ms. Grant, he's not an ordinary man, the leader warned. So what? Jayla scoffed. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'd crush him. She turned sharply. What are you all standing around for? Get ready. We're going to Swinton tomorrow, and we're going in style. Chapter 382. The next day, in Swinton, a fleet of luxury cars pulled up at Park Palace, forming a breathtaking spectacle that stunned onlookers. At the entrance, the entire Harmon family stood waiting, with Jessica at the front. When the doors opened, Jayla stepped out, dressed elegantly, her posture proud and commanding. Jayla. You're here, please come in, Jessica said warmly. Jayla nodded. Jessica. It's been a while. Where's Natasha? She's inside getting ready. She'll be out soon. Standing nearby, Quentin stepped forward and presented a sapphire the size of an egg with both hands. Jayla, I heard you were coming. This is for you. Jayla glanced at it briefly. Thanks. She didn't even bother taking it herself, signaling a maid to store it away. Quentin's smile stiffened. He had spent over $100 million on that sapphire, hoping to impress her. I should have bought something cheaper, he thought bitterly. Jayla, the tea is ready, Jessica said quickly, ushering everyone inside. Once seated, she asked, what brings you to Swinton this time? I'm here about my brother's wedding, Jayla replied calmly. According to the agreement, there are about 20 days left. I came to check on the preparations. No need to worry, Jessica assured her. The Harmon family gathering is in a few days. Everything will be finalized then. Jayla nodded. Good. But I've heard rumors, Natasha has a boyfriend? Jessica's expression stiffened. Baseless gossip. No one compares to your brother in all of Balerno. That's good, Jayla said coolly. My brother doesn't tolerate betrayal. If he hears rumors like that, the consequences would be ugly. Rest assured, Jessica said firmly. The wedding will proceed as planned. Excellent, Jayla smiled. My brother will arrive in 2 days to formally ask for the bride's hand. At that moment, Natasha stepped out. Natasha, come sit. No need, Natasha interrupted coldly. I heard everything. Jayla, this marriage is not happening. Chapter 383. Everyone was stunned by Natasha's words. No one could believe she would say something like that. Natasha? What are you talking about? Are you sleep-talking? Jessica stared at her in disbelief. Natasha replied calmly, I'm wide awake, and I know exactly what I just said. I need to speak my mind today. Tyler and I aren't right for each other. Natasha, what do you mean? Jayla asked, her brows furrowing. I'm backing out of this marriage, Natasha said, dropping the bomb as if it were nothing. You're backing out? Jayla's expression darkened. Natasha Harmon, are you insane? How dare you break off a union with the Grants? Natasha, stop this nonsense. Jessica snapped. You can't say something like this so lightly. The Grant family was one of the most powerful families around, part of the Tremendous Three. Their influence and legacy far surpassed that of the Harmons. With Tyler, their brilliant leader, the Grants had reached unprecedented heights. Countless wealthy families dreamed of marrying into the Grants, yet Natasha wanted to back out of the marriage. It was a direct slap in their faces. I know I'm at fault here, Natasha said firmly. I'm truly sorry. If you're worried about your reputation, you can announce it yourselves. I'll take all the blame. But I will never marry Tyler. Natasha Harmon, who do you think you are? Jayla shouted angrily. Do you think you're in control here? This marriage was decided by both families. You don't get a say in it. Natasha replied coolly, I can accept anything else your family demands, but I will not marry anyone. Jayla scoffed. You should feel lucky that my brother even wants you. Your opinion doesn't matter. My brother makes the decisions. Then tell your brother to cancel the marriage, Natasha said without hesitation. Not a chance. Jayla snapped. My brother always gets what he wants. Whether you agree or not, this wedding will happen. I will not marry Tyler, Natasha said firmly. She refused to sacrifice her happiness for a marriage she didn't want. Natasha, you're the daughter of a prominent family, Jayla continued coldly. You should understand that some things are beyond your control. Think about the entire Harmon family, not just yourself. If you break off this marriage, you'll turn the Grants into your enemies. Even if my brother doesn't act, your other enemies won't let you off easily. They've only been holding back because of our support. How long do you think your family can survive without us? Your father is already entangled with the Dark Lord. Without my brother's protection, do you really think you can keep your family safe? Think carefully. In 7 days, we'll attend the Harmon's annual family gathering. Whether we remain allies or become enemies is entirely up to you. With those harsh words, Jayla stormed off with her entourage. Chapter 384. Natasha Harmon. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you the right to call off the marriage? As soon as Jayla left, Jessica exploded with rage. The marriage was critical to the family, and she would not allow Natasha to ruin it. Natasha, do you even realize how lucky you are? Quentin scoffed. Tyler Grant is the top figure in the Southern Province, a hero of Dragon Marsh. By 30, he was already a general commanding thousands. Women line up just to get a glance at him, and you want to cancel the marriage? To them, Natasha's refusal was nothing short of stupidity. I will decide my own marriage, Natasha replied calmly. I have no feelings for Tyler, and I won't marry him. In the past, she might have accepted the arrangement for the sake of the Harmon family. Tyler was flawless, background, talent, status, future. Everyone expected her to marry him. But now, her heart belonged to Dustin. You can learn to love him. Jessica snapped. This marriage is the only way you'll be happy, and the only way our family survives. If you cancel it, you'll drag us all into danger. Exactly. Quentin added grimly. Don't forget the Dark Lord. He's been targeting our family for years. Without the Grant family's protection, he could wipe us out at any moment. I'll find a way to deal with the Dark Lord, Natasha said, frowning. Deal with him? How? Quentin shouted. It's been 10 years. Every year, one of the Harmons dies for no reason. Meanwhile, what are you thinking about? Dustin asked, raising an eyebrow. Dahlia smiled, excitement shining in her eyes. With this money, I can finally reform Cardinal Group. I'll prove myself and become the chairman. Dustin nodded approvingly. I knew you could do it. You're capable of much more than you realize. Back at the Harmon residence, Jessica paced anxiously. You don't understand, Natasha. If you don't marry Tyler, our family will fall apart. Everything we've worked for depends on this. I can't marry someone just to save the family, Natasha said, her frustration rising. I need to defeat the Dark Lord first. And if you fail? Jessica asked sharply. What happens then? I won't fail, Natasha replied firmly. I can't afford to. Jessica sighed, knowing her sister's stubborn nature. You only have 7 days. Figure something out. Natasha nodded slowly. The pressure weighed heavily on her shoulders. At Nicholson Villa, Dahlia stared at the check in disbelief. This changes everything, she murmured. I can finally take control. With power comes responsibility, Dustin said calmly. Use it wisely. I will, Dahlia nodded. I won't disappoint you. Florence and James entered the room just then. Mom, look! Dahlia exclaimed, handing Florence the check. Florence's eyes widened. Oh, $1 billion? $1 billion? James nearly choked. Dustin gave it to me, Dahlia said proudly. Florence frowned suspiciously. Is it real? Are you sure? I verified it multiple times. Dahlia said firmly. This makes no sense. He was broke. James muttered. If you don't believe me, return it, Dustin said calmly, reaching out. No, we trust you. Florence said quickly, stuffing the check away and smiling brightly. Dustin, you've really changed. When will you introduce us to that billionaire friend of yours? James frowned. Mom, are you seriously believing this? You useless brat. Florence snapped, smacking him on the head. Watch your mouth when talking to your brother-in-law. James was speechless. Dustin watched Florence's sudden change in attitude with quiet amusement. Dustin, are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Florence beamed. And don't forget to give me that friend's contact. I need financial advice. I'm not hungry, Dustin replied calmly. Mom, go get groceries, Dahlia said suddenly. Dustin and I need to visit Madame Gloria. For what? Florence asked eagerly. To secure my position as chairman, Dahlia smiled. With $1 billion in investment, they won't dare refuse. Wonderful. Florence clapped her hands. Go get that position. Once Dahlia became chairman of Cardinal Group, the Nicholson family's status would rise, and everyone knew it. Chapter 385. A Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of a villa overlooking a beautiful river. Dahlia, I'm not going with you, Dustin said with a laugh. I spilled tea on Madame Gloria yesterday. She probably doesn't want to see my face. That's fine. Just wait here for me. I'll be back soon, Dahlia said firmly before stepping out of the car and walking into the villa alone. Inside, Gloria was leisurely sipping tea while Dakota sat beside her, gently massaging her shoulders. Madam, Dahlia Nicholson is here to see you, an elderly servant announced respectfully. Why is she here? Dakota asked, puzzled. Is she here to beg for mercy because she knows she can't accomplish anything? Gloria set down her teacup calmly. Let her in. Yes, madam. The servant led Dahlia inside. What do you want? Gloria asked coldly. Madam Gloria, I've completed your request, Dahlia said. Here is a check for $1 billion. Please take a look. A $1 billion check. Dakota snatched it instinctively. Her face froze the moment she saw the amount. This is really $1 billion. Let me see. Gloria took the check and examined it carefully. Her expression darkened. Dahlia, it's only been 1 day. Where did you get this money? She knew very well that the Nicholson family couldn't raise such an amount in such a short time. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own connections, Dahlia replied, deliberately vague. Humph. Gloria snorted. The Nicholson family has always claimed to be upright and honest. If this money comes from an illegal source, I won't accept it. That's right. Dakota echoed. Who knows? It might be from robbery or fraud. If you don't explain it clearly, we won't let this slide. If you really want the truth, I'll tell you, Dahlia said calmly. Dustin borrowed the money. Dustin? Dakota was stunned for a moment before bursting out laughing. Dahlia, do you really think we're idiots? That useless piece of trash, Dustin Rhys, getting $1 billion? Come up with a better lie. Believe it or not, that's your problem, Dahlia replied coolly. What matters is that the money you asked for is here. Money? Gloria suddenly sneered. This isn't enough. What? Dahlia frowned. Madam Gloria, you clearly said $1 billion for investment. Why are you changing your words now? I didn't change anything, Gloria said arrogantly. That $1 billion isn't for investment. It's compensation. Compensation? Dahlia's face stiffened. That bastard Dustin Rhys splashed hot tea on my face and burned me, Gloria continued. That $1 billion is for my medical expenses. $1 billion for being burned by tea. Dahlia clenched her fists. Madam Gloria, don't you think you're being outrageous? Outrageous? Gloria laughed coldly. That animal burned my face. If we followed proper rules, I'd have broken his legs already. I'm being merciful. That's right. Dakota chimed in. $1 billion for his legs is already a bargain. Yes. Dakota added smugly. Grandma really is brilliant. Dahlia's face turned pale with rage. Chapter 386. Madam Gloria, this is completely unfair. You're clearly trying to make me fail on purpose. Dahlia snapped. No one could remain calm after being robbed of $1 billion. Shut up. Dakota shouted. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to my grandmother? Know your place. Your husband caused trouble, so you pay the price, Gloria said indifferently. If you can pull off another $1 billion stunt, I'll make you chairman. If you can't, get the hell out. Why are you still standing there? Get lost. Dakota barked. Dahlia took a deep breath and said coldly, Madam Gloria, since you're deliberately going back on your word, I'll report this to the patriarch and let him decide. Stop right there. Gloria roared. You little bitch. How dare you threaten me? Slap her. I'll do it. Dakota sneered. Smack. Smack. Dakota slapped Dahlia twice, leaving bright red marks on her cheeks. Dahlia clutched her face, shocked and furious. Still unhappy? Gloria shouted. Slap her again. With pleasure. Dakota slapped her 2 more times, her jealousy toward Dahlia exploding. She couldn't stand the fact that this country girl had been chosen as a successor candidate instead of her. Dahlia bit her lip, refusing to scream, her eyes burning with defiance. She's still glaring at me? Gloria shrieked. Beat her harder. Dakota ordered 2 elderly servants forward. They grabbed Dahlia and began scratching and hitting her. In moments, her face was bruised, her body covered in marks. How dare you talk back to my grandmother? Dakota screamed as she struck her again. I'll teach you a lesson today. Just then. Stop. A furious voice thundered from the entrance. Who the hell is making noise here? Dakota turned her head. Bang! A brutal kick smashed into her face. She flew backward, crashing to the ground several feet away. Her nose bent crookedly, blood pouring out, her front teeth shattered. Dustin Rhys. It's you again, you fucking animal. Gloria screamed as she stood up and swung her cane at him. Get lost. Smack. Dustin slapped Gloria hard across the face. She collapsed to the ground in shock. Chapter 387. How dare you lay a finger on Madam Gloria? You've crossed the line. The elderly servants gasped when they saw that Gloria had been slapped. Furious, they rushed at Dustin, ready to defend her. A bunch of rude people. Dustin's face hardened as he pushed the elderly servants aside without saying a word. Some fainted on the spot, while others bled from their noses or mouths, and a few even lost teeth. In no time, those who had attacked Dahlia were sprawled on the floor, completely unable to move. "Dustin Rhys, how dare you hit us? You're asking for trouble." Dakota stood up unsteadily, her face twisted in rage. As the daughter of a wealthy family, with her grandmother being one of the heads of the Nicholson family, she couldn't believe someone like Dustin had the guts to hurt them. "Not only am I hitting you, but I'll also make sure you regret it." Dustin kicked Dakota hard in the stomach. She flew through the air and crashed into the wall, screaming in pain as blood spilled from her mouth. "You animal! You're in big trouble. You've hurt the Nicholsons, and we will make you pay for this." Gloria staggered back to her feet and glared viciously at Dustin. No one had dared to touch her in years, yet this young man actually had the nerve. "Make me pay?" Dustin sneered coldly. "You don't have the right to say that." He slapped her again, hard, smashing her nose and mouth. Her fake tooth flew out, clattering onto the floor. Gloria instantly began convulsing, foam spilling from the corner of her mouth. "Dustin, don't hurt them." Seeing this, Dahlia rushed forward to stop him, afraid that he might actually kill Madame Gloria in his rage. Dustin finally calmed down and helped Dahlia up from the floor. "How are you feeling?" "I just have a few minor injuries." "It's nothing," she replied, forcing a weak smile. Dustin frowned deeply. "Your face is swollen." "How is this nothing?" The more he thought about what had happened, the angrier he became. They had been humiliated and beaten, and the injustice made his blood boil. In a sudden burst of rage, he stomped on Dakota's face. Her once decent-looking features were instantly bruised and distorted. Only then did Dustin finally feel a trace of satisfaction. "I didn't know you could be so ruthless," Dahlia said, shocked by the scene. Yet deep down, a strange sense of happiness stirred within her. It felt good to have someone stand up for her. "If we don't teach these rude people a lesson, they'll never learn," Dustin said coldly. "Beating Dakota is one thing, but you also hurt Madame Gloria. She's an elderly woman." "I'm worried about how we'll get out of this," Dahlia said, her earlier joy replaced by anxiety. "I don't care," Dustin replied confidently. "If they want revenge, they can come after me. She's a disrespectful old hag. If I hadn't slapped her today, she'd still think she was above everyone else." With that, he pulled a check from Gloria's pocket and left the villa with Dahlia. Meanwhile, Gloria slowly regained consciousness, lying on the floor with her face swollen and throbbing. When she saw the mess around her, she screamed hysterically, "That animal! I'll make them pay." She grabbed her phone and made a call. "Get Tarragon and Cougar here immediately. We're settling this today." Back at the peaceful medical center, Dustin quickly found a tube of ointment and began applying it to Dahlia's bruised skin. Dakota and the elderly servants had really gone too far, her body was covered in bruises. Dustin didn't even dare imagine what would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time. "Dahlia, do you want to learn some self-defense from me?" he asked while carefully applying the medicine. "It might help if you ever end up in a dangerous situation again." "I'm not really interested in fighting," she replied with a smile. "Besides, I have you to protect me." In her view, violence only caused more problems. True power came from influence and connections, not fists. Many powerful people couldn't fight at all, yet no one dared cross them. "I prefer to rely on myself," Dustin said, shaking his head. "My strength comes from training." Then he added calmly, "Take off your top. I need to apply the ointment to your back." "What?" Dahlia froze, her face turning awkward. "Maybe Caitlin can help instead." "She's out shopping," Dustin replied impatiently. "I'm not asking you to take everything off. Why do you make it sound like I'm trying to take advantage of you?" He rolled his eyes. "All right." Pursing her lips, Dahlia slowly removed her top, revealing her smooth, pale back. Dustin took a deep breath and carefully applied the ointment before gently massaging the bruised areas. Ouch, Dahlia gasped softly when he pressed a sore spot. Bear with it. I'll be done soon. As he worked, he subtly focused his inner energy to help speed up her recovery. Soon, the pain faded, replaced by a warm, soothing sensation spreading through her body. Dear! I'm back! A cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Natasha and Caitlin stood there, grocery bags in hand, staring blankly at the scene before them. I saw nothing. Caitlin yelped, instantly covering her face and turning around, her cheeks burning red. What exactly are you doing? Natasha's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing sharply. A half-dressed woman and a man with his hands on her, no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem innocent. Ahem, it's not what you think, Dustin said quickly. Dahlia was hurt, and I was just applying medicine. Applying medicine? Natasha's jealousy flared as she scanned Dahlia from head to toe. Does she really need to take off her clothes for that? Do you really need to be this close? Look at you, you can't even keep your hands to yourself. Dustin looked down and realized his hands were still on Dahlia's back. Startled, he immediately pulled away. Caitlin, come take a look, Natasha said coldly. I must look like the villain now, right? What? What's going on? Caitlin asked, utterly confused. Can't you tell? Natasha scoffed, crossing her arms. I've become a cuckween. She glared at Dustin. Dustin Rhys, maybe you should change your name to Don Juan. Chapter 388. Don Juan? Dustin stared at her in disbelief. Since when did applying medicine make him a playboy? Miss Harmon, there's been a misunderstanding, Dahlia said gently, unable to hide the amused smile caused by Natasha's jealousy. He was only helping me with my injuries. Well, if you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do, Dahlia added casually, slowly putting her clothes back on while giving Natasha a teasing look. Humph. Then I need medicine too. Natasha suddenly sat down beside Dustin and began unbuttoning her shirt. Hey! What are you doing? Dustin exclaimed, panicking as he stopped her hands. She shot him an annoyed glare. What? You can touch her, but not me? That's because you're not hurt. Dustin felt completely helpless dealing with the spoiled rich lady. Who says I'm not? Natasha snorted. I'm hurt right here. She pointed to her chest. My heart hurts more than her bruises. Just touch it and you'll see. Dustin, my back still hurts, Dahlia suddenly said, removing her top again. Can you apply more medicine? Dustin felt a headache coming on. Handling one difficult woman was bad enough, handling two at the same time was torture. Caitlin, he shouted in relief. Can you help them? I'll prepare lunch. Before anyone could respond, he grabbed the groceries and fled into the kitchen. Humph. The two women shot cold glares at each other, neither willing to back down. After a long time in the kitchen, Dustin finally prepared a lavish four-course lunch. The soup was fragrant, rich, and mouth-watering. Dear, eat some grilled ribs. You've lost weight, Natasha said sweetly, placing a rib onto his plate. Thank you, Dustin replied, taking a bite with a polite smile. What's so special about ribs? Dahlia said lightly. You should try the chicken Alfredo. You love it most. She added chicken to his plate. Grilled ribs are better, Natasha insisted. Juicy, chewy, perfect texture. She added another rib. Chicken Alfredo is what Dustin never gets tired of, Dahlia replied calmly, piling more chicken onto his already overloaded plate. Ribs are better. Natasha snapped. Chicken is better, Dahlia countered. Ribs. Chicken. As they argued, Dustin stared helplessly at the mountain of food growing on his plate. Caitlin watched in silence, wishing she could grab some food herself, but it was already too late. Dustin, darling, Natasha said suddenly, smiling sweetly. Which is better, the ribs or the chicken? Dahlia turned to him as well, her gaze just as intense. They're both great, Dustin said nervously. No, they said in unison. You can only choose one. Their sharp stares made his scalp go numb. Chapter 389. I can't choose. They all taste different, and it really depends on the time, the place, and personal preference, Dustin said, trying his best to stay neutral. Humph. You're really good at talking your way out of things. Dahlia rolled her eyes, but she finally stopped pestering him. You have to pick the ribs. Natasha said forcefully, convinced she already had Dustin wrapped around her finger. He simply smiled, though he felt a bit nervous inside. Come with me, dear. I need to talk to you, Natasha said after the tense lunch. Dahlia pretended to take a casual stroll nearby, clearly trying to eavesdrop. However, Natasha noticed immediately and dragged Dustin straight into her car, shutting everyone else out. What do you want to talk about? Dustin asked curiously. I'll be honest with you, Natasha said suddenly. I might have to leave Swinton for a while. Leave Swinton? Dustin frowned. Where are you going? I need to return to my hometown, Millsburg, she replied, her expression turning serious. There are some family matters I need to deal with, and I can't delay it. What happened? Do you need my help? Dustin asked cautiously. Natasha rarely looked this grave, which meant the situation was serious. It's fine. It's a private matter, she said with a forced smile. I can handle it myself. She wanted to tell him the truth, but she couldn't. No matter how strong Dustin was, he still couldn't stand against the Grant family. The Grants were one of the tremendous three, an invincible force in the southern province, with influence spanning the military, government, and business sectors. No individual could challenge such a monstrous family. Natasha didn't want to drag Dustin into a mess that could destroy him. Natasha, if you're in trouble, you have to tell me. Don't pretend everything is fine, Dustin said seriously. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, she replied softly. Seeing his concern made her feel warm inside, it made the risk feel worth it. How long will you be in Millsburg? He asked. I'm not sure. 3 days, maybe 7. All right. I'll call you in 3 days. If you still need help, I'll go find you, Dustin said firmly. That's not necessary, she said, shaking her head. You have to listen to me this time, he interrupted. She paused, then finally nodded. All right. Though she acted calm, her heart was overflowing with joy. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. It was Dahlia, her face dark with irritation. What are you two talking about? Are you done yet? Should I bring you tea? Dustin coughed awkwardly and smiled. I'll get out now. Wait. Natasha suddenly leaned forward, wrapped her arm around his neck, and kissed him softly. Dustin froze. The warmth of her lips caught him completely off guard, scattering his thoughts. She was bolder than before, more deliberate, more provocative. You! Dahlia yanked him out of the car, her face burning with anger and embarrassment. Natasha Harmon, what the hell are you doing? Not bad, Natasha said lazily, licking her lips with a teasing smirk. He's getting better at kissing. She smiled playfully at Dustin. Stay home while I'm gone. I'll come back for you in 2 days. Then she slammed the accelerator and sped off. Dahlia watched the car disappear, seething. That woman is completely shameless, she snapped, furious, and frustrated that she could never act so brazenly herself. Chapter 390. As night fell, chaos erupted at the Nicholson villa. The front door was kicked open violently. Gloria strode in with several Nicholson family bodyguards behind her, her presence overwhelming. The 2 guards flanking her were both over 6 feet tall, heavily built, and radiated menace like towering iron pillars. Dahlia Nicholson. Come out right now. Gloria roared. Her face was still bruised and swollen from her earlier encounter with Dustin, making her look even more vicious when paired with her furious glare. Oh, Madam Gloria. Florence rushed out from the kitchen, shocked. What brings you here so late? I want to know where Dahlia and Dustin are. Gloria demanded, grinding her teeth. They haven't returned since this morning, Florence replied nervously. I really don't know where they went. You don't know? A bandaged woman shoved her way forward angrily. Or are you hiding them? Florence recoiled. Who are you? I'm Dakota, the woman shouted. Dakota? Florence gasped. What happened to your face? You look horrible. How can you even ask? Dakota snarled. Your daughter and that bastard son-in-law did this to me. She had always relied on her looks, but now her face was ruined beyond recognition. The humiliation and pain nearly drove her mad. What? They beat you like this? Florence exclaimed. That's impossible. I wasn't the only one. Dakota screamed. They even attacked Grandma. We must use the Nicholson House law on those two pieces of trash. Florence, Gloria barked coldly, bring them here right now, or you'll regret it. Madam Gloria, I swear I know nothing. Florence pleaded. My daughter is gentle and innocent, she would never hurt anyone. If someone is at fault, it must be Dustin. Arrest him if you want. Humph. Slap her. Gloria snapped. Yes, madam. The elderly servants lunged forward and pinned Florence down. The biggest among them slapped her viciously across the face. Her vision spun as blood poured from her nose. How dare you touch my mother? James stormed down the stairs, his eyes blazing with rage. I won't let this happen. Cougar. Gloria commanded. One of the towering bodyguards grabbed James by the collar and lifted him into the air like a helpless puppy. Ugh! James's face turned crimson as he struggled to breathe, his limbs flailing uselessly. Let go of my son! Florence screamed desperately. She shoved the servants aside, grabbed a fruit knife from the table, and stabbed it toward Cougar's stomach. Clink! The knife snapped in half. Cougar didn't even move. Florence stared at the broken blade in her hand, her face drained of all color. Chapter 391. Was this bodyguard made of steel? Even a knife couldn't pierce his skin. Dakota burst out laughing. Humph! Cougar is a martial artist at the peak of his power. Do you really think you can hurt him with that toy knife? Gloria had brought in two top-tier martial arts experts to recover her lost dignity. No matter how strong Dustin was, he was bound to lose this time. Get lost! Cougar shouted as he casually knocked Florence to the ground. Gloria stepped forward confidently and pressed her walking stick against Florence's face. I'll give you one last chance. Bring Dahlia and Dustin back here immediately. If you don't, I'll break your son's legs. Please, please have mercy. Florence panicked and grabbed her phone. Trembling, she called Dahlia and told her to bring Dustin back at once. She didn't dare explain the situation, afraid that if Dustin knew the truth, he might refuse to come, and that would doom the entire family. Madam Gloria, they'll be here soon. Please wait, Florence said, forcing a shaky smile. I'll give you 15 minutes, Gloria said coldly. Not a second more. If they're late, I'll break one of your son's fingers for every minute that passes. What? Florence gasped in horror. If they were even 10 minutes late, James would lose all his fingers. James felt utterly helpless and furious. He never wanted to be dragged into this nightmare. Just then, the villa doors were kicked open once again. A group of men stormed inside with killing intent. Sir Hummer. Florence and James stared in shock as Edwin led the group inside. His sudden appearance in the middle of the night left them stunned. Who are you? Gloria demanded coldly. Edwin's men scanned the room with icy expressions. I'm here for Florence and James, Edwin said flatly, pointing at them. Everyone else, get the hell out. Oh? Gloria sneered. Looks like Florence called for backup. How amusing. What can a few nobodies like you do? Tarragon and Cougar will crush you effortlessly. That's right. Dakota shouted arrogantly. If you don't want to die, you'd better kneel and beg right now. I'll say it one last time, Edwin warned calmly. If you're not with them, get lost. Gloria snorted. Teach this lunatic a lesson. Kill him. Yes, madam. The elderly servants laughed viciously as they charged forward. Edwin calmly raised his hand, pulling out a silencer-equipped pistol and aiming it at them. Wait. Let's talk, they stammered in terror. Ft. 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 Muffled gunshots rang out. The elderly servants collapsed one by one, bullets drilled cleanly through their foreheads. Every single one of them was dead. Edwin blew lightly on the barrel of his gun. Who's next? The room fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared in horror. No one expected such ruthless slaughter. Do you know who I am? Gloria screamed in rage and disbelief. How dare you kill my people? You're a madman. I don't care who the dead were, Edwin replied indifferently. Then he raised the gun again and pulled the trigger. Chapter 392. Edwin fired, the bullet flying straight toward Gloria's head. In that split second, Cougar stepped in front of her, crossing his arms protectively. Two thick metal rings slid out from his sleeves. Clang! The bullet struck the rings and ricocheted away. Cougar stood tall and unmoved, like an iron wall. With his advanced internal energy cultivation, ordinary bullets posed no threat to him. He could dodge them, or block them outright. Unless ambushed from behind, he was nearly impossible to injure. That was the terrifying strength of a true martial arts master. He blocked the bullet. Florence gasped in disbelief. First the knife, now the gun. Was this man even human? Humph. Gloria sneered, regaining her confidence. Do you really think that toy gun makes you impressive? You idiot. With Tarragon and Cougar beside her, she felt completely safe. How dare you shoot at my grandma? Dakota screamed. Cougar, cripple him. Understood. Cougar laughed loudly. He leapt into the air like a cannonball and smashed down toward Edwin. The tiles beneath him shattered instantly. That's just a cheap trick. A short man wearing a cap suddenly moved. He dashed forward and met Cougar head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the hall. When the dust settled, everyone froze. The short man had caught Cougar's fists with his bare hands. The tiles beneath their feet had completely collapsed. Cougar's eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined anyone could stop his attack. Boss, the short man said calmly, adjusting his cap, this guy's not an easy target. If you want him dead, the price goes up. 50 million per person, Edwin replied without hesitation. Huh. Deal, the short man grinned. You're courting death. Cougar roared, humiliated. He threw another punch, powerful enough to shatter steel. You don't know your limits, the short man said coldly. He sidestepped the blow and slammed his fist straight into Cougar's abdomen. Thud! Time seemed to stop. The fist punched clean through Cougar's stomach and burst out through his back, blood spraying everywhere. Cougar froze, staring down in disbelief at the arm piercing his body. Years of brutal training, his iron body, had been shattered in a single strike. How is that possible? Gloria and the others screamed in terror. Cougar was strong enough to fight 100 men and even block bullets, yet he had been killed in one move. 50 million secured, the short man said with satisfaction. Chapter 393. The short man smiled as he slammed Cougar's corpse against the wall, leaving a large bloody smear behind. Cougar. Tarragon rushed toward his younger brother, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you kill my brother? I'll tear you apart. Tarragon roared as he charged forward like a feral beast. But before he could get close, the short man kicked him brutally in the chest. T'bang! Tarragon was sent flying backward like he had been hit by a truck. He crashed to the ground, coughing up blood as sharp pain shot through his body. One of his ribs was broken. The Nicholsons gasped in horror as yet another expert fell. They knew Tarragon was stronger than Cougar, yet even he had been crushed so effortlessly. Fear crept into their hearts as they wondered just who this man was. Who the hell are you? Tarragon asked weakly, clutching his chest as blood trickled from his mouth and nose. He knew he was facing an extremely powerful martial artist. I'm Hillcrest, the short man said with a wide grin. A gold-tier assassin of the Bounty League. A gold-tier assassin? Tarragon's face went pale. He didn't know Hillcrest personally, but he understood exactly what that title meant. The Bounty League was filled with ruthless martial artists. Even bronze-tier assassins were terrifying. Silver-tier assassins were nearly unstoppable. As for gold-tier assassins, those were legends who cost millions just to make a move. Tarragon had thought he was merely coming to punish a few troublemakers. He never imagined he would encounter a gold-tier assassin. What monstrous luck. Old hag, it's your turn now, Edwin said coldly as he raised his gun again. Quick! Protect Grandma! Dakota screamed in panic. Move! The remaining loyal guards rushed forward. The Nicholson family bodyguards charged at Edwin, but he opened fire calmly and mercilessly. Every shot was precise and fatal. In seconds, half of them collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The ones who managed to get close were instantly slaughtered by Hillcrest. In the blink of an eye, the elite bodyguards summoned from Glenstead were completely wiped out. Gloria and the others trembled in terror as they stared at the corpses littering the floor. They had never imagined such a crushing defeat. Any last words? Edwin asked indifferently as he walked toward Gloria. Wait! Gloria shouted, forcing herself to remain composed. I'm from the Nicholson family of Glenstead. If you kill me, my family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Is that all? Edwin sneered. Then this farce ends here. He raised his gun again. Stop! A clear, commanding voice rang out from the entrance. Edwin turned around and saw two familiar figures, Dustin Rhys and Dahlia Nicholson. Oh? Edwin narrowed his eyes coldly. The real VIPs finally showed up. He had already tried to kill Dustin using Boulderthorn and Royal Valor. Royal Valor had vanished without a trace, forcing him to spend a fortune hiring gold-tier assassins for revenge. And now, the man he wanted dead stood right in front of him. Edwin Hummer. Dustin shouted. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Release Madame Gloria immediately. Dakota shouted desperately, Grandma. Edwin suddenly burst out laughing. Oh? A madam from the Nicholson family? He grinned cruelly and pressed the muzzle of his gun against Gloria's temple. Perfect. Then he looked straight at Dustin. You get to choose, Edwin said slowly. Either she dies, or you do. Chapter 394. What did you say? Dahlia frowned. Wasn't I clear enough? Edwin's smile vanished, replaced by chilling cruelty. I will only spare one person. Either that old woman or Dustin. Decide who lives and who dies, right now. Dahlia! Dakota screamed. Let Dustin go. This is your chance to make things right. Yes! Gloria shouted in panic. If you save me, I'll forgive everything. I'll even help you secure the chairman position. Edwin's madness terrified her. This man couldn't be reasoned with, he would kill without blinking. Edwin Hummer. Dahlia demanded angrily. We have no grudges against you. Why are you targeting us? No grudges. Edwin threw his head back and laughed hysterically. Dahlia Nicholson, why don't you ask the people around you about the grudges between us? After losing both his son and daughter, Edwin had fallen into madness. His hatred for Dustin Rhys ran deep. There is nothing between us. How laughable. Edwin Hummer, Dustin said calmly, if you want revenge, come at me directly. Why play these disgusting games? I could have killed you long ago, Edwin sneered. But I want you to suffer. I want you to watch your friends and family die one by one. I want to see despair in your eyes, just like mine when I lost my children." He laughed like a lunatic. "Do you really think you can pull that off?" Dustin replied coldly. "Ha! I know you're strong," Edwin admitted. "That's why I didn't come alone." He waved his hand. "I spent a fortune today. 3 top assassins from the Bounty League, all for you. Even if you think you're invincible, you won't survive this." 3 figures stepped forward. On the left was Hillcrest. In the middle stood a gray-haired man with ape-like arms that nearly reached his knees. On the right was a woman in a tight suit and mask, holding 2 gleaming poison-coated blades. From left to right, Edwin said smugly, "Hillcrest, Snow Monkey, and Scorpion. 3 gold-tier assassins." Hillcrest grinned. "You should feel honored to die by our hands." Snow Monkey remained silent, his gaze cold and sharp. Scorpion licked her lips, her eyes filled with lust. "Such a handsome man, what a shame. Want to have some fun before you die?" A suffocating aura filled the room. Everyone trembled uncontrollably. "Is this guy insane?" Tarragon muttered, drenched in cold sweat. 3 gold-tier assassins, working together. Even seeing one was rare. 3 at once. This was something he had never witnessed in his entire life. Chapter 395. Tarragon found it strange that Edwin had gathered the best assassins just to take down an ordinary man like Dustin. After all that fuss, their target is Dustin. Thank goodness, Dakota thought, secretly relieved. She remembered a saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Since Edwin wanted to get rid of Dustin just like the Nicholsons did, she figured they shouldn't be fighting each other. Evil will be punished by evil. "Dustin Rhys, you'll be dead today," Gloria said with a gleeful chuckle. She knew about the Bounty League and understood how dangerous it was to have a gold-tier assassin involved. A simple doctor like Dustin had no chance against someone like that. "You really spent a fortune just to get me killed," Dustin said, shaking his head, completely unfazed. "I'd give my entire fortune just to get my revenge," Edwin replied with a smirk. "I think you'll be disappointed." "This group can't kill me," Dustin shot back confidently. "Really? Such arrogance from a small man like you. You don't understand the power of a gold-tier assassin. Killing you will be as easy as squashing an ant." Hillcrest sneered. "Is that so? Go ahead and try," Dustin replied with a calm smile. "All right. I'll show you the difference in our strength." Hillcrest grinned and charged at Dustin like a bullet. As he got close, he threw a punch at Dustin's chest. Dustin didn't dodge, instead, he met the punch head-on with his own fist. Bang! The impact sent a shockwave through the room, swirling winds around them. Their fists collided with terrifying force. Hillcrest's hand cracked under the impact. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hillcrest's arm bones twisted backward, piercing his shoulder, and his flesh contorted from the collision. With a scream of agony, Hillcrest was slammed against the wall. He vomited blood and immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Dustin stood still, his fist still raised. What just happened? The crowd was dumbfounded. Hillcrest, who had killed Cougar with a single blow, was now down from Dustin's punch. It was unimaginable. You really did something incredible by taking down Hillcrest. But too bad, you're still going to die today. Snow Monkey growled, lunging at Dustin with his long arms. He was stronger than Hillcrest in a straight-up fight. But Dustin remained calm. With a single, precise punch, he struck Snow Monkey in the chest. Snow Monkey froze mid-attack, his chest caving inward. He collapsed to the ground, taking his last breath with wide-open eyes. He had never expected Dustin to move that fast. Die! As Snow Monkey fell, a shadow loomed from behind. It was Scorpion, poised to strike with her two gleaming blades aimed at Dustin's eyes. Her attack was perfectly timed, using Snow Monkey as a distraction for a lethal strike. But Dustin anticipated her move. He caught her blades barehanded and delivered a brutal kick to her stomach. Scorpion screamed, coughed up blood, and crashed into tables and chairs before fainting. In just moments, all 3 gold-tier assassins lay motionless on the floor. Dustin casually brushed off his hands and said, "So, this is the best a gold-tier assassin can do?" The onlookers stared at him in shock and disbelief. Chapter 396. The Nicholsons gaped at the fallen assassins before turning to Dustin, who looked completely unshaken. No one had expected him to be so powerful. Had they not seen it themselves, they would have laughed at the idea that someone they considered useless could be so skilled. Am I seeing things? When did this loser become a hero? James exclaimed, his eyes wide. He had always thought of Dustin as a man living off his wife, who knew only a few worthless martial arts moves that couldn't stand a chance against elite assassins. Yet now, he was forced to admit Dustin was far more formidable than he had imagined. Is that really Dustin? Florence gasped, equally shocked. She didn't know much about gold-tier assassins, but she knew Tarragon and Cougar were elite fighters. If Dustin had defeated Hillcrest, he must be far stronger than both Tarragon and Cougar combined. What the hell? That useless live-in son-in-law? Dakota rubbed her eyes, unwilling to believe what she had just witnessed. Dustin had actually defeated 3 gold-tier assassins. Was it skill, or were the assassins overrated? He's stronger than I expected. We need to act fast, Gloria said, her shock morphing into scheming. She realized she couldn't beat Dustin in combat, so she would have to rely on her influence to intimidate him. She was certain he wouldn't dare challenge the Nicholson family despite his martial arts prowess. Meanwhile, Dahlia. Dustin's eyes met Edwin Hummer's. He had hidden his skills throughout his 3 years of marriage, and now his true strength was fully apparent. Edwin, the assassins you hired weren't enough. Looks like you're going to be disappointed today, Dustin said, a playful glint in his eyes. You've been hiding your skills from us. Edwin said seriously. He had thought 3 gold-tier assassins would be more than enough, but he had gravely misjudged Dustin. Hide my skills? Dustin smiled. I never needed to. People like you don't deserve me to show my full strength. I see I underestimated you. But don't get too comfortable. I'm still in this, Edwin warned, his tone darkening. Oh? And you think that will help? Dustin raised an eyebrow. Even if I can't survive, I'll take everyone with me. Edwin suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing bombs strapped to his torso. He laughed maniacally. Look at this. Before I came here, I decided I'd die with everyone. These bombs are enough to turn the villa into ashes. A wave of terror washed over everyone present. Edwin was truly dangerous. Dustin Rhys, are you afraid yet? Edwin cackled. No matter how skilled you are, you can't survive a bombing. What do you want? Dustin asked calmly, stepping forward to shield Dahlia. Chapter 397. Now! Kneel down immediately! Edwin shouted at Dustin. Dustin squinted at him. What if I don't? Then I'll take it out on her. Edwin grabbed Gloria and pressed a gun to her temple. He knew Dustin was strong, so he needed a shield. Edwin Hummer. You better be careful. That's Madame Gloria from the Nicholson family. Dustin's face darkened. Oh, she's your Madame Gloria? Sounds like you really care about her, Edwin laughed. Do what I say if you want to keep her alive. Dustin. Why are you just standing there? Kneel. Dakota urged him, panicking. You jerk. Kneel. Do you want me to die? Gloria's face went pale. Madame Gloria, please hold on. I'll save you soon, Dustin said, pretending to be angry as he faced Edwin. Edwin Hummer, come at me. If you hurt her, I swear I won't forgive you. You don't know what desperate really means. Furious, Edwin shot Gloria in one knee. She cried out in pain, her face twisting in agony. That's too much. Let her go. If not, Dustin threatened, but Edwin had already shot her other knee. Kneel. You brat. Hurry up and kneel, or you'll regret it. Gloria wailed, drenched in sweat from the pain. Edwin Hummer. Stop. If you kill her, you'll face the consequences. Dustin was furious, but Edwin just laughed harder. Is that so? If you care so much, I'll show you what it's like to lose someone you love. He aimed the gun at Gloria's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck her. You monster, Gloria gasped. Dakota was terrified, but it was too late for her to intervene. Her eyes filled with anger as her body went cold and fell to the floor. Edwin Hummer. Your enemy is me. Dustin shouted, pretending to be hurt. Great. I love that expression. Edwin laughed and grabbed Dakota, who froze in shock. I have plenty of hostages here. We can drag this out as long as I want. I'll ask you again, are you going to kneel or not? Edwin Hummer, you're being unreasonable. Dustin scolded him. But Edwin didn't hesitate. He shot Dakota in the leg. Now, will you kneel? Finally realizing the danger she was in, Dakota began to wail and scream. Tears and snot covered her face as she shouted, Dustin Rhys. You need to kneel right now. I'm the precious daughter of the Nicholson family. They won't go easy on you if I get hurt. Kneel, now. Dakota, you need to be a proud and strong Nicholson. You have to be a great person in this life and the next. We must fight threats without tarnishing the family's name. Dustin urged. Oh, you idiot. Stop with the nonsense. We're in a crisis. Do you want me to die? Dakota yelled at Dustin, but Edwin shot her in the leg again. She rolled on the floor, crying out in pain. I'm warning you. Killing Dakota Nicholson will make you a public enemy. Dustin shouted angrily. Dakota's face twisted with rage. Just as she was about to yell at him, she saw Edwin aiming his gun at her again. A bullet struck her forehead with a loud bang. Chapter 398. Dakota grunted as her body shook, then went still. Her voice faded, and the darkness around her and Edwin's cruel face began to blur. Finally, she fell flat on the ground with a loud thud. Everything had happened so quickly, she never imagined she would die like this. Is she dead? Florence and the others trembled, looking at Dakota and Gloria lying lifeless. It felt surreal to see the two arrogant women who had tormented so many now gone. Dustin watched the scene with little emotion. For him, it was simply evil being punished. Dakota and Gloria had always been bullies, refusing to learn from their mistakes. They had even targeted him for revenge. Their deaths didn't bother him, he had never been a merciful man. Eliminating troublemakers with a few clever moves was nothing. Ha! How does that feel? Edwin laughed cruelly. Are you feeling the rage and pain? You must want to kill me right now. He paused for dramatic effect. To be honest, this is just the beginning. I have more hostages. We can keep playing this game. He walked over to James and aimed the gun at his head. Your brother-in-law is next. Kneel or don't, it's your choice. Sir Hummer. I'm not part of this. Please don't shoot me. James's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees, crying, You've got the wrong person. If you want revenge, just kill Dustin. I'm innocent. That's right, Sir Hummer. Florence pleaded desperately. We've never done anything to you. If you want to kill Dustin, go ahead. Just don't hurt my son. Dustin Rhys is your son-in-law. His actions will bring down the whole family. Dreaming of getting out of this unharmed? Well, your son's fate is now in Dustin's hands, Edwin said, giving her a mocking smile. Dustin Rhys, you bring us nothing but bad luck. Look at the mess you've caused. Kneel to Sir Hummer and beg for forgiveness. If you don't, I won't let this go. Florence yelled at Dustin, panic and anger in her voice. What are you waiting for? Kneel. I'll die if you don't. James shouted, his eyes red with fear. He was shaking, terrified after witnessing Edwin's brutality when he killed Gloria and Dakota. Edwin shot without hesitation when he was angry, and James didn't want to meet a pointless end like Dakota. "Edwin Hummer, I will spare your life if you let them go," Dustin said calmly. "Spare my life?" Edwin laughed. "Oh, Dustin, you still don't understand. I'm in control here. I decide who lives and who dies. What can you do if I shoot your brother-in-law right now?" As he spoke, he was ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Dustin flicked his fingers, and a silver needle struck Edwin's wrist. Edwin grunted in pain as his arm went limp. "Get moving. Run!" Dustin urged the others in the room. "Run! Now!" Florence and James finally gathered their wits and fled. James stumbled a few times, his legs weak from fear. Dustin frowned at him, thinking, "What a loser." Luckily, quick-thinking Dahlia helped her brother up and rushed him out of the villa. None of them wanted to die with Edwin, who had bombs strapped to his body. "Edwin Hummer, it's just you and me now. It's time to put an end to this," Dustin said, moving closer to Edwin with a look of anger in his eyes. Edwin had been on his hit list for a long time. Dustin regretted letting him live. "Die!" Edwin shouted, picking up a gun from the floor. He fired twice, hitting Dustin in the chest. Chapter 399. An energy wave surged through the air, and dust flew everywhere. Edwin's laughter echoed through the chaos. "Goodbye, Dustin," he shouted, reveling in his apparent victory. Back at the villa, Dustin stood firm, the energy shield shimmering around him. "You really thought you could take me down that easily?" he said, shaking his head. With a flick of his wrist, he dispelled the shield and focused on Edwin, who was still grinning madly. Meanwhile, Dahlia and James were racing back toward the villa, panic etched on their faces. "Dustin!" Dahlia called out, her heart pounding. She felt a desperate need to help him. "Why are you going back?" Florence yelled, pulling Dahlia closer. "You'll get yourself killed." "Mom, Dustin is in danger. I can't just leave him." Dahlia's voice trembled with fear and determination. "Think about this. He got himself into trouble. Why should we risk our lives for him?" Florence argued, trying to hold her daughter back. But Dahlia couldn't listen. "That's not fair. He just saved James. We can't abandon him." She broke free from Florence's grip and dashed toward the villa. They heard a loud explosion that shook the ground, and Dahlia froze for a second, terror gripping her. "Dustin!" she cried again, rushing forward with James close behind her. As they neared the villa, smoke and debris clouded the air, but Dahlia's resolve only grew stronger. She had to find Dustin and make sure he was okay, no matter the cost. The explosion had turned the villa into rubble, sending thick black smoke and bright flames into the air. "Dustin?" Dahlia stared at the ruins, unsure of what to do. Could anyone survive when the entire villa was destroyed? How did this happen? How? Her face was pale, as if she had been struck by lightning. Overwhelmed, she sank to the ground, crying loudly. "Hey, why are you crying?" A familiar voice sent a chill down her spine. When she looked up, she was shocked to see Dustin standing in front of her, unharmed, emerging from the wreckage. "Are you not dead? How is that possible?" She was confused, staring at him in disbelief. The blast had been so powerful it had melted steel, and she couldn't understand how he had survived. "Why are you surprised that I'm alive?" Dustin looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You're alive. That's wonderful." Overjoyed, she rushed into his arms, holding him tightly around the waist, afraid he might disappear again. Chapter 400. Dustin felt the soft weight in his arms and the familiar scent that made him smile. He noticed her tears and realized how much she cared for him. Okay, stop crying. Your tears are soaking my new shirt," he said after they hugged for a while. "What's the big deal?" "I'll pay for the shirt," she replied, letting go and giving him a playful pinch on the waist that made him wince. "And why didn't you get away sooner?" she asked, looking at him seriously. He was a ticking time bomb, no pun intended. I had to take him down before I could leave, Dustin explained calmly. I know you're good at fighting, but you need to think about your safety. He had bombs strapped to him. What if he had blown you up, she argued. Dustin smiled. But I'm fine. That's just luck. You can't keep pushing your luck like this, she warned him. All right. I'll be more careful next time, he said, nodding earnestly. That's better. She smiled, feeling relieved. It was great to be a hero, but she wanted Dustin to stay safe above all else. Dustin Rhys, do you have 9 lives? How did you survive that big explosion? James and Florence approached the wreckage cautiously. I guess I should thank my lucky stars for making it through, Dustin replied casually. Oh my God. My villa. Florence suddenly wailed as she took in the destruction. Oh, Edwin Hummer, you jerk. I can deal with him wanting to die, but why did he have to ruin my villa too? This is unforgivable. Mom, this all happened because of Dustin. Do you think you can ask him for compensation? James quickly thought of a plan. That's right. Florence agreed, tugging on Dustin's sleeve. Dustin Rhys, this is all your fault. You need to pay for ruining my villa. Mom, a villa isn't worth a life. Dustin saved us. Is it really fair to ask him for money? Dahlia frowned at her mother. Why is that unfair? He got us into this mess. Don't even think about leaving if you don't pay. Florence started to act entitled. All right, how much do you want? Dustin didn't want to argue. 8 million. No. 10 million. Florence quickly raised the price. Mom. We bought this villa for 5 million. Isn't that scamming, Dustin? Dahlia's annoyance grew. That was before. Don't you know housing prices are skyrocketing? I won't let this go if I don't get 10 million. Florence put her hands on her hips. Dahlia was ready to argue, but Dustin stopped her by placing his hand over hers. Fine. 10 million it is. I'll transfer it to your account tomorrow. Humph. That's more like it. Florence smiled and let go of him. Hey! Are you crazy? How are you going to get that money from a small medical center? Dahlia glared at him. Don't underestimate me. I provided the Harmon family with my prescription, and I will get 50% of the sales from the pills they make. 10 million is nothing. Dustin seemed unfazed. With his profits from Hillview Hotel and his share of the earnings from Immortal, he could easily make tens of millions every month. At the end of the day, you're still Natasha. Dustin is just Harmon's business partner, Dahlia said, her voice full of jealousy. Why would you call me a kept man? That's not true. Dustin replied, clearly upset. He wanted to make it clear that he wasn't in a romantic relationship with Harmon, they were just working together.